Year 5 of the Great Qi Dynasty, Jinfeng County, by Shui Town, Song Family Village. The evening glow was beautiful, with the clouds lit up in orange by the setting sun. The light spread over the rice fields, turning the shallow water orange and creating a lovely scene with the green seedlings. Although it was already evening, the weather was unbearably hot, with not a single breeze. The thick air felt stagnant. Old Mr. Song stood up to stretch his sore arms, and beads of sweat rolled down his face. He grabbed a sweat towel that hung around his neck, which had lost its color, and wiped his sweaty forehead. Noticing that the sun had not yet fully set behind the western hills, old Mr. Song planned to call everyone to finish planting the remaining acre of land. As he looked around and was about to speak, he suddenly realized something was wrong. His youngest son was missing. This lazy boy, always avoiding work, seemed to be running around like a restless child. A middle-aged woman with sparse eyebrows, a pointed nose, and prominent cheekbones stretched her back, wiped her face with her hand, and took a few sips from the water pouch on her back, feeling refreshed. Seeing her father-in-law's serious expression as he scanned the area, she rolled her eyes and thought, he must be looking for the third son again. This third son was truly outrageous, avoiding work on the farm. If the river got any bigger, they would have to send this lazy bug away. This was the thought of the eldest daughter-in-law, Jiang Yuegui. The second daughter-in-law, Li Tsueju, had already noticed that her third uncle was slacking off, but since the old man hadn't said anything, she didn't dare to speak up. However, now that the old man had finally noticed, she couldn't hold back any longer. She shouted, "Dad, you need to keep an eye on the third son. Everyone else is working hard in the fields, and he's nowhere to be found. I bet he's off sleeping somewhere." Old Mr. Song, already in a bad mood, grew even more serious upon hearing his second daughter-in-law's words. Seeing this, the second son, Song Erniu, quickly nudged his wife and whispered, "Stop talking. Look at Dad's face. I bet when we get home, the third son is going to get a beating for sure." Li Tsueju wasn't foolish. She could see her father-in-law was upset, so she quickly shut her mouth. Anyway, the damage was done, and she said to her husband with a hint of schadenfreude, "He deserves it. I think a good beating would be too lenient." The eldest son, Song Daeniu, who was closest to them, shook his head helplessly, thinking about his lazy younger brother. The eldest sister-in-law was also thinking with glee that there would be a good show to watch when they returned home. The children helping with the rice planting behind her were used to their uncle's occasional laziness. If their uncle didn't slack off, he wouldn't be their uncle. In fact, the kids even admired their uncle for having the courage to take it easy. "Mom, can Dad really catch fish? If he doesn't, it will be terrible when we go back tonight." Song Sai, dressed in a coarse short shirt and with two cute little buns, had noticed that Grandpa had discovered that Dad was missing, and his expression was not good. If Dad couldn't catch any fish and had no good excuse, he would surely face trouble tonight. Even though Dad was Grandpa and Grandma's favorite son, it wouldn't matter. Today was important for planting rice, and farming families valued their crops as much as life itself. They relied on these crops for their livelihood all year round. Even he, a 4-year-old, was out helping. Wang Chunyan was also worried that her husband wouldn't catch any fish. She wasn't afraid of him getting scolded, as he was the favorite of his parents. Even if he was scolded, it was just for show. However, her two sisters-in-law were not easy to deal with. They liked to stir up trouble over small matters, turning minor issues into big ones. Song Saniu, who was a bit far from his own field, was completely unaware of the trouble awaiting him that evening. At that moment, he was enjoying himself, with his hands behind his back, chewing on some grass, and humming a cheerful tune as he strolled home. In the evening, the smoke from cooking fires was sparse in the neighborhood. The elder Zhang was quickly preparing dinner with her granddaughter, Dahua. During the off-season, they usually didn't have dinner, just 2 meals a day to get by. If they got hungry, they would drink more water or go to bed early. But recently, things were different. There was a lot of work in the fields, and if they didn't eat enough, they could get sick. Thinking this, Elder Zhang gritted her teeth and added another scoop of coarse flour into the large pot, making the porridge thicker. The aroma of the flower began to waft through the air, and Dahua, whose stomach was already rumbling, swallowed hard. However, just having food wasn't enough. With so much farm work lately, they needed to have enough energy. Looking at the small piece of shiny bacon left hanging from the beam, Elder Zhang felt a bit sad. With the Mid-Autumn Festival just over a month away, they couldn't eat the festive meat too early. "Mom, look what your good son brought back for you." Before seeing him, old Mrs. Zhang recognized her little troublemaker by his voice. She looked up at the sky and noticed only her third son had returned. Great, tonight would be chaotic again. Song Sanyu, seeing that his mother didn't even glance at him, scratched his head but didn't mind. He stepped forward and proudly placed a large grass fish tied with a straw rope in front of her, saying, "Mom, look at this." Old Mrs. Zhang was thrilled to see the fish, which weighed about 3 or 4 pounds and was splashing its tail on the table. Her previously stern face broke into a wide smile. This big fish could make a delicious fish soup, providing nourishment for everyone and saving the preserved meat for the holidays. Seeing his mother smile like a blooming flower, Song Sanyu grinned and said, "Mom, I thought everyone has been working hard lately, so I wanted to bring back some wild food to help us all. This afternoon, while planting rice, I left a bit early hoping to catch a wild chicken on the Crooked Neck Mountain, but I didn't see a single feather. Instead, I caught this fish in the small river. You wouldn't believe it. I fell several times in the river trying to catch it, and look, my clothes are all wet." Old Mrs. Zhang had already noticed her son was soaked. Now that she understood the situation, she wasn't angry, even if she knew he was just trying to avoid work. After all, such a big fish was a rare find. She replied with a hint of annoyance, "Don't worry. When your father comes back, I'll help you. Hurry and change your clothes. Don't take the warm weather lightly." "Okay." Grateful for her support, Song Sanyu smiled and went back to his room to wait for dinner. Old Mr. Song, filled with frustration, pushed open the wooden door of the courtyard and shouted, "Old 3, come out. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson." Lying in his room with his legs crossed, Song Sanyu felt a chill run down his spine at his father's shout. Afraid his father would come to his room, he quickly jumped up and ran to the kitchen, thinking that only his mother could protect him at this moment. In the courtyard, the first and second rooms watched the scene with interest, secretly hoping old Mr. Song would give Song Sanyu a good scolding. Wang Chunyan did not dare to upset the old man at this moment. He nervously blinked at his son, clearly indicating his intentions. His son, Sai, had always been different from other children, clean, sensible, and sweet-tongued. The old couple adored him. In the kitchen, Mrs. Zhang heard her husband shout. Seeing her youngest son hiding behind her like a quail made her laugh. She placed the cleaned and cut grass carp into a clay pot, sprinkled a little salt, added some bean sauce, and casually wiped her hands before stepping outside. As soon as Mrs. Zhang came out, she noticed the first and second families watching with amusement, which made her angry. Her youngest son was a bit lazy due to her pampering, but he only had one mouth, while the other 2 families had 3 mouths to feed. Who was really taking advantage of whom? Especially the eldest daughter-in-law, who was too shallow-minded. Her son, Dae, was already 11 and would soon be of marrying age. In a few years, they would be the ones paying for the wedding. If this continued, who would benefit and who would be fooled was still uncertain. Mrs. Zhang thought both families were foolish and troublesome, but it was true that her son was being lazy. Perhaps it was good to let the old man scare him a bit for some education. Seeing his youngest son hiding behind his wife, Old Man Song became even angrier. He quickly walked over to the firewood pile, picked up a stick, and prepared to give his son a good talking to. Seeing his father's stance, Song Laosen anxiously called out, "Mom, save me." As soon as he said this, Old Man Song became even angrier and shouted, "How did I end up with such a lazy son? Normally it's one thing, but today is planting day. You dare to hide from work? If I don't discipline you today, what will happen in the future?" After saying this, he approached with the stick, and his fierce demeanor frightened Song Laosan, who ran around the yard, holding his head. Old Man Song, furious, chased after him with a stick. Seeing her mother-in-law's calm expression, Aunt Jiang leaned closer and said, "Mom, today is planting day, and Lao San is slacking off again. Usually we let things slide, but today is different. You really need to talk to him." Her tone seemed genuinely concerned for Lao San.
Exactly, Mom.
Lao San is a father now and can't afford to be lazy. What if Sai learns from him? We already have one lazy person in the house. We can't have another. Aunt Li also acted as if she was thinking of Lao San's family. Wang Chunyun, although she didn't dare to upset the old man, couldn't stand her two sisters-in-law openly talking bad about her family. She wasn't afraid of arguing. Frowning, she walked over to her sisters-in-law and said, "Oh, big sister, second sister, my third child may be a bit lazy, but you don't need to say that. Second sister, ask around in Songjia village. Who doesn't know that my fourth child is sensible and well-behaved? When your third child was my fourth child's age, he wasn't even working in the fields. If you say my fourth child is lazy, then what does that make your third child? A lazy pig?"
Uffed.
The children watching from behind giggled at the mention of a lazy pig. 7-year-old Sanha felt shy hearing his aunt's words and thought to himself, "My mom really can't win against my aunt. She just keeps getting bolder." Your family is just a pest to the Song family," Aunt Li said angrily. "Enough, second daughter-in-law. Who's the pest? What does that even mean? What does that make me and his father?" Old Mrs. Zhang, seeing her second daughter-in-law getting more outrageous, looked displeased. Seeing her mother-in-law angry, Li quickly shut her mouth. The strongest person in the family was undoubtedly her mother-in-law, who was well known in Songjia village. How did she let herself get carried away? Didn't she see that the big sister had already backed down? "Old man, stop hitting him. Although this son is lazy, at least he cares about the family. He may be slacking off, but he's not completely idle," old Mrs. Zhang said, satisfied now that the daughters-in-law had quieted down. After a long day, old man Song had no strength left to chase his son around. He could only glare at his third son with a fierce look and chuckled at his wife's words. "Him? He's not being idle. He's probably just sleeping somewhere." Just when Song Sai heard his aunts call him lazy, he caught a whiff of a delicious fish smell. To check if his father had really caught fish, he hurriedly ran to the kitchen. As soon as he entered, the strong aroma of fish greeted him. His father had indeed caught some. "My dad isn't being lazy. Grandpa, Grandma, last night my dad told my mom that everyone has been busy planting rice lately and has lost a lot of weight, especially you, Grandma. You haven't had a good rest in days." My dad and mom noticed this and wanted to try their luck at Crooked Neck Mountain to see if they could catch a wild chicken or something. Song Sai stood tall, looking at everyone with sincerity. Old Zhang is very fond of his little grandson, and so is the old man. Seeing his adorable grandson, his anger has lessened quite a bit. The aunt snorted and said sarcastically, "So your family is being lazy, and now it's turned into doing good? I need to ask your uncle if he's really caught anything after being lazy for so long. Don't tell me this is just an excuse for being lazy. It's surprising that you've even taught the child this. It shows your good intentions." The third son might actually do something like that. He knows his own child well. But if he corrupts his well-behaved grandson, he won't let him off easily. Thinking of this, he shot a fierce glare at his third son. Song Sai curiously asked, "Aunt, why do you think that?" "My dad might not always be reliable, but grandparents are very important to him. Plus, he really did catch a fish, and it's being cooked in the kitchen right now." He pretended to look unhappy and said, "Grandma, Aunt just said my dad and I are lazy. Can we not let them eat the fish later? After all, he is still a child, so no one would think too much about it, but some people would feel awkward." "All right, no fish for them," old Zhang said, smiling at his cute and innocent grandson. Wang Chunyu covered her mouth and secretly laughed. Her son knows how to talk and should say even more. Song Sanyu had a similar thought but disagreed with his son's comment about him being unreliable. However, since he was still angry, he decided to talk to his son later in the evening. No wonder the third son looked so calm. He really did get something good. He was so focused on watching the scene that he didn't even notice the smell of fish coming from the kitchen. Everyone was thrilled to eat fish. Even the third son's laziness didn't matter anymore. Old Song also caught the smell of fish, so he decided to let the matter with the third son go for today. The aunts felt extremely awkward. They had no idea the third son actually brought something good. It's fish. While they might occasionally eat it once or twice, since summer started and more people were fishing, it became harder to catch fish. It's impossible to eat meat, and now they can't even get the fish they were looking forward to. They must be regretting it. Aunt Jiang seemed to forget about her earlier sarcasm and spoke gently. "Sai, I was just joking earlier." Exactly. Anne was just playing around. Look, you really took it seriously. Lee was nodding in agreement, as if the sharp-tongued person just now wasn't her at all. It's funny, saying something nice won't cost anything. If we don't get to eat this fish today, it would be really disappointing. Song Sai acted like a little adult, waving his hand and saying, "I was just joking." "Aunt, my favorite people are Auntie and Second Aunt." Wang Chunyan covered her mouth and laughed quietly. This clever boy only had 2 aunts. Auntie and Second Aunt smiled, but in their hearts, they were happily scolding him. Little rascal, just like his father. Not a good kid at all. Old Mrs. Zhang lovingly touched her little grandson's sunburned face and said, "All right, hurry up and wash your hands for dinner." Then she looked sternly at everyone and added, "If I see anyone with dirty hands at the table, they'll be in trouble." Hearing this, the adults and children quickly rushed to their water basin to wash up. In the kitchen, De Hua used a cloth to lift the clay pot, pouring the fish soup into a wooden basin. The delicious smell of fish spread throughout the courtyard. Everyone in the yard swallowed hard, quickly washed their hands, and rushed to sit in the main room, as if they would miss out on food if they were even a second late. The Song family had a total of 15 members. For Song Jishua, who was an only child in his past life, this family felt huge. However, in ancient times, when having many children was a blessing, this number wasn't too many. The table at home was quite large, so the family could sit together without needing to separate. After all, they lived in the countryside, where things weren't too formal, especially since the food wasn't anything fancy. In the Song family, meals were shared, as the food was portioned. Since old Mrs. Zhang served the food, everyone eagerly watched her as she brought the dishes to the table. Today, there was thin porridge with wild vegetables and steamed buns, along with a pot of the much-anticipated fish soup. Everyone was looking forward to it. The strong men of the family got 2 steamed buns, a bowl of thin porridge, and a bowl of fish soup. The daughters-in-law and old Mrs. Zhang had a little over half a bowl of wild vegetable porridge, a bowl of fish soup, and 1 steamed bun. The children had half a steamed bun, half a bowl of wild vegetable porridge, and a bowl of fish soup. If they were still hungry, there was a pot of boiled wild vegetables on the table. Almost as soon as the food was served, the sounds of satisfied slurping and sighs of enjoyment filled the air. Even though Song Sai, who had once lived a wealthy life, was still getting used to this new life in the Great Qi dynasty, he decided to take 2 bowls and sit on the doorstep to eat. Song Jishua was not exactly a rich kid in his past life, but as an only child, he had almost everything he wanted. He thought these happy days would last forever. However, on the day he received his college acceptance letter at the age of 18, he went home to share the good news with his parents, only to find them looking serious. They told him they had already divorced and had been pretending for years. They each had new families and would have told him sooner if it weren't for the college entrance exam. This news hit him hard, like a thunderbolt. His parents probably thought they had done enough for him and left some money before disappearing from his life completely. After they left, Song Jishua began living alone. Although he searched for them later, neither parent wanted him back, and he didn't want to make things worse, so he started his own life. Fortunately, a caring neighbor often checked on him. Otherwise, he might have gone down the wrong path. After 4 years of college, he followed the neighbor's son's advice and became a civil servant, securing a stable job, which allowed him to truly be himself. One night, after a heavy drinking session, he passed out and woke up as Song Sai, the 4th grandson of the Song family in the Great Qi dynasty. His grandfather, Song Danian, and grandmother, Zhang Yuxia, had 3 sons. the eldest Song Daenyu, the second Song Eunyu, and his father Song Sanyu, with names that were simple and straightforward. His uncle and aunt, Jiang Yuegui, had 2 sons and a daughter. The eldest, Song Dae, was 11, the second, Song was 10, and the eldest daughter, Song Dahua, was 9. His second uncle and aunt, Li Tsueju, had 1 son and 2 daughters. The third son, Song Sanha, was 7. The second daughter, Song Erhua, was 9, and the third daughter, Song Sanhua, was 8. His parents, Wang Chunyun and Song Sanyu, had only him, Song Sai. Once again, he was an only child, but this time, Song Sai felt more grounded. In his past life, although he lacked nothing materially, his parents had likely stopped loving him long ago. Now, things were different. Song Sanyu, though unreliable, would bring home wild fruits and share them with his mother and him. His mother loved him dearly, often warming his cold feet against her belly in winter. Song Zhishue remembered all these moments, so now he was Song Sai. Even though he had some memories from his past life, he was truly born to his mother and was the only one in this world to experience being a child again. Wang Chunyun was drinking fish soup and noticed her son lost in thought like a little adult. She leaned forward and picked a small piece of fish from her bowl, placing it into her son's bowl with chopsticks. Song Zhishue saw the extra fish in his bowl and immediately knew it was from his parents. In fact, old Mrs. Zhang favored him. When they were dividing the fish soup earlier, she had already given him a decent piece of fish. Although no one at the table commented, it was clear that without his father, they wouldn't have such delicious fish soup today. As Song Zhishue turned to speak, he noticed his father approaching, looking like he wanted to give him more meat, even leaving behind a steamed bun. Song Zhishue smiled, appreciating how wonderful this world was and how great his parents were. From now on, he was Song Sai, and Song Sai was him. The children at the table drinking fish soup looked enviously at Uncle San's family. Although Uncle San was lazy, he was genuinely good to little C. Since he only had 1 child, all the good food went to Sai. While his own parents were also good, comparisons made the differences clear. Auntie was sipping her fish soup while her eyes darted towards Uncle San's family. She had clearly seen Grandma give a large piece of fish to Uncle San's child, while her own sons, Dae and had only received 1 piece between them. Naturally, she felt uncomfortable. Thinking this, she pouted and said in a sour tone, "Mom, my sons Dae and are older than Sai. If Sai can have a whole piece of fish, why can't my 2 boys have 1 each? You can't be biased. Dae is the eldest grandson." Auntie also noticed and felt dissatisfied, but this time she was smart enough to keep quiet, though her unhappy expression was obvious to everyone. After a recent argument, the tension was rising again. Song Dajing looked sternly at his 2 sons and scolded, "Eldest second. Do you have any complaints?" Song Daenyu was happily enjoying the delicious fish soup when he suddenly caught his father's glare. He quickly shook his head. No, you both are right. He knew his wife often got upset over Uncle San's family, but he didn't think it was a big deal. After all, every family has some conflicts. Even if Uncle San was a bit lazy, he was still his own brother. "Dad, I don't have any complaints either." Song Eunyu immediately expressed his loyalty, saying that although he had his own motives, he was just indulging in some talk. Besides, people are often soft when they receive favors. The eldest sister-in-law is short-sighted and always wants to take advantage. When Jiang and Li saw the old man glaring at their husbands, they quickly lowered their heads. The old man was clearly reprimanding both families. They pretended to be unconvinced, but it was obvious he favored one side. Old Mrs. Zhang felt her anger rising when she saw her 2 daughters-in-law refusing to be disciplined. She slammed her chopsticks on the table and shouted, "What's wrong? Can't even a fish soup silence you? If you don't want to drink it, there are plenty of people who will." Yes, the third son was lazy this afternoon, but he didn't get that laziness for free. "Could you catch such a big fish? If anyone claims they can, I'll give you time to be lazy next time, but you must catch something to eat first." "Who dares? Who would dare?" The third son catching a fish was just luck. No one spoke up, and the elder and second sisters-in-law didn't dare to breathe. They had brought up the topic, and what if they were asked to catch something? They had never done that. Seeing the situation, the children quickly drank the fish soup and rushed outside to play while it was still light. Others were afraid of Old Song and his wife, but Old Song Sen wasn't scared. After giving his son some fish, he chuckled, "Mother is right. If there's good food, it shouldn't silence anyone. Besides, my son still needs to eat." He reached for the bowls of the eldest and second sisters-in-law. The elder sister-in-law forced a smile and said, "Old San, your sister-in-law is just joking." She quickly drank her fish soup. The second sister-in-law also hurried to drink her soup, smiling, "Old San, it's all you. We couldn't catch such a big fish." "Exactly, little brother, your sisters-in-law are just joking. You don't need to take it seriously," Uncle Song said, trying to ease the tension. What happened today could be a big deal or a small one, but it was something that happened almost daily, and Song Sai was already used to it. His uncle, Song Daenyu, was a hard-working and honest man, while his wife, Jiang Yuegui, was quite the opposite. She often brought up the favoritism of the third branch, believing that since she had two sons, she deserved the most attention. Whenever something happened in the third branch that she didn't like, she would make a big fuss, usually encouraging the second sister-in-law to take the lead. People often say that the eldest son is simple-minded and the second son is clever. This saying fits Song Erniu, his uncle, perfectly. Although he usually smiles, he is actually quite cunning and enjoys scheming. His wife, Li Tsuejiu, on the other hand, is naive and often gets encouraged by the aunt to target the third family. As for his parents, they are extremely lazy, thinking that since he is their only child, there's no need to work hard. In his father Song Sania's words, "We have just one child, so why do so much work?" In the end, it just benefits the first and second families. His mother, Wang, gradually agreed with her husband and started to cut corners in her work, leading the couple to say, "What pot matches what lid? Two people can't fit in one blanket." Despite this, his older siblings treat him well and sometimes even share bird eggs with him when they go out. Although the couple complains about the third family, they actually favor them more in their hearts and actions. They say that the youngest son is the greatest, but in the Song family, it seems to mean the youngest son and grandson. Song Sai believes that his charm and sweet talk are what help him get by. In his past life, he read some time travel novels where the main character always had a special system, but he has nothing like that. Besides remembering his past life, he feels he has no other advantages. He wonders if this isn't really time travel but just a simple rebirth, missing the usual process of drinking Mengpa soup. At 4 years old, Song Sai has started to think about his future. He can't really spend his whole life working in the fields. In his past life, he was a civil servant, so he feels he must achieve something in this life. In these years in the small mountain village, he hasn't learned much. He knows this dynasty is called the Great Qi Dynasty and that his home is in Jinfeng County by Shui Town Song Family Village. He suspects he has traveled to an alternate time since he never heard of the Great Qi in his modern memories. Song Family Village is small, with fewer than 50 households, all related to the Song family. The neighbors get along well. The village is backed by a mountain, which gives it a good location. Although there were natural disasters in recent years, they managed to survive thanks to the wild vegetables from the nearby Crooked Neck Mountain. However, everyone only dares to wander at the foot of the mountain. They do not go deep into the mountains. There are stories from the older generation in the village about someone who went into the mountains and has not returned to this day. Because of this, the elders of Songjia village often use this tale to scare the children. Overall, Songjia village is quite poor. For example, in their family, everyone wears old clothes. Even the shirt he is wearing was passed down from his older cousins. He has never worn new clothes in his life and has never even seen fabric in bright colors. Most of his clothes are made of rough gray or blue cloth. Not only do they have poor clothing, but their food situation is even worse. Every day, they eat coarse corn buns with various wild vegetable soups, and there is hardly any oil in their stomachs. Moreover, in ancient times, iron tools were expensive, and since Song Sai came here, he has never had a proper stir-fried meal. Every day, They just boil everything together. As long as it fills their stomachs, that's good enough. They don't care about the taste or appearance of the food, and they can only afford a little salt to add some flavor. In ancient times, salt was controlled by the government and was much more expensive than grain. He had heard his father say that a pound of salt cost 100 coins, so when they cooked, they were careful to measure out the salt. With their food and clothing in such poor condition, their living situation is even worse. Their family has only 6 earthen houses, and there are 2 thatched houses in front, one for cooking and the other for storing various tools and firewood. The 2 easternmost earthen houses belong to the main family, the 2 in the middle belong to the second family, and the 2 on the right include one for the elderly couple and one for their family. They usually eat at the elderly couple's place, and when guests come, they are also entertained there. So, the elderly couple's room serves as both a bedroom and a dining area. There is no way around it. There are only so many rooms, and most families in the village are in similar situations, with some even worse, crammed into just 3 rooms. All of this is hard for Song Sai to accept. Even after 4 years, he still struggles with it, especially regarding the few hens they keep for eggs, which his grandmother treats like treasures, bringing them inside at night. She worries about weasels at night, but their family does have a yard and a chicken coop. However, the old Zhang family, who are open to negotiation on many matters, cannot agree on this, even for their beloved little grandson. Eventually, Song Sai understood, as those hens could bring in over 200 coins a month for the family. Now, going to town to work can earn a maximum of 30 coins in a day, and it's hard to find work even a few times a year. So having a stable income is not easy at all. Son, what are you thinking about? After taking a refreshing cold shower, Song Sanyu walked back into the house, still damp. He saw his son staring out the window and gently asked. Wang Shi took advantage of the last bit of light outside to tidy up the room. Hearing her husband's words, she looked at their son with concern. Their son was very different from other children his age. He didn't like playing with the kids in the village. Even when he went out, he always came back clean. At just 4 years old, he insisted on washing his face and brushing his teeth every morning and washing his feet every night. He expected his parents to keep clean too. Otherwise, he would look at them with disapproval. Oh, I just want to eat meat. Song Sai quickly changed the subject, fearing his parents would worry more. As soon as he said this, the couple forgot about their son's daydreaming and looked worried. However, since their son rarely asked for something to eat, Song Sanyu was determined to help. He turned and walked toward the old couple's room. After a short while, Song Sanyu returned with a happy expression. He took an egg from his pocket and proudly said, Look, son, this is an egg I got just for you. It's already evening, so we can't cook it now, but tomorrow I'll take you to Rhineck Mountain to roast it. How does that sound? Song Sai looked at the egg and swallowed hard. Yes, I want to eat it tomorrow. He really wanted to eat it. At 4 years old, he could count on one hand how many times he had eaten meat. Seeing the egg made him crave it even more. Luckily, his father was favored, so even if they couldn't have meat often, they could have an egg every now and then. Perhaps because he occasionally got to eat eggs, he looked much cleaner than his cousins. When he smiled, he had 2 little dimples, which made his grandparents adore him even more. Seeing their son finally look like a happy child, the couple relaxed. Wang Shi placed him in bed and sang a lullaby to help him sleep. Song Sanyu sat outside the bed, fanning him gently. With the soft lullaby and the cool breeze, Song Sai slowly drifted off to sleep. Before going to bed, he thought, no matter how tough the conditions are here, with such loving parents, Song Sai would choose this place again without hesitation if given another chance. The next day, the sky began to lighten. In the yard, he heard his grandparents letting the chickens out of the coop, and the hens clucked happily. In summer, it gets light early. The old couple couldn't sleep and started cooking in the kitchen. When the smell of porridge filled the air, the yard became lively again. They had mostly finished the work in the fields a few days ago, and after breakfast, they planned to check if any seedlings needed to be replanted. Only the men would go for this task, so the women stayed behind. With so many chores at home delayed, they needed to make the most of their free time. The children were free to play, and except for the eldest cousin Dahu who stayed behind, the others quickly dropped their chopsticks and ran outside. Of course, Song Sai was one of those who stayed home. However, once everyone left, he grabbed the small cloth bag his mother had sewn for him and went out. Wang Chunyan saw her son leave and just glanced at him before returning to her sewing. At first, she worried about him going out alone, but after several times without any injuries, she felt reassured. Besides, their village was small and the fields weren't far. She could see most of it from home, so there was no need to worry. Song Sai had eggs in his pocket and walked slowly toward the fields. His father had said he would roast some eggs for him today and told him to come find him later. In the fields, Song Danian and his sons were looking for spots that needed seedlings. They had worked hard the previous days, so there weren't many areas needing attention today. After checking around, the old man decided to take his sons back home. Although their busy farming season was over, there were still many chores to do, like fetching water and gathering firewood, which required the men's strength. Seeing his youngest son dawdling, Song Danian chose not to say anything. Since farming was done, he didn't want to waste words and simply walked with his eldest and second sons toward the foot of the Crooked Neck Mountain. In the morning, the seedlings swayed gently in the breeze, resembling a beautiful green ocean. The sunlight broke through the clouds and shone on the seedlings, giving the green sea a golden glow. Song Sai had been in this ancient place for several years, and every time he saw such beauty, he felt something different in his heart. As he arrived at his family's field, he heard his father, Song Sanyu, angrily shouting not far away, "Darn it! How dare this thing suck my blood? I'll crush you!" He stomped his feet on the ground. Song Sai hurried over to see a dark worm lying on the ground, still wriggling even after his father had stomped on it a few times. Upon closer inspection, Song Sai recognized it as a leech. Just a couple of days ago, he had seen one in the rice field, but his mother had made sure his pants were tightly secured, so he hadn't been bitten. Now it had gotten his father instead. Noticing a bright red spot on his father's calf, which was still oozing blood, Song Sai quickly ran to pick some leaves from a plant nearby, chewed them, and then applied them to his father's leg. Although it didn't stop the bleeding immediately, after a while, the bleeding did cease. Song Sanyu patted his son's head and smiled. "My son is amazing. You even know that this plant can stop bleeding." Song Sai chuckled. He hadn't known before, but his kind neighbor who ran a clinic had taught him a few things while he helped out occasionally. He joked, "I just remembered seeing my grandmother do this." Seeing his son's clean face and bright eyes filled Song Sanyu with affection. He bent down and hugged his son, laughing, "Let's go, I'll take you to get some eggs." "Yay, eggs!" Song Sai cheered. Carrying his son, Song Sanyu went to a slightly remote spot at the foot of Crooked Neck Mountain, built a fire, and tossed the eggs in. Then, he crossed his arms behind his head and relaxed beside the fire. Suddenly, Song Sai had a bright idea. Why hadn't he thought of selling herbs? With such a large mountain, there must be many herbs. If his parents dug them up and sold them, their family could do well. Excited, he shook his sleepy father awake. "Dad, I have a great idea to make money." Song Sanyu, who had been dozing off, perked up at the mention of money. "What is it?" "Dad, let's sell herbs." "The Crooked Neck Mountain is so big, it must have a lot of herbs," said Song Sanyu. He laughed and replied, "Son, money isn't that easy to make. There are herbs in the mountains, but the shops in the city won't buy them. They have special collectors for that, and it's not something we country folks can get involved in." Hearing this, Song Sai looked disappointed. He thought he could use his knowledge of some herbs, but it turned out to be a monopoly. Seeing his son's sad face, Song Sanyu comforted him. "It's not that they won't buy anything. At least they do buy ginseng and reishi mushrooms." This was too comforting. Ginseng and reishi are not something you just find anywhere. In all these years, no one from Songjia village has found them on Crooked Neck Mountain. If herbs won't sell, what about leeches? Yes, leeches. They have great value in traditional medicine. Leeches can treat blood stagnation, help with women's menstrual issues, reduce local bruising and pain, treat eye diseases, lower blood lipids, regulate blood pressure, dissolve blood clots, and more. It's the season for planting rice, and there are plenty in the fields. If they catch some leeches to sell, it could be a good way to make money. Song Sanyu pulled a clean egg from the fire, cooled it, and handed it to his son gently, saying, "Son, eat this quickly, and then we'll go home." Song Sai took the egg, broke a piece off for his father, and ate the rest in small bites. Song Sanyu enjoyed the egg white, feeling very pleased. His son was so thoughtful. He had never seen the older kids in the family be this caring. "Dad, how about we catch leeches?"
Song Sai suggested.
"Why would we catch those? They look creepy," Song Sanyu replied dismissively.
"Come on, Dad."
"Let's try. We can take some to the city shop and see if they buy them," Song Sai said with his big, shiny eyes, playfully asking, since he was still young and could afford to be a little spoiled. Seeing his son's cute, playful expression, Song Sanyu affectionately said, "All right, I'll catch some. Tomorrow is market day in town. I'll ask around."
"Great."
"You're the best, Dad. If we make money, we can buy meat." Song Sai continued to flatter his father. Hearing this made Song Sanyu smile widely. After eating the egg, he went to the rice fields to catch leeches as his son requested. Curious villagers asked what he was doing, and he just smiled, saying he was catching them to feed the chickens. Although he was indeed catching them to please his son, who knows, it might actually make money. Song Sanyu was no fool. If there was money to be made, he would earn it himself. In the rice field, there were quite a few meat-eating worms. Song Sanyu caught them for about half an hour, and his son's small bag was filled. Song Sai looked on with satisfaction, nodding his head and estimating that there were more than 2 pounds. After returning home for lunch, he symbolically tossed 2 worms to the hens. Jiang and Li noticed that their little brother came back empty-handed, and their expressions turned sour. Jiang said, "Third brother, you didn't just catch 2 worms, did you? Your older brothers came back with several bundles of firewood." Li nodded repeatedly, "Exactly. Third brother, you're a father now. You can't be so unreliable." Song Sanyu didn't care and replied nonchalantly, "My older brothers have many children, so they need to work harder. We only have 1 child, so there's no need to be so busy. Sister-in-law, stop keeping such a close eye on me. Your eldest and second sons are not small anymore. Have they saved enough for their wedding? Our house only has a few rooms, so don't think about marrying off your daughter if you run out of money. Second sister-in-law, you should be careful since you have 2 daughters." Jiang was not pleased to hear this and sneered, "Third brother, it's not that I'm criticizing you. We are family, so why make such a clear distinction? Besides, Dae and are also your nephews. Shouldn't you, as their uncle, help out? Your family only has 1 boy, and in the future, you will still rely on us. Once her 2 children grow up and get married, it would definitely cost money from the public funds. If the third brother doesn't work and earn money, it would surely affect her sons' marriages." She thought that when her sons got married, she would definitely exclude this third brother.
"Huh.
"Sister-in-law, you have such nice thoughts. Don't worry, I won't rely on your family," he said, not even looking at Jiang's displeased expression, and took his son back to his room. Jiang was furious, and as she turned to speak to Li, she saw Li looking at her warily. This made her even angrier, and she silently cursed, though her face showed nothing. "Second sister-in-law, don't listen to the little brother. He's just trying to stir up trouble between us." Before Li could respond, Wang, who had been sitting quietly under the eaves, smiled and said, "Exactly. Sanyu is just talking for fun. He wouldn't really do that. But Dae and are of similar ages, and if both get married at the same time, even public funds might not be enough." Both sisters-in-law were not foolish and could easily understand Wang's implication. Jiang felt that if her son didn't have enough money to marry in the future, it wouldn't be a big deal for the second branch to marry off a daughter since girls are meant to be given away anyway. Li listened to Wang's words and thought that the third family's point was valid. They also had a son, and the first branch had indeed benefited more over time. She felt a bit dissatisfied and secretly thought that when they returned home, the men should do less work. After Wang finished speaking, she didn't care what the 2 sisters-in-law thought and went back into the house. Inside, Song Sai was acting cute. The reason he was being cute was that he wanted to go to town with his father to see the world. He had been here for 4 years and had never left Songjia village. He was eager to explore and learn about the prices of things in this era.
Dad, please take me with you.
Son, it takes us an hour to get to town. Do you think your little body can handle it? Song Sania looked at his son's small frame with doubt. Seeing his father's expression soften, Song Sai straightened up and said, "No problem. It's just walking." Wang found her son's enthusiastic demeanor amusing. "Oh, come on. Don't tease him. I bet your mother will say, you should go sell eggs today. I'll carry the eggs, and you can carry your son. It's time for a boy to see the world." Song Sania chuckled. "Isn't it fun to have my son act cute? I couldn't help but tease him." Song Sai thought, so I could have gone anyway and my dad is just being silly. Hey, what's this? Why is it still moving? Wang couldn't wait to open it. When Song Sai tried to stop her, Wang turned pale with fright and jumped up, covering her chest. "Oh my goodness! How could you bring something so creepy back? You're going to scare me to death." Song Sanyu, if Sai doesn't understand, why don't you? Are you itching for trouble? She marched up to Song Sanyu and firmly grabbed his ear. "It hurts."
Ouch.
"Be gentle."
I'm innocent.
"Chunyun, are you trying to harm your husband?" Song Sanyu managed to escape her grip, rubbing his still warm ear in grievance. "Hey, you're the one feeling wronged? My son is usually very clean. There's no way he would do such a thing. It must be you. Don't bring chicken feed into the house. Take it outside, or you'll find it crawling into your bed at night." "Mom," Song Sai said quietly, pulling his head in. Wang paused with her hands on her hips. Her angry expression softened instantly, and she spoke gently. "Why are you calling for your mother?" "Mom, actually, it was me who asked Dad to catch this." Wang looked doubtful. "Did your dad tell you to say that?" Song Sai looked embarrassed. "Mom, it really was me. I thought this meat-eating bug might sell for money, so I asked Dad to catch some from the rice field." Yes, it was my idea." "This is really an unexpected trouble," Song Sania said, rubbing his ears and looking hurt. One didn't think anything was wrong and was curious about her son's idea. Can it really sell?
Who told you that?
Song Sai waved his hand. "My intuition told me." His neighbor in his past life had that kind of intuition. Wang nodded thoughtfully, then asked, "Who is this intuition? I haven't heard of it in our Song family village." After some coaxing, Wang agreed with her son's idea. If he wanted to take it, let him, since they were going to the town tomorrow, anyway. Sure enough, at lunchtime, old Zhang suggested that their third son go to Baishui town to sell eggs. They had a steady supply of eggs and knew how much they were worth. The older siblings weren't worried about the youngest taking advantage, but the cousins at the table looked at Sai with envy. The younger kids tentatively asked their parents, who replied, "It's such a long way, and you won't have money for food. What can you do there?" The kids hung their heads in disappointment, feeling very sad. Although old Zhang was a bit biased, seeing her grandchildren like this made her heart ache. She said to the third son, "When you go to sell the eggs, bring back a pound of meat." As soon as she said this, the disappointed kids perked up, and even the adults looked happy.
Meat.
They hadn't had it in a long time, and they would finally get to taste it tomorrow. Seeing the children so happy, old Zhang felt much better. If the kids were joyful, then let them enjoy this treat. They could buy less during the festival. The next morning, the sky began to lighten. Wang started urging her husband to leave early for the market, or they would miss lunch at home. Missing lunch was not an option. Song Sanyu woke up and saw his son still sleeping soundly, his little face rosy. He didn't want to wake him and smiled at Wang, saying, "Don't wake him. I'll carry him on my back, so he can sleep." Wang was also thinking the same thing. Since they didn't have much to carry today, the two of them went to the old couple's house to get breakfast for 3 people and then set off. Wang carried a basket for eggs, while Song Sanyu carried his son on his back. To protect his son from the bright sun, he even covered him with a layer of clothing. Song Sai was a bit excited last night. He joked that if he had to stay in one place for 4 years and suddenly got to go out, he would definitely be happy. The excitement made him stay up a little late, and he only woke up when they were almost in town, startled awake by the need to use the bathroom. When he realized his father had carried him such a long way, he felt a bit uneasy. "Hey, my little lazy pig is awake," Song Sanyu said with a chuckle, noticing the movement on his back. Wang carefully set down the basket, took out a steamed bun, and placed it in her son's hand. She then took out a boiled egg that old Zhang had specially prepared for her grandson, peeling it for him. Wang fed her son bit by bit, and Song Sai didn't feel uncomfortable at all. After all, it was normal for his parents to spoil him. To prevent his son from choking, Song Sanyu took down the water pouch he was carrying and let his son drink a couple of sips before feeling at ease. After Song Sai took care of his needs by the roadside, they continued on their way. As they traveled, more people appeared on the road, each carrying something. Some had small handmade items, others carried sacks of grain to sell, and some, like his mother, had baskets, likely filled with eggs. Most were from nearby villages, and some even recognized Song Sanyu, greeting him politely. Just then, a strong man, as sturdy as a tower, approached from another direction, holding 2 wild chickens and 3 wild rabbits. Seeing Song Sanyu, he smiled widely and said, "Brother Sen heading to town too?" Song Sanyu responded with a smile, "Yes, Juzi, you had a good catch this time." He gave a thumbs up. The man named Juzi laughed a couple of times and then curiously looked at Song Sai. The boy was fair-skinned with bright black eyes, making him instantly likable. Juzi then said, "Brother San, your son looks really good. He seems clever." Hearing this, Song Sanyu felt happier than if he had received praise himself. Proudly, he said, "He mainly looks like me, haha." Wang shot her husband an annoyed glance. The people in Songjia village all said that Sai looked more like her, but she still wanted to give her husband face in public and didn't argue back. Soon, they arrived at the town gate, where 3 characters were written. The strokes were a bit complex, but it probably meant Bai Shui Town. Bai Shui Town has a small market every 5 days and a big market every 10 days. During festivals, there are 3 consecutive days of big markets. Everyone remembers these dates, so the town is quite busy. However, Song Sai felt a bit disappointed. The town was not as bustling as he had imagined. The houses had changed from thatched cottages and mud houses to brick houses. The clothing had shifted from coarse fabric to cotton. There were many shops in the town, selling various goods, hair accessories, small combs, and bracelets. There were also vendors selling wontons, noodles, and large meat buns, which made Song Sai's mouth water. When Song Sanyu arrived in town, he separated from Uncle Zhu. Seeing his son's curiosity, he patiently explained, "Your Uncle Zhu is a hunter. He dares to go into Crooked Neck Mountain, and the game he catches is usually sold at the town's restaurants. Once sold, he can go home. Being a hunter is great, you get to eat meat." The Song family arrived quite early, so there were still good spots available. Song Sanyu chose a place next to a family selling mountain goods, set down the basket, and started selling. Song Sai had already seen several vendors selling eggs, but at this time, eggs were quite valuable and many people were buying them, usually in 5s or 8s. This showed that the families in town were not doing particularly well. 1 egg costs 2 coins, which is a fixed price. Unless they are smaller and sold for 1.5 coins, the rest are 2 coins, no negotiation. The Song family had only 5 chickens and generally 1 chicken lays 1 egg a day. They sell every 10 days, which means 50 eggs. However, sometimes Grandma Zhang is reluctant to deny her grandchildren, so she takes out a few to make vegetable egg soup. Plus, she occasionally gives a couple to her little grandson, so this time they only brought 44 eggs. The eggs were all about the same size. A few smaller ones had already been eaten by the children and Song Sai. After a while, Song Sai couldn't sit still. He wanted to go out and see the prices in this era. Oh, and he had the meat worm in his little bag to sell. Song Sai tugged at his father's clothes and said eagerly, "Dad, we still need to go to the pharmacy." Right, I almost forgot. Song Sanyu suddenly remembered what his son wanted to do. "Chunyun, I'm taking Sai to the pharmacy. You keep selling the eggs until we return." "Got it. Take care of our son," Wang said, feeling a bit worried. Understood. Song Sanyu replied and led his son to a nearby pharmacy. In Miaochuan Hall, a shop assistant was preparing medicine, while a middle-aged man, looking like the owner, was busy calculating on an abacus. Although Song Sanyu was a farmer, he was naturally fearless and walked in with his son without hesitation. Seeing customers arrive, the shop assistant quickly came out with a smile and asked, "What medicine would you like to buy?" Even though the father and son looked like country folks, anyone coming in to buy medicine surely had money. The owner glanced up briefly and then returned to his calculations. Song Sanyu asked with a smile, "Do you accept herbal materials?" The shop assistant was taken aback. Were this father and son herbal gatherers? That wouldn't work, as Miaochuan Hall already had several gatherers. He shook his head and said, "We don't need herbal materials. You should try another shop." Song Sanyu was just asking casually, so he thought it was normal that they didn't accept them and was about to take his son back. "Uncle, this is not ordinary herbal material. You should take a look first." A sudden, sweet voice came from the counter. The owner, Lu, looked up to see a little one on tiptoes trying to speak to him. Finding the child amusing, he put down the abacus and smiled. "Oh, I'd like to see what this special herbal material is." He then walked out from behind the counter. Song Sanyu quickly handed over a small bag he was holding. Lu opened it and looked up at Song Sanyu with curiosity, asking, "How did you know this is herbal material?" Song Sanyu was surprised, not expecting his son's playful comment to actually have value. "I thought it was fun and figured this fat worm might be worth something, so I asked Dad to catch some to sell and try." Lu carefully examined Song Sai, and a hint of admiration crossed his face. He smiled. "Not bad, this child is clever. This worm is called a leech. It is indeed a type of herbal material and has a good price." Hearing that the price was good, Song Sanyu's spirits lifted. "But your leeches are fresh and not dried, so the price will." Lu paused here. I understand. Just give me what you think is fair," Song Sanyu thought to himself, as long as there was money involved. Manager Lu nodded and smiled. "Live ones are 60 coins per pound, and dried ones are 400 coins per pound. I estimate you have a bit over 2 pounds here. How about I give you 150 coins? Song Sanyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this little thing so expensive? Song Sai, acting a bit mature, nodded. In his past life, a good quality pound of live leeches was sold for over 2,000 coins. 60 coins for live ones was decent, especially since it took about 5 to 6 pounds of live ones to make 1 pound of dried ones. It had to be a good quality catch, though. Otherwise, it would take 10 pounds to make 1 pound of dried ones. So, Manager Lu's offer was quite fair, and he didn't lowball them just because they were farmers. No, Manager, even for 2 pounds, you can give me 120 coins, and the rest can be a gift for you, Song Sanyu quickly replied. Song Sai agreed in his heart, thinking his father was quite impatient. No wonder he struggled with farm work. He seemed to have a mind for business, which was good. Manager Lu cheerfully said, "All right, it seems like I got a good deal today." With the manager's approval, the shop assistant went to the counter to count the coins. Song Sai's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he asked, "Uncle, can I catch some more next time and sell them to you?" Song Sanyu had intended to say the same thing but was surprised that his son spoke up first. Seeing his son was clever, he let him take the lead. Manager Lu was a bit surprised. This child looked only 4 or 5 years old, yet could think of such things. A look of appreciation appeared on his face, and after a moment of thought, he said, "We can buy them, but our shop is small and doesn't need that much stock. However, other pharmacies in town might want them. Manager, then we'll catch more at home and you can buy what you need. We can check other pharmacies for the rest," Song Sanyu said with a smile. Seeing the father and son looking at him with eager expressions, Manager Lu smiled and said, "All right." With the approval, the father and son were delighted. The shop assistant finished counting the coins, strung them together with a piece of thread, and handed them to Song Sanyu. He happily accepted the coins, feeling their weight in his hands, which made him even happier. After exchanging polite words with Manager Lu, they left the shop. With the coins in hand, Song Sai wanted to learn about the prices in the Daki dynasty, so he looked up and said, "Dad, let's go to the general store. I want to buy something to eat." Song Sanyu had no reason to refuse, especially since there were so many leeches in the field, so he readily replied, "All right, let's go buy something to eat." When Song Sai arrived at the grocery store, he noticed that it had a good variety of items, with prices written on small wooden boards at the front for customers to see easily. After a quick glance, he realized that the prices were reasonable, but still too high for his village. For example, white flour was 20 won per pound and fine rice was 18 won per pound, which ordinary families could hardly afford. However, coarse flour at 8 won per pound, brown rice at 5 won per pound, and corn at 3 won per pound were more popular among farmers, as they only needed enough to fill their stomachs. He was shocked to see that sugar and salt were even more expensive. A pound of cane sugar cost 100 won, and a pound of salt was an astonishing 200 won. Nowadays, a day's work only earned about 30 won, meaning he would have to work 6 or 7 days just to buy a pound of salt. He understood that in ancient times, salt was controlled by the government and private sales were not allowed. After learning the basic prices of grains, Song Sai decided to go home. Although he was tempted by the items in the grocery store, he couldn't afford any of them. Besides, he wondered where he would keep them and how he would eat them. These were all issues, unless they separated their household, which was impossible for now. His 2 cousins from his uncle's family were of similar age, and his grandparents would definitely not agree. His aunt would also be very reluctant to separate the family unless they earned a lot of money. Song Sai felt indifferent towards his uncles and second uncles' families. He neither liked them nor disliked them. Although his aunts could be quite talkative, his uncles were decent, and his cousins treated him well. So he didn't mind the idea of staying together as a family. It was just a bit inconvenient when it came to sharing food. Song Sanyu thought his son was very sensible for not asking for anything in the grocery store. When they reached the bun seller, before Song Sai could say anything, Song Sanyu generously bought 3 meat buns for a total of 9 won. The elderly woman wrapped the buns in oil paper, smiling as she took the money. Song Sanyu accepted the large meat buns wrapped in oil paper and took a deep breath, looking very satisfied. He handed 1 bun to his son with a smile and said, "Son, eat up." Song Sai didn't hold back and took a big bite. As he chewed, he felt like crying. The taste was both familiar and strange. The freshly steamed meat bun was still hot, and with the first bite it was a bit too hot to handle. Song Sai couldn't help but keep making sounds of enjoyment, unwilling to spit out the delicious bite. Beside them, Song Sanyu saw his son eating happily and felt joyful too. However, thinking about the meatworms in the field, he took one out and started eating it without hesitation. When they reached Wang Chunyi's place, the 2 had already finished their buns. Wang was just wrapping up her sales and felt a bit anxious when her husband hadn't returned. But then she looked up and saw the 2 of them smiling, like cats that had stolen fish. Wang felt a surge of happiness. Could the meatworms really be worth money? Thinking this, she glanced at her husband, who gave her a proud look, and she immediately beamed with joy. However, it was getting late. Wang picked up the empty basket, while Song Sanyu held his son's hand as they headed to the butcher shop. Their mother had asked them to buy meat, so they couldn't forget. At the butcher shop, Song Sanyu bought a large piece of fatty meat and hurried home with his wife and son. Song Sai reluctantly glanced at the 2 pig trotters on the counter, thinking, "Next time, I must buy those to eat." Once they reached a quieter part of the road, Wang quietly asked Song Sanyu, "Sanyu, did you sell it? How much did you get?" Song Sanyu looked around like a thief before pulling out a string of coins from his pocket. Wang's eyes widened at the sight of so many coins, and she covered her mouth. After a moment, her eyes began to glisten with tears. "My dear son, you are truly our family's lucky star. Besides the 2 taels of bride price given by your grandparents when I married your father, and the 2 taels of dowry from your maternal grandfather, this is the first time I've seen so much money." Wang was filled with excitement as she looked at Song Sai with soft eyes. In truth, the 4 taels of silver had long been spent. When she was pregnant with Sai, she had a fall just days before giving birth, and the baby arrived early. She thought the delivery would go smoothly and that the fall wouldn't have any impact. However, after giving birth to Sai, she couldn't conceive again. Later, when she consulted a doctor, she learned that her chances of having another child were very slim unless she was well taken care of and not overworked, which was impossible in the Song family. The couple didn't lose hope and secretly tried some remedies, but after spending the 2 taels of silver, there was still no improvement. Eventually, they gave up and focused more on Sai, as he was their only child. However, their son was different from others. He was smart, tidy, and very understanding, and now he had given her such a big surprise. Song Sai felt a bit shy, but was also proud to receive praise.
Dad, buns.
Quickly eat the buns. After you finish, drink some water. If you go back and the others smell the meat, we'll be in trouble. Song Sanyu took out a warm bun from his pocket and handed it to his wife, reminding her again with concern. Wang Shi was not foolish. She knew the father and son had already eaten, so she happily enjoyed her bun. However, when she reached the meat filling, she insisted on feeding it to Song Sai, making sure he had to eat it.
This was a sweet dilemma.
Seeing he couldn't refuse, Song Sai took a bite and then climbed onto his father's back, refusing to take another bite. Wang Shi could only finish the bun herself, but she felt very happy. Even though she had only one son, he was worth 3. After drinking some water, they sniffed each other to confirm they didn't smell like meat, and then they quickened their pace. The sun was shining brightly, and the grass by the roadside looked wilted. After a short walk, Song Sanyu felt sorry for his son and carried him on his back. They walked quickly on the way back, and with the money they earned, they chatted and laughed until they reached Songjia village. On the way, Wang Shi repeatedly reminded her son, "Don't mention anything about selling. Just act like you don't know anything." Song Sai understood, but, being a child, simply nodded obediently. In Songjia village, every household was cooking at that time, and there weren't many people on the streets. As soon as Song Sanyu got home, he took the large piece of meat to the kitchen, where old Zhang was, and handed over the remaining coins as well. They had a total of 44 eggs, which should sell for 88 coins, but after buying the meat, only 70 coins were left. Old Zhang happily accepted the money and counted it before putting it away. In the kitchen, Jiang and Li, who were helping with the cooking, had just seen old Zhang count the coins and felt relieved, thinking it was about right. As long as the third son didn't take advantage, they were satisfied. Knowing that the third son didn't benefit, the two turned their attention to the large piece of meat on the counter. Jiang quickly stepped forward and said, "Mom, let me cook the meat.
You know I'm the best cook in the family."
Li also chimed in, "Mom, let me do it. The eldest sister is good at other dishes, but she can't cook meat as well as I can." Old Zhang understood what her 2 daughters-in-law were thinking. They just wanted to sneak a taste. With a calm expression, she replied, "I'll cook it myself. It's 18 coins a pound of meat. I can't let you waste it in one meal." Saying this, she picked up a knife and began to cut the meat. The Jiang and Li families finally stopped talking and helped old Mrs. Zhang in the kitchen. In Song Sanyu's room, the 3 of them were tired after traveling back and forth for 2 hours in the morning. They were already lying in bed to rest. Song Sai didn't feel much fatigue, since he had been carried by his father the whole time and hardly touched the ground. Seeing his parents sweating, he obediently picked up a fan to cool them down. Wang and Song Sanyu felt very touched by this. After resting for a while, Wang quietly said, "Sanyu, how do we catch the meat-eating worms? Should we tell the others in the big and second houses?" Song Sanyu thought for a moment, if we catch them ourselves, we can only get live ones, and we have to carry someone to catch them. We can't catch too many at once, and we can't dry them in the yard. We also need to sneak into town often. If we take too long, we will definitely be found out. "That's true. You just said on the way that live ones are worth 60 coins, and dried ones are worth 400. If we catch and dry more, we could earn a lot."
But
Wang paused, frowning. She didn't want to share such a profitable opportunity with her 2 sisters-in-law. Song Sanyu understood what his wife was thinking. He didn't want to share it either. He wanted to catch them himself. If he sold them, the money would be his. If everyone worked together, the money would be shared, and their little Sai would end up with nothing while doing all the work. Let's not rush. I'll think about it some more, Song Sanyu reassured his wife. Meanwhile, Song Sai was thinking quickly. His parents weren't foolish. They knew how to benefit their own family. If they shared this information now, the money would be shared, and in a couple of years it would be used for his two older cousins.
They wouldn't be happy about that.
Before they could come to a decision, the delicious smell from the kitchen wafted into the small room, overpowering their thoughts and making them eager to eat more meat. Outside, the cheerful voices of the children could be heard. The older cousins were fine, but the youngest cousin kept cheering at the kitchen door, while several girls gathered outside, enjoying the aroma. Song Dajing and his two sons in the yard were working faster on their farming tools. The whole family was focused on eating meat, with no other thoughts on their minds. Finally, old Mrs. Zhang's voice called out, "Dinner is ready." A few children rushed to the table and sat down like little firecrackers. Several adults quickly entered the room. Old Mrs. Wang came in with a plate of meat, while Mrs. Jiang carried a large bowl of brown rice, and Mrs. Li followed with a bowl of stir-fried greens. Everyone's attention was drawn to the plate of meat, and they could see nothing else. Old Mrs. Zhang wasted no time and used chopsticks to serve each family member a piece of meat, all cut to a similar size. After distributing the rice and greens, both adults and children began to eat. The fatty meat melted in the mouth, rich but not greasy, and everyone felt satisfied, even though there was only one piece. In Song Sai's opinion, the meat wasn't particularly tasty because there weren't many seasonings in ancient times. Old Mrs. Zhang only added a bit of salt and soy sauce, and nothing else. If she had added some sugar, cooking wine, or spices, it would have tasted better. But after learning about the prices of sugar and salt today, Song Sai understood the cost of a real plate of braised meat. However, for the farmers, having meat was already a treat, so they didn't care much about the taste. On the contrary, today the greens were particularly delicious, and Song Sai's stomach was quite full. The others at home also seemed happy. It was rare for Aunt and Second Aunt to be in such good spirits all day. It seemed the power of meat was quite strong. What was hard to watch was that third cousin only ate half of his piece of meat and left the other half in his hand, nibbling on it in the yard, making his face greasy, yet he didn't want to wipe it off. Usually, if he got his clothes dirty, Second Aunt would scold him, but today she hadn't gotten angry, proving the meat's influence once again. However, the power of the meat only lasted until the evening. That night, loud cries like a pig being slaughtered came from the east room. It turned out third cousin had taken the last small piece of meat to bed. When Second Aunt saw it, she scolded him and took the meat away. But seeing her son cry so sadly, she planned to give it back. However, the meat had disappeared, likely taken by a mouse. This made third cousin even sadder, and he cried intermittently until midnight. Song Sanyu and Wang discussed late into the night and decided to catch some themselves. Song Sai agreed, noting that the amount collected in town was limited. It was better to earn some money and keep it close, especially since their parents seemed to be preoccupied with things not suitable for children. He figured they might need a little brother or sister soon. After their discussion, Song Sanyu planned to go out at night when fewer people were around to catch some. If anyone saw him, he would say he was feeding the chickens. If he caught a lot, he could store them in his secret spot on the mountain where they could dry out. With no better options, they decided this was the way to go. After all, with so many family members around, if anyone found out, it would all be lost to them. Song Sai thought about how people visited the rice fields every day. Eventually, someone would notice something unusual. Remembering how leeches were caught in a video he saw, he suggested, "Dad, leeches like to be in water and mud. Maybe you could check the ditches or small ponds. It would be best to attract them with something a bit bloody." Song Sanyu agreed, patting his son's head and smiling, "You're smart, just like me." The next morning, the rooster crowed loudly, but Song Sai rolled over and continued to sleep. The hardworking villagers of Songjia village didn't sleep in, even during the off-farming season. They found tasks to do, like Song Danian and his sons weaving baskets and winnowing trays. Almost everyone in the village knew how to do these crafts. Although they didn't sell for much, they made some for home use and occasionally sold a few in town for a little money. The women went to the foot of the Crooked Neck Mountain to gather wild vegetables. Most of what they collected was for drying and storing for winter, as there were hardly any vegetables to eat then, aside from big vegetables and radishes. If they didn't store some now, winter would be tough. Even eating the same tasty food every day would get boring, let alone the less popular big vegetables and radishes. The little girls went with their grandmothers and aunts to gather wild vegetables, while the boys had a bit more freedom but still had to collect firewood. This was also for winter preparation. They couldn't wait until heavy snow covered everything to go up the mountain for firewood. Moreover, firewood could be sold, fetching 5 to 10 coins for a bundle. He picked up some things but couldn't start a business. It takes an hour to walk to the town, and carrying a bundle of firewood takes over an hour. He can only carry one bundle at a time, and making a round trip in a day is exhausting, earning only a few coins. It's not worth it. Besides, if he gets sick from the hard work, medical expenses will be even higher. Farmers fear medical bills the most. A few years ago, the little grandson of Old Song from the east side of the village got very sick and almost died. The whole village had to lend money to help treat him, leaving them with a huge debt. Farmers usually only have a little over one tael of silver for a whole year. Because of this, Old Song's sons often argued about dividing the family. So, farmers avoid getting sick at all costs. When sunlight streamed through the window and hit the little boy's eyes, Song Sai slowly woke up. His family had all gone out, leaving only Grandpa Song Danian in the yard weaving baskets. Seeing his sleepy grandson with a rosy face, Song Danian put down his basket and smiled as he approached, saying softly, "You must be tired from yesterday's trip to town. Your grandma saved you a bowl of thin porridge. I'll bring it to you, so wait at the table." Okay. After drinking the porridge, Song Sai wiped his mouth, grabbed his little cloth bag, said goodbye to his grandpa, and went out. He was going to catch leeches. As a child, others would just see him playing and wouldn't suspect anything. A pound of leeches is worth 60 coins, and his goal today was to catch a pound. He hoped to buy some snacks with the money, as it was really boring to have the same plain food every day. Song Sai found 2 small sticks by the roadside to use as chopsticks for catching leeches. There were still many people in the rice fields, and some families with larger plots were busy planting seedlings. At first, no one paid attention to the little boy, but after a while, his focused effort caught the curiosity of old Song Dafu, who was Song Sai's great-uncle. "Sai, what are you doing?" Hearing his great-uncle's voice, Song Sai looked up and smiled. "Great-uncle, I'm finding worms for our hen. If it eats a lot, it will lay more eggs." "Oh, Sai is really thoughtful," old Song Dafu praised with a smile. "But it's almost noon, and it's getting hot. You should hurry back, or you'll get sunburned, you know?" "Okay, I'll go back right away." "You should wear a straw hat too, great-uncle," Song Sai replied obediently. "Ha ha ha, you little one, I will." Song Dafu laughed heartily and felt a bit envious of his younger brother. He wished he had such a thoughtful grandson, unlike his own, who were quite troublesome. After filling the bag, he returned home satisfied. At the same time, Song Sanyu was also busy. He had gone out for a stroll after breakfast, and his family had grown used to his carefree attitude. Since it wasn't a busy farming season, the old man didn't mind him wandering around. Although his sisters-in-law found him annoying, they didn't constantly nag him. The crooked-necked mountain was vast, and if he went a little further, he wouldn't run into anyone. His secret base was here. After listening to his son last night, he specifically looked for small ditches and streams today, and he managed to catch quite a few. However, when he saw the leeches wriggling in the bag, he faced a dilemma. He needed to kill them before drying them out. But how could he do that? If he messed it up, they might not want them anymore. So, Song Sanyu quietly hid them at home. Song Sai knew that salt could kill them, but salt was expensive in ancient times, so they hesitated. Eventually, Song Sanyu secretly dug up some dirt and added it to the bag, hoping for the best. In the past few days, they had been busy and caught nearly 30 pounds. Song Sai felt like he could hear the leeches moving at night, and there was a strange smell in the house. One day, even old Mrs. Zhang noticed it and was about to come in to check, but Song Sanyu quickly sent her away with a few words. It would be bad if they were discovered. On the day they were to go to town, Song Sanyu was very excited. Their plan seemed to work. The leeches were doing well in the dirt. Early that morning, he took all the leeches out, put them in a bag, and placed it in his basket, covering it with wild vegetables to avoid suspicion. This time, Song Sanyu carried the basket on his back and held eggs in his hands, while Wang Shi led Song Sai toward the town. After walking for just a quarter of an hour, Wang Shi bent down to hold her son. Song Sai felt he could still walk a bit, but refusing was useless. Too much maternal love could be a burden. At home, the couple had calculated their earnings. They estimated that the 30 pounds of leeches could earn them about 1 or 2 taels of silver. 1 or 2 taels of silver. My goodness, it had only been 10 days. Last night, the couple counted their money and got so excited that they hardly slept at all. They even had some late-night activities, which really made it tough for Song Sai. Some people may seem asleep, but they are actually wide awake. When they arrived at Bai Shui town, Wang found a spot to sell eggs, while Song Sanyu carried a basket on his back and led his son into Maya Chuntang. Inside Maya Chuntang, the shop assistant saw the father and son and politely greeted them, saying welcome. Song Sanyu smiled and nodded, but felt a bit disappointed when he noticed the manager was not there. Song Sai was worried they might not sell anything this time. Seeing the disappointment on their faces, the shop assistant said, "The manager went to the county town but told me before he left to take in any leeches you might sell." "That's great." Song Sanyu sighed with relief, then set down the basket and opened the cloth bag, pointing inside. "We have quite a bit this time, about 30 pounds.
You can weigh it."
The shop assistant took a handful from the bag to look at it and smiled. "Not bad. They are all quite big and look good. Let me weigh them." He then picked up the scale from the table. "Wow, 32 pounds. You caught quite a lot this time," the shop assistant said cheerfully after weighing. Song Sanyu chuckled and replied, "That's all right. Wait a moment, let me count your money. For 32 pounds, that's 1 tael, 9 coins, and 21, the shop assistant said while calculating. Upon hearing this, Song Sanyu's smile widened, and after a moment, he happily said, "Just give me 1 tael and 9 coins. The 21 can be your tip for your hard work." "That won't do. I can't take your money," the shop assistant said with a smile, trying to refuse. He handed the counted money directly to Song Sanyu, saying, "Farmers have it tough. I won't take your money. You can take this home to help your family." After some back and forth, the shop assistant finally accepted 10 as a token, and both sides felt pleased. With the money in hand, Song Sanyu was so excited he didn't know which foot to step out with first. He held his chest tightly, thinking it looked suspicious. Song Sai, feeling embarrassed, quietly reminded him, "Dad, you're being too obvious.
Just walk normally."
Song Sanyu realized he was being too tense but was worried that if he didn't hold his chest, it would be too noticeable. So, Bai Shui town suddenly had a young man with a noticeable hunchback. Song Sai was silent. Wang was selling eggs, but her heart was racing with anxiety. She felt relieved when she saw the father and son approaching. However, her husband was acting like a nervous turtle, looking around suspiciously, which was quite embarrassing. When Song Sanyu saw his wife, he felt a lot of his tension ease. He took out his money pouch and handed it to Wang. She quickly tucked it into her clothes, feeling its weight, and suddenly thought being a nervous turtle wasn't so bad after all. After a quarter of an hour, the eggs were sold out, earning them 92 coins. The couple prepared to head home. But Song Sai was unhappy. He worked hard under the hot sun every day for a reason: to enjoy good food. Now that they had made some money, he hoped they would buy something nice for him. Last time, they even had meat buns. Wang Chunyu found it amusing that her son was always thinking about food. After all, earning money was for the children. She approached him gently and said, "Son, what do you want to eat?
Mom will buy it for you."
Finally hearing what he wanted to hear, Song Sai felt happier. He took Wang's hand and started exploring the market. Song Sanya followed behind with a basket, keeping an eye on the people passing by. The market was filled with vendors from the nearby villages, selling vegetables, mountain goods, and wild game. There were also many food stalls, including the familiar meat buns. The town had various shops: pastry shops, grocery stores, fabric shops, pharmacies, iron shops, and butcher shops. Song Sai led Wang into a smaller grocery store. It wasn't as big as the last one, but it had plenty of items. When he saw the malt candy, he couldn't resist. Wang approached the shopkeeper and asked, "How much is this malt candy?" The shop assistant, busy with customers, replied without looking up, 2 coins for a small piece, 10 coins for a large piece. Wang intended to buy a small piece, but seeing her son silently pointing at the large one with his big, pleading eyes, her heart softened. She gritted her teeth and said, "I'll buy the large one." She figured she could break off a piece for him every day. The shop assistant handed her a large piece with a smile and asked, "Would you like anything else?" Song Sai stood on his tiptoes to look around and pointed at some candied fruit. The shop assistant looked at Wang, who hesitantly nodded. Song Sai then pointed at some persimmon cakes. The shop assistant looked at Wang again. She nodded slowly. After buying 3 items for a total of 30 coins, Wang felt reluctant but was happy to see her son enjoying the persimmons. However, when they passed the meat bun stand, Song Sai stopped again. Wang directly paid for 3 meat buns, thinking it was better to fill their stomachs than to buy meat to take home. Song Sai nodded in satisfaction, feeling that his mother was quite clever. Song Sanyu, who witnessed everything, thought his son was very smart. When they passed the only bookstore in town, he took a special glance and began to have some ideas. With everything bought and the meat buns eaten, Wang tucked the food into the basket. Once home, each person hid something away. The family didn't think much of it. Song Sanyu took the money to old Zhang's place as usual. Meanwhile, Zhang, who was helping with dinner, suddenly caught a faint smell of meat and looked suspiciously at her brother-in-law, wondering if his family had treated themselves or if the couple had found a way to make money. This thought made Zhang even more suspicious, so she quietly moved closer to sniff again. Although the meat smell was faint, it was definitely there. Otherwise, how could they smell like meat? When Song Sanyu saw his sister-in-law approaching, he felt uneasy. When their eyes met and he noticed her suspicious look, he regretted not changing his clothes first. His sister-in-law had a nose like a cat and probably caught the meat smell. He cursed inwardly but kept a calm face. Jiang began to doubt if she was overthinking things. At the lunch table, Jiang scanned the third family's faces with suspicion, especially focusing on Song Sai, thinking that children always give themselves away. Wang and Song Sai, having just been warned by Song Sanyu, ate their rice calmly, pretending not to notice Jiang's scrutiny. Old Zhang, seeing the eldest daughter-in-law's eyes darting toward the third family again, felt unhappy. She regretted letting her eldest son marry someone like her. Ever since the eldest daughter-in-law had 2 sons, she acted superior, constantly finding fault with others. Eldest daughter-in-law, what are you looking at? You don't seem hungry at all, and you're not eating properly. Why don't you go clear a couple of acres of land this afternoon? Old Zhang said lightly. Jiang felt that her suspicions were confirmed when her mother-in-law said this. The old lady must be supporting the third family. She decided to observe them more closely, and her mother-in-law couldn't help but react, which made her think she was right. Feeling more confident, Jiang glanced at the third family and said unhappily, "Mother, our family and the second family work hard at home, while the third family is comfortable, enjoying life in town and eating meat." As soon as she said this, everyone at the table looked towards the third family. When Li heard that they were eating meat, she suddenly found her own food unappetizing and felt a bit resentful. The children stared enviously at their uncle's family, wishing they could have meat buns too. San Tango, who was closest to Song Si-hee, was the first to rush over to sniff the air, believing he could smell meat, perhaps because he trusted his aunt's words. Other children, seeing this, also wanted to approach and smell the meat, But when they saw their grandmother's serious expression, they held back, acting like little quails. Before Song San-nyo and Wang could speak, Song Si, he couldn't hold back any longer. He often found his aunt annoying. She always seemed to shine a spotlight on his family. With only one child at home, it was clear who was at a disadvantage. He rolled his eyes and said, "Aunt, I do want to eat meat. This morning, my mother gave us 46 eggs, and after selling them, my parents got 92 coins. You saw my father give the money, and it was all there. How can we buy meat? Every time you accuse us, you say you're just joking. Are you going to say that again? I'm confused about why you keep watching my parents." After Song Si-he's long speech, everyone at the table felt that Jiang always seemed to pick fights first and then laugh it off by saying she was just joking. Could it be the same this time? Evenly thought so. Her sister-in-law had 2 sons, so if anyone were to benefit, it would be her family. Yet, she was never satisfied. It would be better to separate, but if they did, the elderly couple would end up with the bigger family, which wouldn't be fair to them. My son is right. Why is my sister-in-law so focused on our family? What does she really want? Return to meat. If you all go next time, I won't be going. Whoever wants to sell can go sell. Let me tell you, if a basket has over 40 eggs and they don't sell, they'll spoil in this heat. If that happens, you'll have to compensate for the loss. I've sold all my eggs for years without losing a single penny. You really think selling is easy? I, Song San-nyo, have had to smile through many losses just to sell them. You all have gotten used to it. Song San-nyo complained, then turned to his parents with a sad look. Mom and Dad, let my older brothers go next time. They slandered our family for eating meat this time. Who knows what they'll say next time? Before the old couple could respond, Song Eun-yu interrupted. Little brother, I trust you. It's better for you to sell. He didn't want to haggle with those women. Song Dania thought the same. He had tried selling baskets and dustpans in town before, and it was really hard. He spent a long time without selling a single one. He admired how his little brother could sell all the eggs each time. If the family weren't poor, his little brother would surely achieve great things. Jiang sure felt uneasy and nudged her husband, signaling desperately. She couldn't believe she wouldn't be able to sell them. They're just eggs. If the old couple didn't support them, it must be because the third son sold them for more. What if egg prices went up in town to 3 cents each? The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became. Seeing the situation with the eldest family, Lao Zhang sure laughed instead of getting angry. All right. Then let the eldest family go sell. Although Song Danyug didn't speak, he nodded at his wife. However, he began to feel annoyed with the eldest son's wife. If they split the family and lived together, it would be noisy every day. He glanced at the second and third families, but his gaze settled on the third family. His youngest son only had 1 child, and after the split, they would struggle. Wang sure finished the last bite of her meal and smiled. Whatever Mom arranges, we in the third family will follow. But if the eldest sister-in-law can't sell them, she must compensate for the spoiled eggs. Otherwise, we won't accept it since we always sell out. Exactly. The eldest sister-in-law is so capable, she'll sell them faster than I can, Song San-nyo agreed. Yes. Our eldest sister-in-law is the best. Lee was also enjoying the show, happily agreeing with the others. She was pleased to see her sister-in-law facing difficulties. Jiang, who was feeling a bit anxious, was provoked by the second and third families and wished she could confront her 2 sisters-in-law, but she maintained a calm expression. It's just eggs. How hard can it be to sell them? She thought to herself. Sister-in-law, there's a loss. Song San-nyo wouldn't let it slide easily. Jiang gritted her teeth and said, I'll compensate.
Great.
I was worried you might forget. Now, let's eat. I feel relieved, Song San-nyo said with a grin, taking some food from the plate and putting it in his bowl. After dinner, Jiang realized that she had only wanted to criticize the third family's meat consumption and the support from the older couple, but somehow the egg-selling issue had fallen on her. However, this could work out well. She was sure she could sell them for a good price, and with the money, she could visit her family with confidence. Third family, if we can't sell the eggs now, We lose a reason to go to town. What about the meat problem? Song Sen-yo had just satisfied his craving but was now feeling anxious. Wang chuckled. Look at your sister-in-law. Are you sure she will sell them smoothly this time? True, I don't know about my sister-in-law, but my brother. Haha, Song Sen-yo laughed as if he had thought of something amusing. He called for candied fruit, and Song Si he thought it was just a trip to town. Even if he didn't sell eggs, he had a good reason to go. Looking at the food on the bed, Song Si he thought of his beloved grandparents and set aside some candied fruit and persimmons, wrapping them in oil paper. Wang looked on curiously. Son, what are you doing? With a sweet expression, Song Si he replied, I want to bring some for my grandparents. I eat the most eggs at home and I also want to buy them something nice. His in-laws indeed favored the third family, and Wang was aware of that. But if she gave them food, wouldn't it expose their secret of making money? The older couple knew that she had used up her savings years ago and had secretly supported them with nearly a tael of silver. It's fine. Just say I accidentally caught a wild chicken and sold it. Song Sen-yo thought of a reason, pleased with his son's filial piety. Wang, recalling the older couple's favoritism, didn't say much more. With his parents' approval, Song Si he tucked the oil paper into his clothes and ran with his short legs to his grandparents' room. The third family's house was right next to the older couple's, and he quickly turned around and reached their room. The weather was hot, and everyone was feeling sleepy after lunch. No one was outside. Everyone was lying in their rooms. No one noticed Song Si entering the old couple's room. Song Danian and old Mrs. Zhang were discussing what had just happened during lunch when their little grandson burst in like a firecracker, his eyes sparkling. Old Mrs. Zhang loved her little grandson the most. He was smart, cute, and thoughtful, which even made her two sisters-in-law praise him secretly. With a softer gaze, she said, My dear grandson, why aren't you taking a nap? Look at you all sweaty. As she spoke, she gently wiped the sweat from Song Si's little forehead. Song Si pulled out some oiled paper from his pocket and, with his big, bright eyes, said in a sweet voice, Grandpa, Grandma, here. This is the money from when Dad caught a wild chicken and sold it in town a few days ago. The old couple exchanged glances, but didn't say anything. Old Mrs. Zhang took the oiled paper and saw it contained several candied fruits and a few pieces of persimmon cake. She was a bit surprised. Although these treats weren't very valuable, it touched her heart that her grandson would give them to her. Looking at the little boy, she felt a warmth in her heart. Old Mr. Song leaned over from the bed to see the food and felt pleased. Although their third son was a bit lazy, he really had no complaints about him. He thought it would be better to save the money for his dear grandson, but he appreciated the child's kind gesture. Seeing that the two elders weren't eating, Song Si took out 2 candied fruits from the oiled paper and handed one to each of them. The couple felt sweet inside. They didn't want to eat them right away, thinking they could save them for their other grandchildren during the upcoming holiday. However, appreciating their grandson's kindness, they decided to eat them. Old Mrs. Zhang took out another one and fed it to Song Si, who happily ate it without hesitation. Old Mr. Song, with a candied fruit in his mouth, reached out to pat his grandson's little head, growing fonder of him. Old Mrs. Zhang was also curious and asked, Si, how much did your dad sell the wild chicken for? Song Si knew his grandma was just curious and had no other thoughts. He replied, 30 coins. Old Mrs. Zhang nodded, that's a fair price. But with the candied fruits, persimmon cakes, and the meat buns that the eldest daughter-in-law mentioned, it seemed like that 30 coins would be spent quickly. Old Mrs. Zhang felt a bit sad that the money was spent so quickly, but when she saw her little grandson looking at her sweetly, her heart softened. Well, it's okay. He's only 4 years old, and still growing. Song Si was satisfied to see the old couple eating and returned to his room. After the little grandson went back, old Mrs. Zhang complained a bit, saying, This third family really doesn't know how to save money. Look at all the food they bought. If we split up in the future, will they be able to take care of my little grandson? Old Mr. Song shared her thoughts but comforted her, saying it's fine. The children will have their own blessings. Besides, we are here to help them out. Old Mrs. Zhang didn't respond, just placed the candied fruits and persimmons wrapped in oil paper into the cupboard, which also held their grains. The older folks in the village who hadn't split their families did this, tightly controlling the food and taking out a set amount each day. Meanwhile, in the next room, the couple from the third family looked at a pile of coins, smiling widely as they counted them. When Song Sai returned, he saw this scene and frowned, saying, "Mom and Dad, it's broad daylight, and the door is wide open. Aren't you worried about Uncle and Second Uncle coming over?" Song Sani laughed. "Don't worry. If they come, Dad will just lie down." Song Sai thought that, "All right, you're impressive. Sani, today we spent 39 coins on food, and we still have 1 tael and 71 coins left. How will we manage this money?" Wang Shi said, touching the coins with her eyes squinting happily. "Let's take out 71 coins to buy food for our son. I'll take care of the rest later, and no one will find out," Song Sani said, enjoying some malt candy, with his hands behind his head, looking quite content. Okay. Her husband was always full of clever ideas. After counting the money, Wang Shi took her son to sleep. Song Sai, having enjoyed some snacks, closed his eyes with a satisfied look and soon fell asleep. Wang Shi and Song Sani also succumbed to the summer drowsiness and fell asleep shortly after. The room was quiet, while outside, the cicadas in the big locust tree chirped nonstop. Occasionally, a few children played nearby, getting scolded and crying loudly. The summer heat was stifling, and after a while, Song Sai woke up from the heat. He looked at the 2 adults beside him, and to avoid disturbing him, they were almost falling off the bed. He felt a bit uncomfortable and thought that in a few days, he should ask his parents to make him a small bed. This way, it would also help with their plans for more children. The Jiang family was excited and ready for the market that would take place in 10 days. Early in the morning, they heard noise coming from the main house. Sure enough, a moment later, they heard the loud voice of their aunt, as if she was deliberately speaking for the third branch to hear, her tone sharp and piercing. "Isn't it just selling eggs? She acts like it's a big deal," Song Sani grumbled, waking up annoyed. Wang Shi, also awakened by the noise, yawned and said, "Never mind, just think of it as a rooster crowing." Song Sai didn't want to say anything. He was still sleepy and dreaming about his favorite snacks, and he wanted to go back to that dream. Jiang Shi carefully carried the eggs ahead, while Song Daniu carried several woven baskets, preparing to sell them in town. He really didn't want to go. Every time he went to town, he felt uncomfortable. However, his wife was very strict, and he didn't want to argue over something small. Seeing her husband's unhappy face, Jiang Shi felt annoyed. "Walk faster. If we hurry, we can spend more time in town. I don't believe that if I come out this early, I can't sell all the eggs." Song Dania looked at his wife's determined expression and decided to stay quiet. He thought, let her try. It was better than her worrying at home. They walked quickly, and when they reached town, there weren't many vendors yet. Jiang Shi quickly claimed a spot she thought was good and began selling. Without needing to call out, a middle-aged woman approached. She wore a simple yellow cotton summer dress and had a plain silver hairpin. Although she looked modest, to Jiang Shi and Song Daniu, she seemed wealthy as they wore rough, patched clothes. The middle-aged woman had a son who studied at a local school. She felt sorry for him working hard and cooked an egg for him every evening. Since they had run out of eggs recently, she was here to buy 20 more for her son to enjoy. 20 eggs cost 40 coins. Although the woman's husband works as a manager at a restaurant and earns 2 taels of silver a month, the family relies on buying food and clothing, and they also have expenses for their son's education. Therefore, the woman is cautious about spending 40 coins on eggs. She compares prices at several stalls, but is not satisfied until she sees a new vendor. The eggs are large and very clean, so she decides to buy from the stall. Seeing a customer approach, Jiang is very happy. Although a bit shy, she politely introduces her eggs. "My eggs are good, fed with worms. How many do you want? I can gather them for you." The woman replies with a smile, "I can gather them myself. I need 20 today." Jiang is reluctant to let others pick and choose, but Hearing that she wants 20, she agrees. The woman collects 20 eggs and puts them in her basket, then pulls out 40 coins to give to Jiang. Jiang, who is also counting coins, frowns when she sees only 40 coins. She says, "These eggs are large. Each one is 3 coins. How can you only give me 2 coins each?" The woman looks surprised and says, "What? 3 coins? That's too expensive. I won't buy them." She starts to return the eggs. Jiang, feeling frustrated, replies, "It's early in the morning, and you can't do this to me." The woman, usually calm, is now upset. This is the first time she has encountered such a situation. She stands up and loudly says, "Everyone, come and see. She's trying to sell me eggs for 3 coins each. If I don't buy, it's unfair." Although there aren't many people at the market yet, the commotion quickly attracts a crowd. Song Daenyu, who is also selling nearby, sees the situation and quickly steps forward with a smile, saying, "My wife is new to this business. She thought the eggs were 3 coins each, so that's why she said that. Please don't be upset." Feeling awkward with so many people watching, Song Daenyu doesn't know where to put his hands. The onlookers begin to understand the situation, but some whisper about Jiang and her companion, saying, "I think she's trying to trick us for an extra coin." That's hard to say. Look at their clothes. They are all patched up. They probably rely on these eggs to make money. Another person whispers in agreement, with a hint of disdain in their eyes. Although her voice was low, Jiang's ears were sharp. She heard someone say something and immediately shouted, "Who cheated money? If you can't afford it, then don't buy. You people in the town aren't any better. You dress nicely but can't even pay for an egg." The townspeople didn't like what Jiang said. They had come just to watch the commotion, but now they were being insulted. They quickly became angry and started pointing at Jiang, shouting back. Even though Jiang was strong in the village, she felt outnumbered in the town. After a while of arguing, she realized she couldn't handle it anymore, picked up her eggs, and ran away, with Song Daenyu following her with a forced smile. They stopped in a quieter area, and after catching her breath, Jiang angrily said, "Darn it, I almost got into a fight. What if I broke my eggs?" Song Daenyu's mouth twitched. "Uegaway, now I haven't sold a single egg. How will we explain this when we get back?" Jiang's angry face quickly turned sour. She knew she would be laughed at by her 2 sisters-in-law, especially the third one. She couldn't go back to the market in town, so she had to wait at the town gate to sell her eggs. But the people passing by were mostly locals who had already bought what they needed, and no one was interested in buying her eggs. After waiting for a long time without selling a single egg, Jiang, with her grumbling stomach, followed Song Daenyu back home, feeling completely defeated. Although she was still upset, looking at her basket full of eggs only made her feel more discouraged. At the Song family home, old Mrs. Zhang had already prepared lunch and was waiting for the 2 from the main house to return. But as she waited and waited, seeing the children looking at her with hungry faces, she left some food in the pot for the eldest son's family and let the others eat first. After lunch, the 2 still hadn't returned. The second wife, Li, had been watching them sell eggs and wanted to see if her sister-in-law sold everything or if she made a profit. Song Sanyu was also curious about how well his sister-in-law did. Old Mrs. Zhang was worried they hadn't come back to rest, so the whole family sat together under the eaves, each lost in their thoughts, waiting for the main house to return. On the way back, Jiang regretted her words for the 100th time. Why did she get herself into this situation? Now she hadn't sold any eggs and would be mocked when she got home. The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she became. Song Daenyu felt indifferent as he walked beside them. After all, he had gotten used to losing face over the years and had developed a thick skin. When Jiang Shi opened the yard gate and saw so many eyes on her, she instinctively moved the basket of eggs behind her. Li Shi was the first to step forward, scanning Jiang Shi from head to toe. Then she looked behind her and saw the basket was still full of eggs. She covered her mouth and chuckled before raising her voice in disbelief. "Oh, big sister-in-law, have you really been selling these for so long? How did you manage that?" "Haha, if you were selling them for my family, there's no way you'd have this many left. You didn't sell a single one, did you?" As soon as Song Sanyu heard this, he rushed over to take a look at the eggs in his sister-in-law's hands and exaggeratedly said, "Wow, big sister-in-law, did you forget that you were supposed to sell them at the market? The next market day is 5 days away, and in this heat, the eggs will spoil at home." Old Mrs. Zhang looked displeased. These eggs were the family's main source of income, and to see so many left was infuriating. When she got closer and saw that not a single egg had been sold, she was almost ready to shout in anger. "Eldest son, what's going on here?" Old Mrs. Zhang asked sternly. Jiang sure looked embarrassed. "Mother, I just... Old Mrs. Zhang, feeling frustrated with her daughter-in-law, turned to her eldest son and asked, "Eldest son, what do you think happened?" Song Daniu explained the situation in detail. When he learned that Jiang Shi had raised the price of the eggs to 3 won each, Song Sanyu couldn't help but laugh and teased, "Big sister-in-law, how could you be so clever and not sell them for 1 or 2 silver coins? Huh, that's hilarious." Li Shi exchanged glances with her husband and also laughed. Song Sai felt speechless. Didn't his aunt think to do some market research? After hearing her eldest son, old Mrs. Zhang's chest heaved with anger as she scolded, "Jiang Shi, you tell me what we should do. There are 45 eggs in this basket, and not a single one sold. With this heat, if we wait 5 days, the eggs will spoil. Who will take the loss?" For years, the third son has gone out to sell eggs without complaint, and you always have something to say. I let you sell them, and this is how you do it? It seems like you want to drive me crazy. Song Daniu quickly tried to comfort her. "Mother, don't be upset. Please don't be upset." Old Mrs. Zhang pushed her eldest son away and pointed at him, continuing to scold, "You're not any better. Jiang Shi is being foolish, and you didn't think to advise her? 45 eggs cost us 90 coins, and now we've lost that money. What are we going to do?" Song Daniu quickly closed his mouth. 90 coins were not worth being scolded by his mother for days. Jiang also thought the same. Losing money felt like losing her life. The couple lowered their heads like quails, afraid to speak. Old Mrs. Zhang saw their stubbornness and angrily pointed around, placing the eggs at the front door. She said sternly, "Listen, just because you're silent doesn't mean this is over. If you don't turn these eggs into money, you can go live separately for a few days." With that, she stormed back into the house. Live separately? Jiang was terrified. Her 2 sons weren't even married yet. How could they separate? Hearing his mother, Song Daniel looked to his father for help, but his father just gave a look of resignation and followed his wife inside. Now the couple was truly panicking. There were still 5 days until market day. What if the eggs spoiled? While the two were in a fluster, everyone else returned to their rooms after watching the drama. Only a few children from the main house felt sorry for their parents and brought food from the kitchen to their room. This was the first time Jiang saw the food and felt no desire to eat. Her heart felt heavy. Song Daniu, however, was unaffected and was very hungry after walking all morning. Seeing him eat happily made Jiang angry.
Eat, eat, eat.
All you think about is food. What are we going to do about this basket of eggs? It's driving me crazy. Song Daniu frowned and thought for a moment. There is a way, but it depends on whether you're willing. I can't be the one to do it. Jiang asked urgently, "What's the way?" "As long as it doesn't cost money. You should ask third brother. He had sold eggs for years without any issues until now." "What? You want me to ask third brother?" "I won't do that. I'll just be laughed at." Jiang replied anxiously. "Then what will we do with these eggs? Let them spoil and lose 90 coins to mother?" "Of course not. That would be like losing my life." "Then what should we do?" Jiang fell silent, torn between the 90 coins and the fear of being mocked. After a long while, she decided to face the laughter. After all, it was already this bad. With a resigned attitude, Jiang took the eggs and went to third brother's house. They were preparing for a nap when Song Sanyu saw his sister-in-law enter with the eggs and immediately understood what she wanted. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing?" Song Sanyu pretended to be surprised. Jiang thought to herself, "This old third, can't she see how obvious it is? She just wants to mock me." Jiang gritted her teeth and forced a smile. Hee hee, old third, if we leave the eggs at home and they go bad, it would be a waste. So, I was wondering if you could sell them in town tomorrow.
What?
Big sister-in-law, if you can't sell them, why should I go? There's no market tomorrow. How can I sell them? I know. It's not that they can't be sold. You've been selling for so long. You must have more experience than I do, Jiang said with a forced smile. Song Sanyu found it a bit funny. Big sister-in-law, after all these years of selling eggs with a smile, you just accused me with one sentence. Now you want me to sell eggs again, and it's not even market day. Do you think I'm foolish? Besides, why should I help you for nothing? Jiang felt a bit embarrassed, but thinking of the 90 coins, she could only smile. Unless. Jiang perked up at the thought of a chance. Old third, do you have an idea? Song Sanyu chuckled. Big sister-in-law, you know that day you accused us of eating meat. Sai came back crying, saying he didn't eat any meat but was still scolded. While crying, he asked me for meat. You know I don't have any money, but if you could give me some coins to buy a few meat buns, I would be willing to run this errand for you. Sitting by the bed, Song Sai thought. Did he cry?
How could he not know?
His dad is really so clever. Not only can he get meat buns, but he can also sell the leeches he secretly hid in his secret base. Truly a win-win. When Jiang realized that old third was asking her for money, she shook her head vigorously. Big sister-in-law, you need to think carefully. This is 90 coins and I only want 10. You decide. If not, you can go back. We still need to take a nap. Song Sanyu said nonchalantly. 10 coins? Old third, aren't you taking advantage of me? We're family, so what's wrong with you running an errand? You just asked for 10 coins. Jiang said angrily. Why should I help you run an errand? It's not my responsibility. You insisted on taking it. Now that you can't sell them, you come to me. Why didn't you do this earlier? Plus, it's not market day. If I go, it won't be easy to sell, right? I'll have to go around smiling at everyone. It takes more than 2 hours back and forth. I could do a lot at home instead. If you want to give, then fine. If not, that's okay too. Seeing that the third brother really had no intention of helping, Jiang became anxious and turned to Wang for assistance, saying, Sister-in-law, please say something. We are all family. Why divide things so clearly? Wang looked embarrassed and replied, Eldest sister-in-law, my husband has always been in charge. As a woman, I can't manage the men. Jiang was so angry, she could hardly breathe. These two were just putting on a show while pretending to work. When has the third brother ever done anything right? And wasn't it the sister-in-law who made the decisions last time? Jiang felt like she was going to explode from frustration. Third brother, don't listen to your sister-in-law. Here are 10 coins. You go run an errand for your older brother. At some point, Song Danyu appeared at the door, holding 10 copper coins. How dare you, Song Danyu? Why are you using my money? Jiang exclaimed, furious that her husband had the coins. This was 10 coins. Enough. Do you have any other ideas? What the third brother said is true. It's not a market day, and you can't just sell whenever you want, Song Danyu replied, feeling annoyed by Jiang's actions. Jiang was taken aback and then exploded with anger. How dare you yell at me, Song Danyu? She moved to confront her husband. That's enough, Jiang. If you don't care about your dignity, I do. If you're not done causing a scene, go back to your mother's house and make a fuss there, came the angry voice of Old Man Song from next door. Hearing this, Jiang froze and stopped her aggressive behavior. She couldn't go back to her mother's house over such a small matter. Her sisters-in-law would surely laugh at her. Seeing that his wife had calmed down, Song Danyu handed the coins to Song Sanyu with a smile, saying, Third brother, could you please run this errand? Without waiting for a response, he went back to his room, leaving Jiang standing awkwardly. After a while, Jiang forced a smile that looked worse than crying and said, Sorry to trouble you, third brother, before running out as if something were chasing her. Song Sai shook his head, speechless at the scene. His aunt really was something else. Song Sanyu took the coins and cheerfully said to Wang, Keep this. Buy meat buns for my son tomorrow. Wang accepted the money and put it in her pouch, her face showing worry. Isn't it easier to sell when it's not market day? Song Sanyu smiled casually. I've been around for years. You still don't know me well enough. After finishing his sticky talk, he leaned in closer and met his son's bright eyes, which were curiously blinking at him. Song Sanyu felt awkward but thought to himself that this situation wasn't ideal. His son was growing up, and he couldn't be affectionate with his wife. Earning money and building a house was the right path, but it would take about 20 taels to build a house, and he was still far from that. He decided to arrange a bed for his son first. It must be said that both father and son were thinking along the same lines. The next morning, while it was still dim outside, the roosters in the neighborhood were crowing. Song Sanyu quietly went out early to bring back some meat-eating worms he had collected in his secret spot. He hadn't caught much this time, less than 20 pounds, but he felt energized thinking about how much money he could make from them. When he returned home, he saw that his wife and son were still sound asleep. He gently woke Wang Shi, who got up and went to the kitchen to cook some sweet potato buns. Then, she carried their sleeping son and followed Song Sanyu out. Actually, Song Sanyu didn't want to take his son with him, but the little guy insisted on coming along, turning his back to him and refusing to talk. Song Sanyu quickly gave in. If his son wanted to follow, then so be it. Since they left early, the weather was still cool. There weren't many people on the road since it wasn't market day, and the couple walked much faster than usual. Once they reached the town, Song Sai finally woke up. Worried that her son might be hungry, Wang Shi bought a meat bun for him as soon as they arrived. The woman selling the buns was from the town, so even though it wasn't market day, she had set up a stall to sell her buns. She recognized the family, since they had bought from her a few times, and asked with a smile, "What brings you here today since it's not market day?" Wang Shi wiped the grease from her son's mouth and smiled. "We have too many eggs at home. If we don't sell them quickly, they might spoil, so we thought we'd try our luck in town today." The bun seller, who had also come from a village, understood how important eggs were to farmers. Seeing Wang Shi's basket of big, clean eggs, she smiled and said, "How about this? I just ran out of eggs at home. Would you sell me 10? This was great news. Wang Shi had been worried on the way, but didn't expect to sell 10 eggs as soon as they arrived in town. It was a good start. She carefully selected 10 eggs and handed them to the woman, who happily paid her in copper coins. The couple took the coins with big smiles on their faces, exchanged a few polite words with the bun seller, and then headed to Maya Chuntang. In the Maya Chuntang, Manager Lu saw Song Sanyu's family and smiled, saying, "I mentioned the meeting yesterday, but you didn't come. Today you're here." Song Sanyu grinned. "I got held up by some things." Manager Lu then turned to Song Sai and kindly asked, "How much are you selling today?" Song Sai puffed out his little chest, unafraid, and said loudly, "Manager, my dad caught a bit less this time, about 10 or so pounds." "Really? That's impressive," Manager Lu praised loudly, ruffling the fluffy little head. The shop assistant weighed the leeches and said with a smile, "Manager, it's a total of 17 pounds, at 20 coins per pound." Manager Lu smiled and said, "No rush, no rush. I have a business opportunity. Are you interested?" Song Sanyu, pleased to earn a little silver, was curious and asked, "What kind of business?" Manager Lu explained, "We have several shops in the north, and the young master needs to go there soon. I noticed the leeches you caught are good, so I mentioned it." The young master decided to take a batch of leeches there, as they don't have any in the cold weather. Song Sanyu understood that the manager wanted to partner with him, and Wang Shi beside him was also smiling happily. Song Sai felt joyful. He thought after catching leeches a couple of times, Maya Chuntang wouldn't want any more, but now there was a new opportunity. Song Sanyu laughed. "Thank you so much, manager. How many does the young master want?" Manager Lu smiled. "The young master will likely leave before the Mid-Autumn Festival. You can bring as many as you can, but it's best to dry them. That way, the price will be higher." There was still a month until the Mid-Autumn Festival, so there was enough time. "Okay, I appreciate your trust, and I will make sure to handle this well. Don't rush. Let's discuss the price first. Since it's a bulk order, We can't use the current price. Song Sanyu nodded, I understand. Just let me know what you decide. After thinking for a moment, Manager Lu said, I'll buy dried leeches at 400 coins per pound, but since it's a large order, how about 340 coins per pound? Song Sanyu shook his head, no, manager. Just 320 coins per pound will be fine. Song Sanyu knew that without the manager, he wouldn't even have this opportunity. Song Sai looked at Song Sanyu in surprise. His father seemed to think things through even more than he did as a former civil servant. If they started a business, he wouldn't have to worry about being cheated. Manager Lu was pleased with how well Song Sanyu understood things and nodded to himself. All right, let's do it your way. When the shop assistant heard the manager agree, he instantly brightened up. This was great. If the manager made money, he would benefit too. Even though they had just made a big deal, Manager Lu personally counted out 20 coins and handed them to Song Sanyu, who accepted them without hesitation. Song Sai thought it was strange to sell so few eggs for such a big deal. He whispered to Wang, why not hurry back and catch some leeches instead? Wang was surprised. Her son was so young but already understood the ways of the world. She smiled and placed the eggs on the counter, saying, Manager, these are some homegrown eggs. I brought a few for you to try. Song Sanyu immediately looked at his wife with appreciation, not expecting her to be so thoughtful. Manager Lu didn't really need the eggs, but seeing their sincere expressions, he accepted them with a smile. After making money and securing a big deal, Song Sanyu and his family were eager to leave. They happily greeted the manager before walking out. Once the family left, the shop assistant approached the manager with a smile, saying, that family is nice. Yes, I thought so too, which is why I spoke up. They seem grateful. Leeches were rare, medicinal materials in the north. He had heard they were bought for 450 coins a pound from the young master, who praised him for it. He knew that in the north, the price could soar to 800 coins a pound, not to mention the price when made into medicine. So both the young master and he would profit from this. He hoped Song Sanyu wouldn't disappoint him. By the way, if anyone asks about this matter, just say you don't know. Got it, manager, the shop assistant replied quickly. He had expected to spend a lot of time discussing the eggs, but instead, they landed a big deal. Song Sanyu joyfully carried his son on his shoulders, while Wang happily followed behind, feeling that even the hot weather was wonderful. Song Sai thought they would need to make the small bet at home. If they caught leeches successfully this time, they might even have enough money for a house. Wang felt warm inside thinking about the month ahead, but then she realized that if it was just their family catching leeches, they wouldn't be able to dry many. With a worried face, he said, Senyo, our family of 3 can't catch much. Plus, we have to carry people. Song Senyo smiled slyly and replied, don't worry, we won't catch it ourselves. We'll let others do it. Song Si he immediately understood what his father was planning and said, right, Dad. We'll collect it while they catch it. Ha, my son is really smart, Song Senyo said, even happier after hearing his son's words. Wang also laughed, realizing they could collect it themselves and let others sell it, making money without working, just sitting at home. Thinking of this, the group smiled mischievously, like cats that had stolen fish. They thought that since they were going out to sell eggs and there was no market today, they wouldn't be back until noon. However, before lunch was ready, they happily returned. When old Zhang looked at the empty basket, she sighed. My youngest son is really capable. Zhang was still thinking about the 10 coins and felt a pang in her heart. She hoped that if the third family didn't do well selling, she would feel better, but they returned right after leaving, making her feel worse. Why were they so clever? Old Zhang waited, as usual, for her son to give her the money from selling eggs, but he showed no intention of giving it after a long time. She wondered if he had forgotten and decided to wait until after lunch to ask. Every time her cousins saw him return from town, they looked at him with envy. Song Si he noticed this but had never been able to show off because his family was poor. However, yesterday his aunt had given him some money, so he was happy to share his malt candy. Song Si he ran back inside, took out a big piece of malt candy he pretended to have bought today, and handed it to old Zhang, saying sweetly, Grandma, My aunt gave me money yesterday to buy buns, but I wanted to share with you and everyone, so I asked Mom and Dad to buy malt candy. Here, you can have some. Old Zhang was very touched. How could her little grandson be so kind and generous? Why not keep it for himself? And it was right for the family to give him that money. The other kids were also moved by what he said. The boys promised to bring him bird eggs, while the girls said they would help him with chores in the future. Even the adults from both the first and second families were surprised, thinking how could the third family have such a silly child? He was nothing like his father. Song Sanyu and Wang Shi knew their child was smart. Although Xiao Xiao didn't say anything, she was very happy inside. Song Sanyu. This kid is just like me. Wang Shi. Our son really takes after me. Song Sai. You're thinking too much. He just took someone else's money to do his own thing. Even though the malt candy was only the size of a palm, with 15 people in the family, each person only got a small piece. Old Zhang gave the biggest piece to his little grandson, while the others only got a piece the size of a fingertip. Still, everyone, both adults and children, was satisfied. Candy. It had been a while since they had any. After eating the candy, the family sat at the dining table for a meal. Song Sanyu finished the last bite of rice in his bowl and said with a smile, "Mother, I didn't sell your eggs."
What?
Where are the eggs? Old Zhang asked anxiously. Hey, you're talking about me. I didn't sell the eggs, at least I brought them back. You third son are something else. You didn't make any money and you lost the eggs. I don't care. Hurry up and return the 10 won to me and give the 90 won to the public fund, Jiang Shi said, sounding like she heard a big joke. Li Shi put down her chopsticks, looking unhappy. Third son, this isn't right. What about the 90 won? You didn't sell the eggs and want to keep the money for yourself, did you? Song Daniu and Song Iniu nodded in agreement. They thought third son was trying to keep the money for himself, which was not acceptable. Song Danian looked at his third son, who seemed energetic, and said calmly, Third son, what's really going on? Song Sanyu glanced at the family and said with a hint of self-mockery, I thought I found a way to make big money for the family, but it seems like my older brother and sister-in-law and my second brother and sister-in-law think otherwise. I'll just keep quiet about it. I'll go borrow 90 won to return to the public fund. After saying this, he put on a serious face and continued eating. Wang Shi and Song Sai quickly joined in. Wang Shi, my man's acting skills are impressive. Song Sai, my dad deserves a little gold trophy. When the first and second families heard about making big money and good opportunities, they perked up. Could third son really have a good plan? Although they were a bit skeptical, they were very curious. What if it was true? Old Zhang also wanted to hear about the money-making plan, so he asked, Third son, what's the good plan? Song Sanyu chuckled and said, Mother, even if I have a plan, I won't tell you. My good mood was ruined by some people. Jiang and Li immediately lowered their heads upon hearing this. That stubborn third brother always had to make things difficult. Why couldn't he just say there was a good opportunity from the start? Old Mrs. Zhang glared fiercely at her two daughters-in-law and scolded, You two useless ones. Always talking too much. You only care about the little things right in front of you. Eldest and second, are you both lifeless? Don't you know to manage your wives? Song Daniu felt so ashamed from his mother's scolding that his head hung lower than Zhang's. His wife was like a fierce tiger. There was no reasoning with her. Song Erniu shot a glare at Li and quickly responded to Song Sanny, little brother, your second sister-in-law just has a big mouth and likes to say things. She doesn't mean any harm, so don't take it to heart. Song Daniu nodded in agreement. Even the children looked displeased at their parents. Uncle was so nice. He even brought back candy for them. They really envied Sai. Jiang and Li felt the silent blame from the family and forced smiles. Just think of it as your sister-in-law making a silly comment, said Song Sanyu. Right. Just think of it that way, Li echoed, but then realized it wasn't right to speak about her sister-in-law like that and quickly covered her mouth, worried she had let her true feelings slip. Uffed. Song Sai couldn't help but giggle, covering his mouth as he laughed. When everyone turned to look at him, he wasn't scared at all. He turned to his father with a serious face and said, Dad, Didn't you just say on the street that when we get home, we should tell everyone to make big money? You said our uncles work so hard, their hands are bleeding, and it makes you feel bad. Even though our aunts talk a lot, they work really hard and want mom to learn from them. And grandma and grandpa, you said they've worked so hard raising you all these years. If we make money, we should take care of them first. And what about our older cousins? You said all the kids at home are too thin and haven't had a good meal or new clothes. It makes you feel sad every day. Song Sai's words left everyone in the family stunned, looking at Song Sanyu with very complicated expressions. Old Mrs. Zhang felt proud that her youngest son was good and that he had grown up well. Song Daeniu and Song Erniu felt ashamed for not being able to manage their wives, making the third brother sad. They didn't expect that their little brother still cared about them, and their expressions toward him changed. Jiang and Li were initially skeptical, but when they saw Song Sai speaking sincerely, they exchanged complex glances at Song Sanyu. It was surprising that she said they worked hard. Usually carefree, Sanyu showed a surprising level of thoughtfulness. They noticed her contributions to the family and even encouraged Wang to learn from her, feeling a bit emotional. The children looked at their uncle with admiration, and a few girls had red eyes. Under so many intense gazes, Song Sanyu glanced down at her calm son and her surprised daughter-in-law, pretending to appear deep in thought while feeling joy inside. Her son had truly inherited her talent for words. Others, seeing Sanyu's expression, assumed she was genuinely upset and began to silently blame Jiang and Li. Feeling guilty, they noticed the hurt in Sanyu's demeanor. Li was the first to speak up, saying, "Sanyu, my poor words won't help. I promise not to speak again. Please don't be upset." "Sanyu, I was wrong too," added Jiang. Inside, Song Sanyu was secretly delighted but maintained a sorrowful expression, gently shaking her head. "It's not your fault. It's mine for being lazy and not working as hard as my older brothers."
Who says that?
"Sanyu, you're actually doing great. You always sell out the eggs in town," Jiang interjected earnestly. "Exactly, with your two brothers at home. It's fine if you take it easy sometimes," Li agreed, showing concern. Hearing her sisters-in-law say this, Sanyu quickly covered her mouth and turned away, her shoulders shaking. Others thought, "Sanyu is crying. They have indeed been too harsh on her." Song Sanyu felt that if she didn't speak soon, she would burst out laughing. Holding back laughter while pretending to be sad was exhausting. Song Sai found it hard to watch. He thought his father would surely mess things up in Hollywood. What a mismatch for the times. Wang looked at everyone in confusion, realizing her husband's skills had grown even stronger. After calming down, Song Sanyu managed to suppress his smile and turned to his mother with a calm expression, saying, "Mother, even though I'm not great at farming, I've been selling eggs in town. Over the years, I've learned a lot and made some friends. Today, a friend who works with foreign businesses found me. He said his relatives travel a lot and want to buy some goods from our area. I thought this was a good opportunity, so I took it. My son is smart and clever. What is it? Tell me more." His mother replied eagerly. Everyone else looked curious too. Song Sanyu smiled and said, "My friend wants to collect a type of worm."
What?
"People collect that?" Song Daeniu said in disbelief. "Yes, it's quite disliked," Song Erniu added, as he always took precautions against it in the fields, seeing it as a nuisance. "Old 3, how much do they pay per pound?" Song Sanyu admired his father's quick thinking, saying, "Dad, you got right to the point. Experience really matters." Song Daeniu felt proud of his son, appearing calm and relaxed, as if it were no big deal. "Mom and Dad, my friend said he would pay 100 coins per pound, and we need to dry it before the Mid-Autumn Festival."
What? What?
"Oh my goodness. 100 coins? That's a lot." Everyone gasped in shock, their eyes wide. Old Mrs. Zhang jumped up and rushed to her son, rubbing his face with both hands, her face beaming with joy.
My son.
"You're really making your mother proud. I always knew you were good, just a bit slow to realize it." Song Sanyu blushed, feeling a bit embarrassed at his mother's praise, but he was happy inside. Song Daeniu and Song Ernia looked at their younger brother with joy. proud of how he was growing up. Song Danyu felt content as well. Wang and Song Sai exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Wang thought, "My husband is quite the trickster." Song Sai thought, "I can't believe he thought of 250 coins, then 200, but never considered 100. His father is really clever. Does he think I could also be a shrewd businessman?" After the excitement, old Mrs. Zhang quickly said, "It's only noon. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and go catch some." Yes, yes. 100 coins. Everyone was talking and getting ready to run outside. Even the usually lazy cousin was eager to join. Seeing this, Song Sanyu quickly said, "There's still a month. No need to rush. The more people we have, the more money we can make." The crowd that had started to run back outside sat down again, wondering what Sanyu meant. Lee was the first to get anxious. "Sanyu, you can't be confused. If we tell others, how will our family make money?" Jiang nodded vigorously beside her. "Sanyu, if others catch it, we won't be able to." Although Song Danyu didn't say anything, he agreed with his wife in his heart. Only Song Ernyu and Song Danian were thinking about what Sanyu said. At first, they didn't understand, but after thinking it over, they realized he had a point. If they made a big deal out of it, the villagers would definitely get suspicious. It might be better to share the idea and let everyone join in while their family could still profit. Thinking this way, excitement filled their eyes. Song Danian stood up and said, "Sanyu is right. Let's get the villagers to help us catch it, and we can collect the profits. I'll go to the village chief. Eldest, second, and third, come with me." After saying this, he led the three out. Only then did Lao Zhang and the others understand what Sanyu meant. Seeing their family go off to discuss important matters, they felt a rush of excitement and even began to think about how to spend the money. They were also debating whether to tell their family, but since things weren't settled yet, they decided to keep their thoughts to themselves. Wang pulled her son back into the room and yawned, saying, "Son, let's take a nap. Your father and the others will be busy soon." Song Sai nodded and curiously asked, "Mom, will you tell Grandma and Grandpa about this?" He had a good impression of his grandparents. The Wang family lived a bit far from Songjiakan, across a crooked mountain. If they walked through the mountain, it would take about 2 hours round trip, but going through the deep mountains was risky and required a longer route, turning the 2-hour journey into over 4 hours. Plus, since they had to walk both ways, it was especially hard to go back. Over the years, he has turned 4 and has only returned home twice. In his memory, his mother was quite favored at her parents' house, possibly because she was their only daughter, which made her parents love her dearly. His 4 uncles also doted on him as their nephew. Their maternal home is located near Crooked Neck Mountain in front and Great Qing Mountain behind, so they relied on the mountains for food. Although it was inconvenient to go to town, they never lacked meat and vegetables. Each time he returned, he came back with plenty. "Of course, I will tell you. It's just a bit far. We'll discuss it when your father comes back," Wang said, smiling as she patted her son's head. It's good that her son thinks about his parents. It shows how much they care for him. "That's great," Song Sai said, feeling satisfied with the answer, and then climbed onto his bed for a nap. Wang lay beside him, looking at her son's fair little face and thick eyelashes, feeling a warmth in her heart. If it weren't for her son's idea, the family wouldn't have made money. Now he could even help the whole family and village earn income. Thinking of this made Wang feel proud. In the past, some villagers whispered about them, saying they only had 1 child and wondered how they would manage in the future. Humph! Just wait and see who can say that again. One of her children is worth more than 10 of theirs. But it would be nice if she could have another child to keep her son company. Wang gently touched her belly, feeling a bit sad inside. A few people followed Song Dajing to the village chief's house. The village chief's home was the only one in the village with 2 large brick houses, but these rooms were not lived in. They were used for dining and receiving guests. The family still lived in the nearby mud houses, which made many villagers envious. Song Dajing arrived with his sons at the village chief's house. The yard was empty, which was normal since it was the off-season for farming. Besides weeding in the morning, most people spent their time relaxing, so after lunch, everyone was taking a nap. However, the noise from the group entering the yard caught the attention of someone inside. Village Chief Song Yukai had just finished eating and was drinking tea in the main room when he heard the commotion outside. He stepped out and saw Song Dajing and his 3 sons looking curious. "Dajing, what brings you here? Come in and sit down. It's hot outside," Song Yukai said politely, wondering why Dajing had come with his sons. As he welcomed them, he called out to the rooms on either side, "Eldest second, come out, your uncle is here." In Songjia village, everyone is related, so no matter how far apart, they greet each other by their titles. Song Danian is the 3rd child, so calling him third uncle is correct. Song Yukai has 2 sons, Song Ping and Song An. They had just fallen asleep when their father's loud voice woke them up. They quickly got dressed and ran outside. When they saw third Uncle Song, they greeted him right away. Meanwhile, Song Daniu and the others also greeted Song Yukai. The women and children in the house were also awakened, but since many people often visited the village chief, they were used to it. They usually waited until the visitors left before coming out to talk. Song Yukai, sitting in the main seat, asked with some confusion, "Danian, is there something going on?" Song Danian took the tea that Song Ping handed him and smiled. "Big brother, it's good news." "Oh? What good news? You look happy." "Haha, my 3rd son is selling eggs in town and met an important person. He said this person often works with foreign merchants and collects dried insects." Song Yukai was a bit surprised. Dried insects? People actually collect those? Song Ping and Song An also looked surprised. Song Dania laughed. "Uncle, you might not know, but my friend said his family has a business in the north. It's too cold there for dried insects, but some secret recipes require them, and there's a big demand. I thought I could help the village by finding work for everyone and making some money for the Mid-Autumn Festival." "Good. What you said is right. Daniu has grown up," Song Yukai said with emotion. Even though their families were not closely related, they lived in the same village and knew what kind of child Daniu was. He used to be a bit silly, but now he wants to help the village. Although the truth of this matter still needs to be verified, the boy has a good heart. Song Ping and Song An were also excited. They didn't expect there would be someone collecting dried insects. "How do you collect them, Daniu?" Song Ping asked. 100 coins per pound, but they need to be dried." "Wow, that's a lot of money." Song Ping and Song An were wide-eyed with surprise. Village Chief Song Yukai was also shocked, nearly dropping his teacup. He quickly stood up and asked, "Daniu, is that really true?" "Really, but the smaller dried insects need to weigh about 10 pounds to make 1 pound dried, and the bigger ones need 5 or 6 pounds, Song Daniu explained. "That's fine. It's the off-season for farming. Even at 10 coins a pound, it's worth doing. Nephew, you have found a great opportunity for our village. However, since this is something you arranged for us, how about I let everyone know that we will buy it for 80 coins per pound?" Song Yukai is not foolish. Even though Song Sanyu has likely made some money, he shouldn't be so thoughtless. Who knows, there might be more good opportunities in the future, and they might think of our village. As the village leader, I need to be careful. Song Sanyu nodded. "Let's go with what Uncle says." Song Danian looked at his son with approval. Just like that, they made 20 coins. Not bad at all. Song Daniu and Song Erniu were also very happy, feeling excited. Especially Song Daniu, as his 2 sons could now afford to marry. After discussing a bit more, Song Danian announced that they would start buying from tomorrow, and the villagers could begin preparing. He then waved goodbye. After seeing them off, Song Yukai went to the big locust tree at the village entrance, ringing a gong to gather everyone and share the good news. The villagers were thrilled when they heard the news. Selling for 80 coins a pound? That's a lot of money. They immediately rushed home to gather supplies. Some women, who were friendly with the Zhang family, came to ask for confirmation and, once assured, hurried out to catch some. Song Danian's older brother, Song Dafu, also came by in the afternoon. Upon learning that Song Sanyu was behind this, he praised him nonstop, making the usually confident Song Sanyu blush. In recent days, Jiang and Li families have been very popular. The village women greeted them warmly, knowing they were benefiting from the hard work of the third son. For the past few days, they've been very kind to the third family, allowing them to stay home and prepare the catch while they went out to gather. They knew that while the others could earn 20 coins for a pound, catching it themselves could bring in 100 coins. Jiang and Li families didn't want to miss this great opportunity. Soon, the entire Songjia village was bustling with activity. In the rice fields, by the creek, and beside the ditches, villagers were everywhere, each with old cloth bags and chopsticks, bending down to search carefully. Even the children joined in. At home, only Song Sanyu's family was relaxing, sleeping soundly. In the yard, old Zhang and Song Danian were sorting through the leeches brought by the villagers. They had collected 81 pounds, and in just 10 days, they had already made 50 pounds of dried leeches worth 4 taels of silver. They had even asked the villagers to take a little less to ensure everyone could benefit. Although they were happy, there was still some worry since they hadn't seen any profit yet. Song Dajing noticed his partner's thoughts and comforted her, saying, "I'll go find San tomorrow and tell him to sell some first. Yes, otherwise I feel a bit uneasy." In the San family's house, after waking up, Song Sanyu began to boast about his wise decisions from a few days ago, looking very pleased. "With this sale, we'll earn 220 coins. Mom and Dad will only get 20 coins. Haha, I, Song Sanyu, am truly the smartest person in Songjia village." Wang had gotten used to Song Sanyu's self-praise these days. Only Song Sai said helplessly, "Dad, be careful with what you say. If someone hears, it won't be good." "I know, I don't need you to teach me," Song Sanyu replied, lightly tapping his son's head. Wang thought about her family and asked, "Sani, when will we visit my family and let them know?" Song Sanyu thought for a moment and said, "In the next couple of days, Dad will definitely ask me to go to town to sell. We can go the day after we return, and we can take Sai to see his maternal grandparents since it's been a long time. All right, I miss my parents too. Besides, my sisters-in-law probably already went back." Song Sanyu nodded and smiled. "It's fine. The more we collect, the more profit we make. This time when we go to town, we'll buy more things to properly honor my father-in-law and mother-in-law for letting me marry their daughter." Wang playfully glared at Song Sanyu. In the middle, Song Sai felt numb. It was hot in the summer, and he had to endure this show of affection. Recently, the family had been busy with work, and in the evenings, old Zhang started making dinner normally. Each person had a bowl of vegetable porridge and a steamed bun. After being hungry all afternoon, the food was delicious. At the dinner table, everyone talked about how many they caught that day, which places had more and which had less. Especially the children, who couldn't keep quiet and began to compare. The older cousins, being a bit older, had caught the most. The family teased them, saying they were saving up for wives. The two blushed but didn't argue back. Song Sai thought that children in ancient times were quite mature. By the age of 10, they were already thinking about marriage. The younger cousin, a few years younger, didn't think about such things. He just wanted to sell and see if he could eat something good. His aunt, having caught a lot today and in a good mood, promised to buy him treats with the money they earned, making the younger cousin very happy. He confidently patted his chest and said, "Little brother, when my family makes money, I'll buy you candy too." The other cousins nodded seriously. Song Danian smiled broadly, but thinking about the big bag of dried leeches at home made him a bit worried. "Third brother, why don't you sell them tomorrow?" "I feel uneasy without seeing any money." Everyone perked up at this. Yes, having money would motivate them more. Song Sanyu guessed that the old man couldn't wait, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. He smiled and agreed, as he also wanted to make some money. "All right, if we earn some silver, everyone will be more motivated." Yes, you're right, third brother," Lee said immediately. The others nodded in agreement. After dinner, everyone was exhausted from catching leeches all day and went straight to sleep, except for the third room, where they whispered to each other. "Sani, we've earned 3 taels of silver so far. If we add tomorrow's earnings, hurry up and calculate it for me." "I can't figure it out," Wang said, going over the household accounts. She was excited about the big earnings expected tomorrow but couldn't calculate it, so she urged Song Sanyu to do it. Song Sanya thought about the 50 pounds of dried leeches at home and started calculating. 50 pounds at 221 per pound would be 50 times 221. How much was that? After thinking for a while, he couldn't figure it out and laughed. I can't calculate it either. No worries, I'll wake up early tomorrow to figure it out. Okay. Wang knew her husband might not be able to calculate it right away, as the amount was too large. Song Sai, sleeping inside, calculated quietly and figured they could earn 11 taels of silver this time. After subtracting the 21 at home, that would leave them with 1 tael, plus the previous 3 taels, making a total of 13 taels. They were finally closer to getting a big brick house and getting rid of the creaky wooden bed that often made noise at night. The next day, at dawn, the rooster at Grandpa and Grandma's place was crowing loudly, waking up the whole Song family. Outside the small courtyard, the sound of barking dogs could be heard. The entire Song family village was starting to come alive. Song Sanyu, filled with thoughts from the night before, jumped up when the rooster crowed and went outside to gather some small sticks from the woodpile. He spent a while arranging them inside, his eyes growing wider with disbelief and his breathing quickening. His heart raced, worried he had made a mistake in his calculations. He calculated again and got the same result, feeling excited as he rushed to wake Wang. Chunyu, haha, wake up quickly. Wang slowly opened her eyes and saw her husband grinning from ear to ear, which made her feel inexplicably happy. What's going on? Wang said softly, noticing her son sleeping soundly. Song Sanyu took a moment to calm his excitement and whispered, Chunyun, this time we can earn at least this much. He spread his hands wide. Wang looked at him in disbelief, covering her mouth with her hands. Are you sure? Really, I'm sure. I've counted many times, and it's always this amount. Oh my goodness. Our family is going to be well off, Wang exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. Song Sanyu shared her expression and looked down at their precious son with soft eyes. Without him, they wouldn't be making money. Their son was truly a blessing from above. After a simple breakfast, Jiang and Li brought out the dried goods they had prepared over the past few days. It wasn't much, just about 2 pounds for each family, but it was the result of their hard work. Relying on the third son to bring in money, both women had been very nice lately. There are too many people catching them now. It's hard to catch more. We only have this little bit dried from the past few days, Jiang said regretfully. Yeah, it's not as easy to catch as it was at first. I wish I hadn't told everyone in the village, Li complained. Song Sanyu smiled and said, Sisters-in-law, if you hadn't said anything, people would still notice you were catching them with all this fuss. Song Erniu nodded. Old third is right. We just need to be more careful. Otherwise, how can it be so expensive per pound? Altogether, they had just over 50 pounds. Song Sanyu put the sack in the basket and carried the eggs as he set off with Wang and their son. On the way, they met many villagers who greeted Song Sanyu warmly. When they learned he was delivering goods, they became even more excited, showing that this business was indeed promising. Once they left Songjia village, Song Sanyu sighed in relief and shook his head proudly, saying, It's not as good as before. Being too popular isn't always great. Wang rolled her eyes at her husband. I don't want to go back to the past. I prefer it this way. Now that she was out, every woman looked at her with envy. Song Sai thought, This is just the beginning. Are you satisfied already? I need to cool them down. So he looked up with big eyes and asked, Dad, how much does it cost to build a big brick house? You want to live in a big brick house? Of course, we will. Song Sanyu replied without hesitation. Dad, how much silver do we need to build a big brick house? We'll figure it out. Song Sanyu suddenly realized that the village chief's simple 2-room brick house cost 10 taels of silver. If he were to build a house, it would definitely be more than 2 rooms, at least 4, or maybe even 6. But 6 rooms would cost 30 taels. Not to mention whether he could earn 30 taels in a month. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to spend it all at once. It's obvious that having money but not being able to use it feels terrible. However, it's better to stay low-key. He couldn't show too much excitement. With that thought, Song Sanyu wiped the smile off his face. Wang sure thought the same way. This money wasn't easy to come by, so they couldn't spend it carelessly. They could only talk about building a house when they had more money. Song Sai noticed that both of them understood the seriousness of the situation and felt relieved. He still wanted to be a rich second generation, and if he didn't want to get involved, he could only rely on his parents. By Shui Town, Wang Shi went to sell eggs alone while Song Sanyu took his son to Maya Chuntang. The shopkeeper was very friendly when he saw Song Sanyu because he knew he was there to spend money, even if it wasn't much. Back so soon? Song Sanyu smiled. I just happened to come to sell eggs, so I brought them along. You can weigh them now.
Sure.
Manager Lu prepared medicine for the customers and kindly handed a handful of red dates to Song Sai, saying, You've traveled a long way. You must be tired. Here, have some red dates. Song Sai happily accepted them. The big, plump red dates looked delicious. He popped one into his mouth and gave one to his dad. Seeing Manager Lu looking at him expectantly, he quickly offered one to him as well. Manager Lu had only intended to entertain the child, but he was surprised by how generous Song Sai was, which made him even happier. The shopkeeper quickly weighed the dried leeches, his face full of joy, a total of 54 pounds and 1 ounce. After hearing this, Manager Lu went back to the counter and started calculating on the abacus. After a moment, he looked up and smiled. That comes to 17 taels, 3 coins, and 12 won. Song Sanyu swallowed hard, suppressing his excitement, and said, Just give me 17 taels and 3 coins. Manager Lu smiled, acknowledging the request. The shopkeeper was even happier. He earned a few extra coins, which usually didn't matter much to the manager. Manager Lu personally went to the cabinet to get the silver and pointed to one large piece, saying, This is 10 taels of silver, and this one is 5 taels. The rest is loose change, so take care of it. Song Sai noticed that his father was gripping his hand tighter, showing he was nervous. After all, a farmer had never seen so much money at once. Seeing his father lost in thought, Song Sai looked up and said cheerfully, Dad, take the money. Hearing his son, Song Sanyu snapped back to reality, quickly took the silver, put it in his pocket, and thanked Manager Lu gratefully before leaving. After the father and son left, the shop assistant approached and said, Manager, what Song Sanyu brought isn't much. This amount isn't enough. Manager Lu smiled and replied, Don't worry. It will only get more from here. With that, he calmly returned to his seat behind the counter. On their way home, Song Sanyu kept his head down with the silver in hand. Song Sai rolled his eyes secretly, thinking his father was acting timid again. Wang, the wife, hadn't sold all the eggs yet. Seeing her husband hunched over was both amusing and exciting. Song Sanyu and Song Sai squatted behind Wang until she finished selling the eggs, then they turned to head home. With so much money, no one dared to linger in town, not even buying anything before they left. Once they were away from the town and there were no people around, Song Sanyu shared how much silver they earned. Wang's eyes widened in surprise, and after gasping, she quickly looked around, worried about drawing attention. Wang leaned closer to her husband and whispered, How will we divide it? I've already calculated it at home. Mom and Dad took out 4 taels for 50 pounds. The villagers buy at 80 won per pound, but for Mom and Dad it's 100 won per pound, so I just need to give them 5 taels. My elder and younger sisters together have 4 pounds and 1 tael, but since they are family, I initially said 100 won, so it will be calculated at that rate, totaling 410 won. Altogether, that makes 5 taels, for Qian and 10 won. After subtracting that, our family earned. Song Sanyu felt a bit confused, squatting by the roadside and drawing in the dirt for a while. Wang and Song Sai squatted beside him. After a while, he looked up and grinned, saying, Our family earned a total of 11 taels, 8 qian and 91. Adding the previous 3 taels, we now have nearly 15 taels in savings. Song Sai had already calculated everything. Although he thought there would be more in the future, seeing his parents so happy made him smile too. They had finally taken a small step forward, which was great. Luckily, I was worried about not having money for this trip, so I brought some silver from home, said Song Sanyu. He was so happy that he didn't think about the details. Seeing how thoughtful his wife was, he couldn't help but praise her. The 10 taels of large silver ingots and 5 taels of small silver ingots were not meant to be used. The other 2 pieces of broken silver weighed 1 tael each, along with some copper coins. Plus, they had 2 more pieces of broken silver. Song Sanyu and Wang Shi took their son and found a quiet place to put the 5 taels of silver and 410 copper coins into a cloth bag. They also put the money from selling eggs into another bag. Thankfully, Wang Shi had brought several bags, or they wouldn't have had anywhere to store the silver. Wang Shi divided the money they earned into several cloth bags, and each of the 3 took one, hiding them carefully so that no one would notice. Once the money was secured, they set off on their way home. With money earned, their mood was naturally good. Song Sanyu carried his son on his shoulders, walking home cheerfully. At first, Song Sai felt a bit shy, but soon he began to enjoy it. It was nice not to walk and even better to be loved by his parents. At the old Song family home, everyone in the yard was anxiously waiting, each with many thoughts in their minds. But without exception, they were all wondering if they had made any money from the sale. The elderly couple was especially worried. They had put half of their money into the business and couldn't afford to fail. The more they thought about it, the more anxious they became. The old man stood up and paced back and forth in the yard, making everyone else even more anxious. Song Erniu couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up, ready to go check at the village entrance, and Song Daeniu followed him. A few children from the family hurried after them. Although they were young, they understood that their uncle was doing something important, so they anxiously followed along. Song Daeniu, Song Erniu, and the group of children didn't wait long before they saw their uncle's family not far away. As they got closer, Song Sanyu spotted his 2 older brothers standing at the village entrance, so he quickened his pace. When he reached them, he quietly called out, "Eldest brother, second brother, kids, let's go home and count the money." As soon as he said this, Song Daeniu and Song Erniu's eyes lit up, and they couldn't help but smile. The children could no longer hold back and cheered excitedly. The family happily returned home. When the family saw the joyful faces of the newcomers, they knew everything had gone well, and even those who were affected were smiling. Old Mrs. Zhang was the first to rush forward, her face beaming, and asked, "My dear son, how did it go? Did you sell it?" Feeling a bit awkward, Song Sanyu shivered slightly but then smiled and took out a money pouch from his pocket, handing it to his mother. "Mother, the money from the eggs, leeches, and from my sisters-in-law is all here. Count it. We've been on the road so long that our clothes are soaked. Let's change before going out again." Old Mrs. Zhang held the heavy money pouch, grinning from ear to ear, and waved her hand, saying, "Go on, go on." The others were also drawn to the money pouch in old Mrs. Zhang's hands. Only Jiang and Li glanced at them before quickly returning their gaze to the pouch. Old Mrs. Zhang poured the money onto the table, 5 silver coins and several hundred copper coins. She was so happy, she couldn't find the right words to express it. The children, seeing silver coins for the first time, widened their eyes in amazement. When Song Sanyu came in, they looked at their uncle with admiration, thinking he was truly impressive. Mom and Dad in the village, they buy leeches for 80 coins a pound. Eldest brother and second brother's families bought at the regular price, and the rest is from the eggs, Song Sanyu explained. After counting for a while, old Mrs. Zhang confirmed the amounts were correct. They had made a profit of 1 or 2 silver coins, and with the earnings from eldest and second brother's families, they had made a total of 1 tael and 400 coins in just 10 days. Old Mrs. Zhang's eyes even became a bit red with joy. Song Danian looked at Song Sanyu with pride in his eyes. Li was the first to speak up. "These leeches are really profitable. We have some time left. We should catch more." She had already informed her family, so they could also earn money. Although Jiang initially looked at her brother-in-law with skepticism, she realized he was indeed helping the whole family earn money, so she complimented him. Third brother is really capable. Song Sanyu felt a bit uneasy. It was strange for his two sisters-in-law to treat him so kindly after having seen him in a bad mood before. Old Mrs. Zhang and Song Danian put the silver away and counted out 3 small piles from the copper coins, pointing at the money. Our family hasn't split up, so we can't divide the silver. However, everyone has worked hard lately, so your mother and I decided to give each of your families 100 coins. How you spend it is up to you. As soon as these words were spoken, both the first and second families became a bit excited. 100 coins is quite a lot. Although each family has some savings, it's usually just a few coins saved here and there. This is the first time they've received such a large amount from the public funds. Song Sanyu was also happy to take the money. Even though his family has a little money now, who would refuse more? Seeing their sons happily accepting the money, the elderly couple felt joyful. They noticed the children behind them looking at them with eager eyes. Old Mrs. Zhang's heart softened. Come here, children. You've all worked hard during this time. Grandpa and Grandma have seen it. Grandma will give each family 5 coins. Don't let the adults touch this money. Use it to buy sweets for the kids. She then gave 5 coins to Song Dae from the first family, 5 coins to Song Erhua from the second family, and finally, 5 coins to Song Sai. The children were thrilled. The kids from both families crowded around Song Dae and Song Erhua, shouting for money. Song Sai, who received 5 coins all to himself, was also happy to tuck them into his pocket. He wished he could have a soft little sister or a playful little brother to buy sweets for every day. He wondered if his parents would give him that chance. Jiang and Li exchanged glances, slightly pouting. Why should each family get 5 coins? They felt their parents were being biased. However, since they would need to rely on the third son later, they decided to stay quiet. Song Sai noticed how his 2 aunts were truly hard to describe, especially since they had just received benefits. Everyone was happy with their money. Old Mrs. Zhang even took down some cured meat that had been hanging in the kitchen for a long time and cut half of it for lunch. The children, who had planned to show off, found themselves unable to move, staying in the yard to enjoy the smell of the meat while waiting for their meal. At lunch, there was cured meat. Although it wasn't much, everyone got 3 pieces, regardless of whether they were adults or children, boys or girls. Old Mrs. Zhang treated everyone equally. Song Sai thought his grandparents did a great job. While there was some preference for boys, they never scolded their granddaughter and always tried to distribute food fairly. Even though his 2 aunts were a bit stingy, they treated their own daughters well, unlike some families in the village where the preference for boys was very obvious. Girls were made to work hard at home while boys did nothing. After lunch, Song Sai planned to return to his room when his cousin approached him and said, Sai, we found some wild duck eggs while catching leeches this morning. Let's go get them. Sure, he replied, excited to go out after being cooped up for days. The weather outside is very sunny, so everyone decides to wait until after their nap to go out and play. After discussing it, a few of them head back inside to sleep. When Song Sai returns to his house, he sees his father squatting under the cabinet. What a simple way to collect money, with no skill involved at all. Curiously, Song Sai looks at Wang, who covers her mouth and laughs. Your father is counting the money. The goal of 15 taels is too big. Our house is small, so if we don't store it, it's not practical to carry it around every day. Oh, Mom. There aren't any mice, right? No, there are no mice that eat silver. After Song Sanyu safely puts the money away, he crawls out from under the cabinet, grinning. Our family is doing well. Not bad at all. He continues, tomorrow morning let's go to the town to buy some things, then visit your in-laws. We haven't spent much time there before, and this time, Chun Yun, you can stay a few more days. We'll buy some gifts to show off a bit. Wang is naturally happy to hear they will go back tomorrow. She immediately decides not to take a nap and starts packing clothes. Song Sanyu runs to tell the elderly couple. It's true that their third son's wife hasn't been home much in the past 5 or 6 years. Now that they've made some money, it's good to visit. Old Zhang immediately takes out 100 won from the cabinet and hands it to his youngest son, saying, Chun-Yin hasn't been home in a long time. Buy more gifts this time. It's not easy for your in-laws to come all the way from the town. Song Sanyu didn't expect to receive money and quickly nods, saying yes, and adds a few flattering words. Old Zhang is pleased and happy to give him the money. Song Danian sees his wife being sweet-talked by their youngest son into giving him 100 won and smiles without stopping him. Their youngest son has always been different from the other two. He is sensible, well-behaved, and sweet-tongued. So, naturally, the elderly couple tends to favor him a bit more, especially since he is the youngest. Even though he likes to be lazy as he grows up, they still spoil him. Now that he understands the importance of earning money for the family, how can they not be happy? Even without earning silver, they feel joyful seeing their son change. That boy is up to no good. Song Danian laughs. Old Zhang nudges her husband. What do you mean it's not good? This is important. Right. Song Sanyu returned to the room and handed the money to Wang. Wang was a bit touched as she accepted the money, realizing how much her in-laws favored their own family. She thought, once we finish drying the leeches, let's go to town and buy some cotton fabric. We can make new clothes for Mom and Dad, so they can wear them for the new year. Sure, you always think ahead, he replied. The atmosphere in the room became much warmer, and both of them looked at each other with affection. On the bed, Song Sai thought, should I just leave? In the afternoon, Song Sai was sleeping soundly when his cousin Song Sanyu called from the door. Sai, little brother, wake up.
We are leaving now.
Rubbing his eyes, Sai sat up groggily. Wang was in the yard sorting the dried leeches, which were collected by the first and second families. The third family didn't go out, as they needed to help dry the leeches. When she heard her son was going out to play, she didn't stop him. She walked in and found her son looking sleepy, which made her smile. She wet a cloth and wiped his face, instantly making Sai feel much more awake. He got dressed, grabbed his small bag, and followed his cousin outside. The older cousins from the first family didn't go, as they were busy catching leeches to earn money. However, the two older sisters from the second family were waiting at the door. When they saw their little brother come out, they were very happy and grabbed his hands, leading him to where they had found wild duck eggs. Sai didn't want them to hold his hands, but the more he struggled, the tighter they held on. Since they were heading to the foot of the mountain, they needed to keep a close eye on him, as he was the only child from their uncle's family. Sai gave up struggling and thought, all right, I'll just act like a little kid this time. On the sunny Crooked Neck Mountain in summer, the sun shone brightly at the top, making the trees appear even more lush. The sounds of birds chirping echoed through the forest, creating a beautiful melody. As they walked further down the mountain, the air was filled with the fresh scent of grass and the fragrance of soil. A gentle breeze blew, causing the leaves to sway and creating a dance of light and shadow on the ground. The plants were growing vigorously, some reaching half the height of a person. When the little ones stood among them, they could easily be missed if one wasn't careful. Holding a small stick, Sanyu led the way, occasionally tapping the stick on the grass beside them while saying, "Stay close. The places I tap are safe." After walking for a little while, Sanyu became cautious, moving quietly. Sai guessed they must be close to the spot where the wild duck eggs were, and the two older sisters also started to tread carefully. Sure enough, after walking a short distance, they heard the sound of wild ducks ahead. As they moved closer, Song Sai pushed through the tall grass and discovered a patch of reeds not far away. Although he had been to Crooked Neck Mountain before, he had never seen this place. He wondered how many treasures Crooked Neck Mountain still held for him to explore. In his past life, a neighbor took great care of him. Knowing he was alone, the neighbor invited him to family gatherings and outings. Once, when the neighbor's family went to a farm stay, they took him along. Next to the farm stay was a large reed marsh filled with wild ducks. The owner often collected wild duck eggs, pickled them, and sold salted duck eggs. He still remembered how the owner described their salted duck eggs, saying the egg white was as smooth as cream and the yolk was like a bright sun. The taste of those salted duck eggs was unforgettable. When he took a bite, the golden yolk would ooze out, rich and flavorful, with a delightful salty taste and a smooth texture. Now seeing the reed marsh again, Song Sai began to think about the possibility of selling salted duck eggs. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. Salt was expensive, costing 200 coins per pound. If he wanted to make money from this skill, it wouldn't be easy. The owner of the farm stay had generously shared how to make them, and he knew how to do it himself. He had the ingredients at home, but selling them was a problem. With the high price of salted duck eggs, they wouldn't sell well in Baishui town. He would need to go to the county town, but he heard it took 3 hours to get there, 6 hours round trip. That would be exhausting. Never mind, he thought. He would think about it after the Mid-Autumn Festival. His second cousin, third cousin, and third cousin brother had already tiptoed to the edge of the reed lake, and Song Sai hurried to follow them. There were indeed wild duck eggs, and quite a few of them. At that moment, Song Sai's small bag came in handy. His cousins placed all the wild duck eggs they found into his bag. However, the bag was small, and after fitting in 16 eggs, it could hold no more. His third cousin held 2 eggs in his hands, looking a bit regretful as he glanced at the eggs in the grass in the river center, knowing they couldn't go there. With their bags full of wild duck eggs, the kids were thrilled. His second cousin worried that Song Sai might drop the eggs, so she took the bag and held his hand as they hurried home. Feeling like a hero, his third cousin walked ahead with confidence. Once they reached the yard, he dashed to old Zhang with a look that begged for praise. Old Zhang used a towel to wipe the sweat from his grandchildren's foreheads. He was very happy to see a small bag of wild duck eggs and praised the little ones, saying they would make egg soup for dinner. The children were so excited they could hardly contain themselves. Seeing that their goal was achieved, the second cousin took her younger siblings to find their parents. It was still early, and they could catch some meat to attract insects. As for Song Sai, he stayed home, watching old Zhang and Wang occasionally sort through the dried leeches. Song Daji was busy weaving round baskets with his young son. They had so many leeches at home that drying them on the ground was not an option, so they needed to make more baskets for drying. Song Sanyu noticed his son nearby and worried he might get too hot. "Son, go back inside. It's hot out here." "Okay," Song Sai replied obediently, returning to the house. He lay on the bed, thinking about pickling duck eggs, and soon fell asleep. By the afternoon, as the sky darkened, the families from the big and small houses returned home with plenty of catches. People from other villages were the same. During this time, everyone was eager to catch leeches and didn't want to waste any time. Old Wang had already prepared the meal, serving each person a bowl of duck egg soup. She had added 4 wild duck eggs to the soup, making it very fragrant. Everyone enjoyed dipping their bread into the soup, but one person was not pleased. Li. She had heard her son say that these wild duck eggs were caught by their family, and now they were all eating together. She thought that when they caught something good next time, they should keep it for themselves first. At dinner, Song Sanyu mentioned that he would take Wang back to her family the next day. The other 2 families had no objections. The third family didn't do much at home anyway, and it was true that the younger sister rarely visited, unlike them who could easily go back. Of course, Song Sanyu was just mentioning it and not asking for anyone's permission. After dinner, everyone who had worked hard all day returned to their rooms. Taking advantage of the last bit of daylight, the men took cold showers in the yard while the women and children quickly cleaned up inside. Although rural families had candles, they only used them sparingly throughout the year, except for New Year's Eve. Otherwise, they went to sleep as soon as it got dark, with no entertainment activities. Once it was completely dark, the yard fell silent. Outside, the fields were alive with the sounds of insects and the barking of dogs from who knows which house in the village mixed together. Inside the house, Song Sanyu was snoring, and Song Sai had also fallen asleep to the sound of the snoring. Wang was perhaps a bit too excited and still couldn't sleep, so she kept fanning the 2 of them. Only the family from the second house was still awake. Under the moonlight, Li was scolding a few children in the room. "Next time you find so many wild duck eggs, don't be foolish like today and give them all away. It would be much better to keep them at home to eat. Why are you teaching the kids this? Aren't we all family? It's been hard to get along lately, and now you're starting again," Song Erniu complained. His sister-in-law had been quiet for the past few days, and now his wife was being picky again.
Exactly, Mom.
Little brother even shared his candy with us a few days ago. What's wrong with us sharing the duck eggs? Song Sai said impatiently. You two are clueless. The third house must have gotten money from the old couple. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so generous. I don't believe it, Lee said, her face showing distrust. Song Erniu was speechless. If you're so capable, why don't you catch leeches to sell? Little brother took on such a good job for the family, and now you're complaining. Lee was somewhat dismissive. Humph, old three is too clever. Do you really think he didn't keep something for himself? I don't believe it. So what if he did? If he hadn't said anything, we wouldn't even have had the chance. All right, Erhua, Sanhua, Sai, you all go back to sleep and don't listen to your mother's nonsense. The children hurried back to bed after being told. Lee felt unhappy when the kids left. I really don't know where your usual cleverness goes. If only I knew where old three's friends were. We could skip him. Song didn't expect his wife to have such a plan. He said seriously, don't talk nonsense. If you provoke old three, we won't earn any money. He wasn't foolish. It was normal for old three to keep something to himself. If he were in the same position, he would do the same. But since they still relied on little brother for money, it was best not to upset him. They might need him in the future. Seeing her husband's serious expression, Lee agreed verbally, but started plotting in her mind. The next morning, as dawn broke, the village was gently awakened by the golden sunlight. There was a faint smoke rising from homes. Song Sai was awakened by the sunlight streaming through the window. Getting up, he saw his mother packing a large bundle, indicating that they would be staying at their grandfather's house for a few days. Song Sanyu entered and saw his son sitting on the bed with big, shiny eyes. He bent down to hug his son, rubbing his chin against the soft little face, and said with a smile, "Little lazy pig is up. I've been waiting for you." Song Sai laughed happily, enjoying the moment of fatherly love. Wang Shi finished packing and saw Song Sanyu teasing his son. She walked over and playfully pulled on Song Sanyu's ear, saying, "This is what you get for teasing your son." After a bit of fun, they went out to eat. Old Mrs. Zhang knew her son was going on a long journey today, so she specially cooked 3 wild duck eggs, one for each of them. Luckily, Li Shi had gone out early to catch leeches. Otherwise, she would have felt even worse seeing the eggs. After breakfast, the 3 of them set off for the town. The morning sun was not too hot yet, and a cool breeze gently rustled the dense leaves, creating a soft sound. The morning light filtered through the layers of leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The 3 of them were in a good mood, chatting and laughing as they quickly arrived at Baishui town. There was no market today, but the shops were open as usual, making it easy to buy things. Since the father-in-law's family had plenty of meat, they didn't go to the butcher but headed straight to the general store. Yesterday, the old lady had given them 100 won, and they had a total of 1 tael and 90 when at home. They left 5 when at home and brought the rest with them. At the general store, Wang Shi bought a pound of salt for 200 won and a pound of cane sugar for 100 won. That took a big chunk of their money. She also asked the shopkeeper for a larger piece of malt candy for 20 won, bought some candied fruits, and a few packs of pastries for another 100 won. Finally, she bought a few hair ties for her daughter, spending 20 won. In total, she spent 4 taels and 40 won, but she still felt like buying more. Song Sai noticed that women, whether in modern times or ancient times, were always the main consumers. His father was pretty good too. Even after spending so much money, his mother didn't blink an eye and smiled the whole time. Definitely a good man. If Song Sanyu knew this, he would surely argue, is that what makes a good man? It's natural for men to earn money and women to spend it. Just as they were about to head back, a traveling merchant passed by, and Wang Shi immediately noticed some wooden hairpins on his cart. "Merchant, how much are these hairpins?" Hearing someone call him, the merchant quickly stopped, turned around and smiled. "Madam, you have a good eye. These are peachwood hairpins, not only beautiful, but also believed to ward off evil. Each one is 21. 21? That's a bit expensive. I want to buy several to give as gifts. can you lower the price? Wang was thinking that she hadn't returned home for a long time, so she planned to buy a hairpin for each of her sisters-in-law and her mother. When the vendor heard she wanted to buy several, he smiled widely and nodded, saying, "Of course, it should be fewer." "How many do you want, madam?" "Four, please." That way, each of the three sisters-in-law and her mother would have one. "Let's buy 5. Don't forget about yourself." Song Sanyu glanced at his wife, who was frowning. "Exactly, mother. If we don't have enough money, I still have some." Song Sai quickly took out 5 coins from his small bag and handed them to Wang. Hearing her husband's words and feeling the warmth of the coins in her hand, Wang felt both bittersweet and happy. She patted her son's head and said to the vendor, "Let's buy 5. How much can you reduce the price?" This was the first time the vendor had seen such a warm family. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Madam, you're making a good purchase. I won't charge you much. How about I take off 2 coins for each pin? That means you'll save 10 coins for 5, so you only need to pay 90 coins. Seeing the vendor's serious expression, Wang knew the price was fair and counted out 90 coins to pay him. The vendor, pleased with the heavy coins, smiled and handed her a small bundle of thread, saying, "Since you bought so much, consider this a gift." Wang was naturally happy and politely thanked him before leaving satisfied. "Now, we still have 60 coins. Chunyu, do you want to buy anything else?" Song Sanyu returned the 5 coins to his son and counted the coins in his pouch. Wang playfully glared at Song Sanyu, saying, "That's enough. We should keep some money on hand." Song Sanyu chuckled, "I should have brought more. We almost ran out." "Enough. We've bought so much already." Wang felt she had brought back quite a lot from her visit home. "Hee, Chunyu, let me put this hairpin in your hair." He picked the one he thought looked best and pinned it in place. After adjusting it, he seriously said, "Chunyu, you look really pretty with this. When we earn more, I'll buy you silver and gold hairpins." Song Sai, always enthusiastic about dreaming big, added with wide, bright eyes, "Yes, mother. In the future, Dad will buy you hairpins, and I'll buy you bracelets and new clothes so you can change every day." Wang smiled softly as she hugged her son, saying, "My dear son, what good deed did I do in my past life to deserve such a treasure like you?" Song Sai felt a bit shy at first, but soon he was completely immersed in his mother's love. Song Sanyu, not wanting to be left out, said, "Chunyun, what about me? Am I not good too?" Wang found her husband's childishness a bit amusing, but she humored him with a few serious replies. Song Sanyu felt a bit dissatisfied, but didn't dare to complain. He was happy that his son had inherited his skills. They placed their purchases in a basket, and Song Sanyu carried it while also lifting Song Sai onto his shoulders, saying, "Let's go to your grandfather's house." The journey to the Wang family was a bit long. Wang stopped at a meat bun stall and bought 6 buns, 3 vegetarian and 3 meat, spending a total of 15 coins. The elderly lady selling the buns remembered them and was very enthusiastic, even giving them an extra vegetarian bun. Wang took the opportunity to compliment her, making the lady smile widely. "All right, we spent another 15 coins. Let's go." The 3 of them finally set off. In ancient times, traveling far meant walking. Some wealthy families might have ox carts or horse-drawn carriages, but Song Sai had never seen a horse cart, not even in Baishui town. He had seen a few ox carts, but there were many mule carts. The weather was hot. Although they walked in the shade of the trees, it was still very warm. Wang noticed her son's sunburned face and felt a bit sorry for him. She took him off her husband's shoulders and said, "Let's take a break and eat something." Song Sanyu, feeling a bit tired, rubbed his neck and agreed. "All right, let's rest." They found a shady spot under a tree. Wang took out some oil paper and pulled out the buns, giving the meat buns to the father and son while she took a vegetarian bun for herself. Seeing this, Song Sanyu broke his meat bun in half and gave half to Wang, then took a vegetarian bun for himself. Wang appreciated her husband's thoughtfulness and accepted the half bun. After finishing 1 meat bun, Wang handed another one to Song Sai. Song Sai patted his little belly and only wanted half of it. Wang knew her son's appetite well and, confirming he was full, ate the other half herself. Once both mother and son were satisfied, Song Sanyu finished the last vegetarian bun from the oil paper. After drinking some water, they all lay back contentedly in the grass. After dinner, a few people felt a bit sleepy, especially Song Sai, who couldn't resist the summer drowsiness and fell asleep. Wang Shi and Song Sanyu only lay down for a short while before picking up their son and continuing on their journey. They took several breaks along the way, and when the sun began to set, painting the sky with a fiery orange glow, Wang Shi finally saw the familiar hill. If they walked for another 15 minutes, they would reach Wangjia village. Wang Shi was happy, and her son was also excited. Although their feet were sore, they pushed on toward the village. At Wangjia village, at Wang Tieshuan's home, old Ma was packing up the skins and said to her husband, "Tieshuan, it seems our daughter won't be back this year. I've dried some good skins and asked Dagawei and Dio to deliver them, along with the wild rabbits we hunted a few days ago." Wang Tieshuan, the head of the family, took a couple of puffs from his pipe and nodded. "All right, I haven't seen my daughter in a long time. I'll go myself." His daughter had married far away, making it hard for her to return home. However, he didn't regret it. Her new home was much closer to town than theirs. Wang Tieshuan's sons were interested when they heard their father was going to see their sister, especially the youngest, Wang Chuan, who stood up first. "Dad, I'll go. I've missed my sister." The eldest son, Wang Gui, and the second son, Wang Yu, also eagerly agreed. All right, no need to argue. Whoever brings back the most game gets to go," Old Ma said with a smile. "That's a good idea." The men cheered. The daughters-in-law looked on with smiles as their family bickered. The younger sister was nice. Since they married into the family, there had never been any trouble, and she was very considerate. In the yard, the children were also excited and wanted to join, constantly nudging their parents. "Look, son, we are almost at your grandparents' house," Wang Shi said excitedly, pointing to Wangjia village not far away. Song Sai was feeling a bit worn out after a whole day of traveling. Although he had walked very little, being carried all day was tiring. Seeing the village up ahead, his previously scrunched-up face brightened with joy. Song Sanyu also smiled, thinking how far his father-in-law lived. It would be great if they could move closer to them in the future. By the time they reached the village, the sky was getting dark, but they still encountered a few villagers on the small road, who were out for a stroll after dinner. They were initially surprised to see Wang Shi, but when they noticed the man and child with her, they smiled and said, "Oh, Chunyun is back. It's been a while since you returned." "Yes, it's far from home, so it's not convenient to come back." Others on the road noticed and came over, warmly greeting, "Chunyun, you should stay home for a few more days. It's hard to come back, and your village is really far from ours." Right. "Oh, is this Chunyun's son? He looks so clean and handsome." "I think so too. It's better to be close to town. The kids grow up well." One was eager to go home, so after a few words, she pulled her son and grandson back home. At that moment, the Wang family had just finished eating. A few sisters-in-law quickly cleaned up the dishes while the men relaxed in the yard. Wang Chuan, picking his teeth, stretched his ears and said suspiciously, "Why do I feel like I hear a girl's voice?" "Third brother, your ears are really sharp." Everyone thought they must have heard wrong. How could they hear Chunyun's voice? They looked towards the gate and saw Wang smiling brightly at the entrance. "Oh, my dear daughter, that must have taken a whole day's journey."
Come in.
Old Ma was the first to react, rushing over to hug her daughter. After checking her over and seeing she hadn't lost weight and looked well, she sighed in relief. Then she noticed her son-in-law and her grandson on his neck, and she was overjoyed, welcoming her son-in-law inside while hugging her grandson tightly. "Oh, my little grandson. Grandma missed you so much." Old Ma kept kissing him. Song Si he didn't mind and actually enjoyed the feeling of being loved. Others in the yard also realized what was happening and gathered around the family of three. Big brother, second brother, third brother, sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, third sister-in-law. "Dad," Song Sen-yo called out to everyone, finally addressing his father-in-law, who nodded in acknowledgement. One song, see he finished calling out, he sweetly said, "Uncle, aunt." Second uncle, second aunt. Third uncle, third aunt.
Grandpa.
Everyone thought the little boy was so cute and charming, and they couldn't help but feel delighted. Even the usually serious Wang Tai-Xuan looked happy at that moment. He stepped forward to take the little grandson from his wife's arms and began lifting him high. Song Si he laughed joyfully. After Wang Tai-Xuan cherished him for a while, he set the little grandson down, and a group of kids in the yard eagerly surrounded him. "Little brother, you look really good." The one speaking is Wang Xiao, the 6-year-old daughter of my third uncle's family. She is also the youngest child in the Wang family and was surprised to see a child even smaller than herself. "You look nice too," Song Si said with a big smile. The little girl really had nice features, though she was a bit dark and chubby. Just round. But that's how rural kids are. He had never seen anyone cleaner than himself. "You must be starving after the journey. Hurry and make something to eat, oldest, second, and third families," Old Ma said. The aunts immediately went inside to get busy. It was already dark, but since the daughter was home, they couldn't be stingy anymore. Old Ma took out candles to light up the main room and lit another one in the kitchen for her daughter-in-law to cook. Song Sanyu set down the basket on his back, and Wang Shi began to take things out one by one. "Mom and Dad, these are what we bought in town this morning. There's salt, sugar, pastries, and malt sugar." She took out the malt sugar and handed it to her older cousin Wang Jian, smiling as she said, "Did Jian, keep the sugar and share it with your younger siblings tomorrow." Wang Jian looked as if he had received a difficult task and put the sugar directly into his arms. She also took out a few hair ties from the basket, giving one to each of the girls in the family, making them very happy. Wang Shi took out some hairpins and gave one to each of her brothers, saying with a smile, "Later, wear these for your wives." The last one she placed in Old Ma's hand, saying, "Mom, this is a gift from your daughter." Old Ma felt a bit emotional, her eyes reddening. Her daughter had married far away and had only come home a few times in the year since. Seeing her daughter so thoughtful and caring made her heart feel both bittersweet and grateful. Sitting nearby, Wang Tiehuan looked at all the things on the table and worriedly estimated the cost. "Daughter, you bought too much. We already have these at home." Wang Shi shook her head with a smile. "Dad, don't worry. My mother-in-law knew I was coming back and specially gave me money." Song Sanyu quickly nodded in agreement. Hearing that their in-laws knew and had given money, the old couple finally felt relieved. The aunts finished cooking and brought 3 bowls of noodles to the main room. The third aunt brought the candle from the kitchen and some chopsticks. When she learned that her sister-in-law had bought hairpins for them, her smile grew even wider. Each bowl was filled with noodles topped with a large egg and a piece of unknown meat. After a long day of travel, the 3 were already hungry and didn't hold back. They started eating right away. Originally feeling hungry, they ate noodles made from white flour, along with delicious meat and eggs. The 3 of them felt like their taste buds were about to explode with flavor. Song Si, being small and tired, could only eat half a bowl before he couldn't eat anymore and fell asleep in Grandma Ma's arms. After Wang and Song Sanyu shared the noodles from their son's bowl, they felt revived. Seeing her grandson was too sleepy, Grandma Ma suggested everyone go back to rest and talk more tomorrow. She took her grandson to her room to sleep. Wang's old room was still there, but it felt a bit empty since no one had lived in it for a long time. A few sisters-in-law helped tidy it up before leaving. Song Sanyu and Wang were very tired. After the sisters-in-law left, they went straight to bed and fell asleep quickly. Meanwhile, Grandma Ma carefully placed her little grandson in bed and gently took off his shoes. She felt relieved when she saw there were no blisters on his feet, but worried that after such a long walk, he would have sore legs and feet the next day. So, she gently massaged his little calves. Song Si felt both comforted and sore in his calves that night. The first rays of morning sunlight lazily streamed through the window, filling the room with a golden glow. Song Si finally felt well-rested and opened his eyes, realizing he was in his grandparents' house. His grandson was sleeping in his bed, and Grandma Ma came in from time to check if he was awake. Hearing some movement, she quickly entered and said, "Oh, my little grandson is awake. Do you want to sleep a little longer?" Song Sai looked at his smiling grandmother and replied, "Grandma, I'm not sleepy anymore." "All right, then get up. Grandma made you steamed egg custard." "Okay." Following Grandma out of the room, he saw his parents chatting in the yard with a few uncles and aunts. At that moment, his cousin Wang Jian came over and said, "Little brother, here, this is for you. I saved it for you earlier." Song Sai reached out to take it. It was a piece of malt candy, and it was quite large. After finishing the egg custard in a few bites, Song Sai held the malt candy in his mouth and moved to a shady spot with a small stool, where his father was talking about collecting leeches to dry. "Mom and Dad, do you want to catch some too? You can dry them and send them by the end of the month. You can collect them yourself. In the village, it's 80 won per pound, but if you catch them yourself, it's 100 won. That's how we do it, and we can make some extra money." "That much money? Is that really true?" After hearing his brother-in-law's words, the third uncle stared at his younger sister in disbelief and asked her. Wang said with a smile, "It's true. We came all this way because we wanted you to earn some money too." Everyone felt warm inside after hearing Wang's words. The younger sister had married out but still cared for her family. The sisters-in-law were especially happy when they thought of the hairpins their aunt had bought for them the night before. Wang Tieshuan took a puff of his cigarette and squinted, saying, "All right, we have a lot of family. You all go catch some leeches, and I'll stay home with your mother. I'll go talk to the villagers later." "Okay." Everyone was eager and, with the elders' approval, went out to catch leeches. The older cousin and cousin from the eldest uncle's family also went along. The younger kids from the second and third uncle's families were a bit too young, so Aunt Ma kept them at home to play with Song Sai. Wang Tieshuan took his son-in-law to find the village chief, while Aunt Ma chatted with her daughter at home. The kids, usually running around the mountains, felt restless staying at home. Wang Kong, the eldest cousin from the second uncle's family, was the first to stand up. He ran to Song Sai and said, "Little brother, how about I take you to the mountain to pick persimmons?" Song Sai also found it boring at home and quickly agreed. The other little ones, seeing their younger brother agree, happily grabbed a small basket from the yard and told their grandmother before setting off. Wangjia village is almost surrounded by mountains. The Crooked Neck Mountain is tall and stretches far, with several peaks. Usually, the Wang family would go into the mountains to hunt, though they were still far from the deep woods. But that was enough. At least they often had meat to eat. The children bounced along and soon reached the Crooked Neck Mountain. After walking a short distance up the mountain, Song Sai spotted several persimmon trees. Unfortunately, the persimmons were not yet ripe. Wang Kong, the second cousin, led the little ones to pick some unknown wild fruits. Song Sai looked at the wild fruits he received and noticed they looked like hawthorns but tasted different. Although they were unusual, they tasted good. Song Sai ate several, and seeing his younger brother enjoy them, Wang Kong put his share into Song Sai's little bag. The other little ones followed suit, and soon Song Sai's bag was filled to the brim. After playing on the mountain for a while, a few of them started to walk down. By the time they got home, Mrs. Ma had already begun preparing lunch. With her daughter back, she wanted to treat them well, so she killed an old hen and made a dried rabbit. When her brother-in-law and sister-in-law returned, her sister-in-law came to help, and soon the kitchen was filled with delicious smells. Eating meat at the Song family was a luxury, but in Wangjia village, where hunting was a way of life, they could eat meat almost every day. As the rich aroma grew stronger, Song Sai felt his mouth watering. At that moment, Song Sanyu also returned, following his father-in-law. Everyone could see Wang Tieshuan smiling, which meant things had gone well. After all, who wouldn't want to make money? When hunting in Wangjia village, the young men all went together for safety and to catch larger game. However, this only provided enough food to survive. Becoming wealthy was impossible since the area was surrounded by mountains, making farming difficult. Everything had to be bought. Now that they had a profitable business, everyone was happy. Hunting wasn't done every day, so there was plenty of free time, especially for the women who finally had something to do. Just recently, the older generation in Wangjia village praised Wang Tieshuan for finding a good son-in-law. Although the old man seemed calm, he was actually quite pleased inside. This showed that his judgment back then was correct. During lunch, Song Sai didn't eat any staple food. Mrs. Ma served him 2 big bowls of chicken and rabbit meat, which he finished completely. Patting his round belly, Song Sai happily left the table. Wang's mother worried her son might overeat, so she took him for a walk in the small yard for a while before letting him go back to nap. After the Wang family finished eating, they continued to catch leeches. Some they had caught in the morning were already cleaned and drying in the yard. After staying for 3 days, Song Sai felt like he had gained weight. He hadn't eaten any staple food during this time. Mrs. Ma knew her daughter wouldn't have many chances to eat meat, so they had rabbit and chicken every day. Not only was Song Sai satisfied, but Wang's mother and Song Sanyu also felt they had been living like royalty these past few days. On the 4th day at their grandmother's house, Wang's mother and Song Sanyu prepared to return home, as they had silver hidden in the house and couldn't feel at ease being away. Mrs. Ma knew it was time for them to go, and didn't try to keep them. She just went to the kitchen, took 3 dried rabbits, and added a few pieces of leather before stopping. Old Ma originally wanted to buy some hickory nuts, but he remembered that soon they would have to deliver dried water bugs to Songjia village, so he decided to wait for now. Song Sen-nyo carried a basket on his back and lifted his son onto his shoulder. Wang Shi chatted a bit more with her family before they all started their journey home. Since she would see her family again in a few days, Wang Shi felt no sadness about returning home. Instead, she looked forward to their visit. When Song Si he saw the familiar path to Songjia village, he felt an urgent need for a bullock cart. If he had one, it would cut the travel time in half, and he could also sell things in town. However, he knew this idea was a bit unrealistic at the moment. Before they even entered the house, they heard loud noises in the yard. Song San-nyo and the others were startled and quickly went inside. "Dear in-laws, I can pay you 100 won per 10 pounds of dried water bugs, but if you want to include the ones caught by your villagers, that won't work. In our village, I only pay 80 won. If I start paying that today, what will the villagers think of me?" Song Din-yen frowned, looking displeased at his second daughter-in-law, Li Shi. Li Shi shrank back, not daring to speak. In her heart, she disagreed. Her third brother would surely make a profit in town, so what was wrong with earning a little more for her family? Old Li Shi, seeing the Song family hesitate, felt a bit unhappy. "It's only 100 pounds. Let's settle for 100 won this time, and next time we can go back to 81. Is that acceptable?" Li Fu nodded in agreement, as his daughter had said that the Song family was not easy to deal with and could likely pay 100 won. The several sons from the Li family who came along also nodded in agreement. Jiang Shi, standing by, felt hopeful. If her father agreed, then her family could sell at that price too, and she would be a hero when she returned home. Song Din-yo and Song Er-nyo both looked displeased. Song Din-yo thought it was unfair that their village's uncles and aunts were missing out on this benefit while the Li family from several villages came to take advantage. Song Er-nyo was surprised that Li Shi's family would do such a thing. Not only was it embarrassing, but he also worried that their parents would be upset with their branch of the family because of this. With that thought, he shot a fierce glance at Li Shi and stepped out from behind Song Din-yen, saying, "In-laws, we only charge 100 won per pound in our family. Even our relatives in the village only get 80 won per pound. You are making it difficult for my father." Old Li didn't dare to shout at his in-laws, but he wasn't afraid of his son-in-law. Hearing what Song Er-nyo said, he immediately became unhappy and shouted sharply, "Well, you, Song Er-nyo, I married my daughter to you, and now you can't even buy at a normal price? Aren't you still my Li family's son-in-law? Song Er-nyo may be your Li family's son-in-law, but I, Song San-ni, am not." Everyone turned to see Song San-ni's family standing at the gate with serious expressions. Song Sai was surprised. The usually obedient second aunt had started causing trouble just a few days after they left, trying to force a sale. Did they really think the old Song family had no one to stand up for them? When old Li saw Song San-ni, he seemed to ignore San-ni's cold expression and smiled brightly. "Oh, San-ni, You really have some skills now. You need to help your aunt. We have over 100 pounds of dried leeches at home just waiting to be sold. Uft. Aunt, do you think I'm a fool? In just these few days, you think your family could catch over 100 pounds of dried leeches without eating or sleeping? Stop pretending. I saw and heard everything outside. My parents treat you with respect and haven't torn any ties, but I have no relation to you. And who said my family buys dried leeches? I, Song Sonni, haven't said anything outside our village. If someone else said it, let them handle it. Song Sonni replied angrily. Song Sai couldn't help but give his father a thumbs up in his mind. Impressive. Hearing this, Old Lee became anxious. Old Three, you can't say that. We're all family. How can there be no connection? Besides, if you take the dried leeches, you'll definitely sell them for a profit. Why be so harsh on your own family? Song Sonni chuckled. So that's what your second sister-in-law said. No wonder your family wants 100 coins per pound. But I don't like being forced, especially when it involves my parents. You said I make money, right? If I don't buy from your family, then I won't make any money. Are you satisfied? With that, he turned and went back inside with Wang and Song Sai. Once inside, Song Sonni slammed the door shut. The Leaf family was left stunned, thinking this was a sure deal, only to find out that they wouldn't be selling after all. Song Dajing and old Mrs. Zhang watched their panicked in-laws and felt a sense of satisfaction. They had been so talkative before, but now they were speechless. It was their third son who hit the nail on the head. Daughter, you can't do this. 100 pounds is a lot. This is what our whole village caught. Your uncle's grandson fell while catching leeches and is still in bed. If we don't sell it, how can we go back? Hurry, think of a solution. She turned to Song Dajing and old Mrs. Zhang, pleading, in-laws, you have to help us. Old Mrs. Zhang pretended to have a headache and said, Oh, in-laws, you know our youngest son. I can't manage this. I was just trying to help, and look what happened. The third one is feeling wronged. Old Mrs. Lee secretly scoffed but spoke up, in-laws, we really only have 20 pounds. The rest were caught by other villagers. How about we say this 20 pounds is worth 100 coins, and the other 80 pounds are worth 80 coins? She said this with a pained expression. Old Mrs. Lee wanted to say more, but when she looked up, she was met with a glare from Song Erniu. Seeing her husband's displeased face, she quickly lowered her head. Old Mrs. Lee said many flattering things before old Mrs. Zhang approached her third son's door and said, Old Three, your Aunt Lee says 20 pounds is worth 100 coins, and 80 pounds is worth 80 coins. What do you think? Song Sanny lay in bed, casually crossing his legs, and replied, Whoever said to collect leeches should do it. I won't touch anything for my sister-in-law's family. If I help sell it, I might get blamed. Mom, we've been walking all day and are hungry. Your grandson's stomach is growling. Hurry and cook. Hearing this, old Mrs. Zhang smiled but quickly composed herself and turned to old Mrs. Lee, saying, Look at what you've caused. You decide, I'm going to cook. Without waiting for the Lee family to respond, she went straight into the kitchen. This afternoon, Song Dajing was worn out by his in-laws. Seeing his wife enter the kitchen, he quickly followed and reminded his eldest son, Oldest, take care of things. I'll help your mother. Song Erniu noticed his parents rushing into the kitchen and felt a bit overwhelmed when he saw the Lee family looking to him for help. Jiang didn't want her husband to take on this burden, so she grabbed Song Daniu and pulled him back into their house, calling in the curious children as well. Dad, are you really not going to collect it? Song Sai lay on the bed eating persimmons while asking his father. He couldn't believe his father would spend so much silver. Wang was curious too. 100 pounds of money was a lot. Could her husband really be so generous? Seeing the two women looking at him like he was foolish, Song Sanyu couldn't stay quiet. He gave himself a light slap on the head and said, If I easily forgive them this time, my sister-in-law's family might try the same thing. I was thinking of giving their in-laws the same price as ours because of my older brothers, but they are too greedy and annoying. So, apart from our Song family and my own in-laws, everyone else will get the same treatment. 80 coins a pound. If they want to sell, they can. If not, they can leave. Song Sai looked at his father with admiration. Sometimes his father was even smarter than him, a modern person. Wang laughed, covering her mouth. Your sister-in-law must hate you now. She'll probably remember this forever. Once the leech collection is over, she'll likely turn her attention to our family. Hee, has she not been watching us all these years? It's not like she's losing anything. Besides, I never planned to stay with them forever. Sonny, are you saying we should split up? Wang asked, looking excited. Song Sanyu patted his son's little head and nodded. In contrast to the warm atmosphere inside, the yard felt icy. Song Erniu, who usually smiled at everyone, now looked like he wanted to eat Lee. He was sure Lee had gone home and claimed that the third brother was making money, which led to today's trouble. Song Erniu had never liked his in-laws, and now he found them even more annoying. Seeing the Song family hiding, old lady Lee realized things were getting complicated. She quickly grabbed her daughter's hand. Suejo, you said your family would collect leeches, and now you've collected so many. Our family was counting on this, old lady Lee said, worriedly revealing the truth. She had hoped to follow the Song family's example, collecting at 80 coins a pound in the village and selling for 100 to make a profit. Now, they wouldn't even collect. 100 pounds was 8 taels of silver, which the Lee family had saved for many years. Lee felt anxious hearing her mother. Seeing her brothers and even her father's displeased looks made her want to cry. She cursed Song Sanyu in her heart for being so unreasonable. With her husband's hungry gaze on her, she pleaded, Erniu, you're the only one who can help me now. Please talk to him. Sonny is your brother, so he will definitely listen to you. Song Erniu forcefully shook off Lee's hand and said angrily, I always told you to work more and talk less. You follow your sister-in-law around, gossiping about this and that, or you keep your eyes on the third family's every move. Now that you need help, you're coming to them. Why didn't you think of this earlier? Lee was startled by her husband's actions, and tears streamed down her face as she cried, It's all my fault, Erniu. My mother took so much. If we don't sell, how will we survive? The children from the second house saw their mother crying and were frightened. They rushed to Lee's side. Although they were young, they understood that their mother had made a mistake, but they didn't want to see her cry. They looked at their father with pleading eyes. Song Erniu was angry with his wife, but couldn't take it out on the children. Seeing their pitiful looks, he sighed and walked to the third house's door, gently knocking. San, your sister-in-law made a mistake this time, but it's also my fault. Can you help me out this once for my sake? Creak. Song Sanyu opened the door and smiled. What are you saying, Erniu? I don't care about others, but you're my own brother. Even if I'm wronged, I'll help you. How about this? I'll take the 100 pounds, but at 81 per pound. What? We even have some that we caught ourselves. Lee's brother shouted excitedly, as if he wanted to tear Song Sanyu apart. Song Sanyu ignored Lee's brother and continued speaking to Song Erniu. You decide. If you agree, I'll have Dad pay for it. If not, even if Dad buys it, I won't sell. Song Erniu knew his brother was firm in his decisions. He turned to Lee's family and said, You all discuss it. If you don't agree, I won't get involved. If it weren't for Lee's actions causing this mess, he wouldn't want to deal with it at all. Seeing their son-in-law's displeased expression, Lee's family dared not say anything more, fearing they might offend him. After a long discussion, Old Lee finally approached with a flattering expression and said to her son-in-law, Erniu, 81 it is. Seeing Lee's family understanding, Song Erniu's expression softened. He turned his attention back to his younger brother. Song Sanyu chuckled and called into the kitchen, Mom and Dad, come out to collect the leeches and get the money. Okay, we're coming. Old Zhang seemed to be waiting for this moment. He was the first to rush out. Song Sanyu opened the sack filled with dried leeches, checked the quality, and took a handful from the deeper part to examine it, nodding in approval. Song Danian stepped forward to weigh it, being an experienced farmer with a good sense of weight. He felt it was about right and turned to Old Zhang, saying, Go get the money. Old Zhang received the confirmation and went back inside. Soon, he came out with a money bag, taking out 8 pieces of silver and handing them to Old Lee. Old Lee immediately accepted them and counted them carefully, feeling relieved. In this back and forth, they not only didn't gain anything but also ran an errand for the villagers for free. Although Old Lee felt unhappy, there was nothing he could do. Both families were upset and had nothing to say. Old Zhang didn't even bother to be polite. Old Lee glanced at his daughter, looking displeased, and led his family away. Old Lee's wife, however, was worried about her daughter and kept looking back at her until Old Lee scolded her, prompting her to follow. Once the Lee family left, the courtyard became much quieter. The family in the main house came out to tidy up, while the family in the third house returned late and was now having dinner inside, with laughter occasionally coming from the room. Song Ernyu took a few children back home, and Lee's wife stood awkwardly in the courtyard, feeling ignored by everyone. In the old couple's room, Song Danian was peeling eggshells for his grandson, while old Zhang used a fan to cool down the family of the third son. Although it was cooler in the evening, it was still quite warm. The thin porridge was just ready and a bit hot. Old Zhang fanned harder, worried about burning his grandson. There was another reason for his eagerness. Their third son had just indirectly protected them. If it weren't for him, the Lee family would have kept bothering them for who knows how long. If it weren't for the fact that Lee's wife had given birth to 3 children for the Song family, they might have wanted to confront them directly. Song Danian thought the same way. As for the second son, he was family, but his eldest son was timid and honest, while his daughter-in-law only knew how to scheme. In that situation, they didn't say a word, just watched as the Lee family troubled them. Thinking of this, Song Danian felt that his third son, despite being a bit lazy, was quite good. His grandson was even better, as he had just come in and sweetly advised him to stay calm, saying that getting angry would make him old and unable to be with him for long. Perhaps Song Daji's gaze was too focused and gentle, making Song Sanyu feel that his father's look was becoming increasingly strange, causing him to feel a chill. After the third family finished their meal and returned to their room, it was already dark outside. Old Mrs. Zhang sighed when she saw the third family go inside. Sigh, after searching high and low, we brought back 2 troublemakers. They are not as good as the wife that Sanyu found himself. Although Sanyu's wife is a bit lazy, at least she doesn't cause trouble and has a good personality. Song Daji nodded in agreement. Who could have known? It's a pity that Sanyu's family can't have more children. For is a bit lonely. It would be nice if they could have 3 like the eldest and second families. Yes, but the few children in the family get along well and don't act petty like their mother. The saying, the bigger the tree, the more it branches out, is true. The eldest and second families are becoming less tolerant of the third family, especially recently. They only see the third family being lazy, but they don't notice that they have 3 children. They are the only ones benefiting when they are together. Song Daji sighed. When old Mrs. Zhang heard about splitting the family, she opened her mouth but remained silent for a long time. In the easternmost room, Jiang Shi and Song Daniu were lying in bed discussing today's events. Yuegui, you must not follow your second sister-in-law's example. Look how angry our parents were today. That second sister-in-law is really something. In our village, it's all 81, but she, from another village, wants to do the same as us, and even has her family collect it. It's just. Song Daniu didn't know how to describe it. Jiang Shi felt a bit flustered because she had also let her family do the same thing, but she wasn't as greedy as her sister-in-law, asking her parents to collect from the whole village. Instead, she only asked close relatives to bring what they could. In the end, even if her family collected it, it would count as 101, making it easier to divide later. She hadn't told anyone in the village, and although it wasn't as exaggerated as her sister-in-law's 100 jin, it still added up to over 20 jin. Her third brother was sharp enough to notice, but now that the words were out, she couldn't just say it wasn't possible. How could she hold her head high in her family, then? If only she knew where the third family's friends were. If they followed the third family and brought more, would they earn even more? Thinking about this made Jiang Shi's heart race. Song Daniu thought Jiang Shi had fallen asleep and didn't say anything more, slowly drifting off himself. In the darkness, Jiang Shi's eyes grew brighter. The next room, although she couldn't see her husband's expression clearly without a candle, Lee was still extremely nervous. It was the first time she had seen him so angry. Did she really do something wrong? But wasn't there still a chance for profit? Song Eunryu lay in bed, with his eyes closed. He truly didn't expect Lee to act this way. He guessed his parents were already very disappointed in him. Choi-ju, now that you are married into the Song family, you are part of the Song family. Everything should be prioritized for the Song family, do you understand? If this business were mine, even if I didn't like your family, I would still help. But this is my younger brother's business. You might have gotten along well before, but you keep focusing on him. Why do you feel the need to help so much? Do you think you are that important? Song Eunryu said coldly. Lee responded softly, with a yes. Song Eunryu continued, your sister-in-law often stirs things up and talks behind your back about my younger brother's family. Haven't you noticed? Think about whether she has been saying something to you again. Lee often gossiped with her sister-in-law about the third family, and her sister-in-law had indeed mentioned the business.
She did say something.
Song Eunryu, frustrated, said loudly, next time, can you think for yourself? Look at what your sister-in-law does and what she gains from it. It's never too late to learn. Yes, I was wrong, Eunryu. I will change next time, Lee said, startled by her husband's tone. Now, besides disliking the third family, she had also grown to resent the first family. It's good that you realize your mistake. Tomorrow, go apologize to my younger brother's family properly.
Got it.
Suddenly, Song Eunryu shouted, and the third family heard him clearly. The three of them had just finished eating and were lying in bed digesting their meal. Upon hearing the shout from next door, Song Sanyu said in disbelief, I don't know what the second sister-in-law was thinking this time. Wang was also disgusted by the second sister-in-law's family's audacity. Regardless of whether the third family was making money, it was none of their business. Besides, if it weren't for the third family, they wouldn't even have a chance to earn anything, yet they only thought about taking advantage, without considering these facts. Dad, it would be great if we could split the family. We only occupy one room, and Aunt and second aunt always look down on us. It might be better to move out. Today's events made Song Sai briefly wish for a separation. Song Sanyu was surprised to find that his young son already had thoughts about splitting the family. He reached out and gently patted his son's head, saying, Son, splitting the family isn't easy. It can only happen if something serious occurs. Besides, as your father, if a son suggests splitting the family, it would be very unfilial. The villagers would talk badly about us. However, it is time to consider splitting the family. Otherwise, we have money but can't enjoy good food, which is frustrating. Especially since my older brothers have 3 sons altogether. By the time they all marry and have children, we might have to serve them for another 10 years. It would be better to split the family sooner rather than later. Wang Shi had long wanted to split the family, but it wasn't something she could decide. Hearing this conversation made her hopeful, wishing for something big to happen with her sisters-in-law. Song Sai thought, my father is nothing like those foolishly devoted men from ancient times. The next morning, the sky began to lighten. Song Sai rubbed his eyes and stepped outside. His father and several brothers were weaving round baskets. They had collected a lot of dried leeches recently and were worried about them getting damp inside, so they took them out to dry in the sun. Their baskets were running low. In the kitchen, old Zhang was preparing breakfast with his cousin Dahua. They didn't see their aunts, likely because they had gone to the river to wash clothes. In summer, they needed to change clothes every day, and if they didn't wash quickly, they would have nothing clean to wear. Anyway, Song Sai only had 2 sets of summer clothes, which were hand-me-downs from his older cousins. The children had nothing to do, so they played house under the big locust tree outside. When Song Sai walked over to take a look, he couldn't help but smile. His third cousin had actually built a stove out of stones. On the stove, there was a thin stone slab covered with various wild vegetables and dirt. His third cousin was using a stick to stir-fry, and anyone who didn't know better might think they were actually cooking. Once they were done cooking, they found another thin stone slab to serve the food on and brought it over to the other children. The kids played along, using small sticks to pretend to eat, while the second cousin commented, the eldest brother's cooking is pretty good. Song Sai was speechless. Not only were they playing house, but they were also role-playing. Cousin San, as the eldest son's wife, shyly smiled and said to Cousin Air, "Thank you, Mom. This is what a wife should do." Song Sai thought it was quite eye-catching. He felt it was necessary to teach them some fun games, like hopscotch and Monopoly, but only hopscotch was simple enough to play now. He walked to the side, picked up a small stick from the ground, and started drawing on the ground. The game of hopscotch is actually very simple. Kids just need to follow the drawn squares and jump on 1 foot for odd numbers and 2 feet for even numbers, making sure not to step on the lines. A few cousins who were playing house saw his little brother drawing and couldn't help but come over out of curiosity. Cousin Da and Cousin Air, who were a bit older, looked at the squares drawn by the little brother but couldn't figure out what it was. Cousin San, who didn't like to think too much, asked, "Little brother, what is this?" At that moment, Song Sai had just finished drawing and, seeing the curious looks on everyone's faces, smiled and said, "What I drew can be played. It's much more fun than your house game. Watch how I play and learn." He then demonstrated the game. When he jumped to the end and back to the starting point, he noticed the expressions of curiosity and eagerness on his cousins' faces. With a bit of pride, Song Sai explained, "The rules of hopscotch are to jump on 1 foot for odd numbers and 2 feet for even numbers, and you can't step on the lines."
Got it?
They all nodded, but after a while, they looked at him blankly. Cousin San scratched his head and said, "Little brother, I know how to play hopscotch, but what are odd and even numbers?" Song Sai. "Well, not knowing is normal." He explained again and demonstrated once more, and finally his cousins understood. After playing for a while, they saw his mother coming back with a wooden basin for washing clothes. Aunt Air was trying to please her with some chatter, but his mother only responded occasionally, her expression cold. This was the first time Song Sai saw Aunt Air in such a humble light. "Time to eat," called old Mrs. Zhang. The whole family sat neatly around the dining table, waiting for old Zhang to serve the food. Song Erniu gave his wife a look, and although Li was reluctant, she didn't dare to go against her husband. She forced a smile at Song Sani and said, "Third brother, my mistake this time. Please don't be angry. It won't happen again." Song Sani took the bowl of rice that old Zhang served him and started eating, seemingly ignoring her words. Li felt very embarrassed and raised her voice again. "Third brother, I really made a mistake this time. I promise it won't happen again." The others at the table were eating seriously, but they were all listening closely, especially Zhang, whose eyes were darting around, barely able to hide her glee. After finishing the last spoonful of porridge, Song Sani looked up and smiled lightly, urging, "You've admitted your mistakes quite a few times lately. I've forgiven you each time, but this time, I don't want to forgive you. We're all living under the same roof. How can we separate?" Song Erniu started to retort. "Second brother, you don't need to say anything. I understand your feelings. Don't worry, you're still my brother." Song Sani waved his hand. Old Zhang observed the expressions of everyone at the table and thought to himself, "The kids are growing up and have their own ideas now." With a sigh, he advised, "All right, keep catching leeches. We only have half a month left. Everyone needs to put in more effort." "Got it, Dad." "Understood, Grandpa." No one wanted to linger in the tense atmosphere. After finishing their meal, everyone hurried out quickly, except for Zhang, who lingered as if she wanted to say something to Li. In the past, Li would have talked a lot, but now, seeing Zhang made her grit her teeth in frustration. She shot a glare at Zhang before leaving with Song Erniu. Zhang, unfazed by the glare, muttered to herself, "Fool." During this time, the villagers sent a lot of things, and with the £100 from Li's family and what they dried themselves, they had almost £300 in total. Song Sani secretly carried £100 away and earned 32 taels, giving 8 taels to the public fund, leaving him with 24 taels. When he counted the money at night, he was grinning from ear to ear. Jiang noticed the decrease in dried leeches at home and asked, "The dried leeches are too heavy. Next time you deliver, you can bring your older brother along to help share the load." Song Sanyu only smiled and did not speak. Suddenly, Song Sai had a feeling that his aunt had been too quiet lately. His second aunt's family had sent over £100, but his first aunt's family had not made any move yet. This was not typical for someone like her, who liked to take advantage. That evening, Song Sai shared his thoughts with Song Sanyu. Song Sanyu snorted lightly. I haven't been to town lately either. I guess my uncle and his family are coming soon. It's almost the end of the month, and they must be bringing dried leeches. When they come, I'll have my uncle and second uncle go with me to sell them one last time. I can't believe my sister-in-law's family hasn't done anything by the end of the month. My sister-in-law's family will definitely send dried leeches in the next few days. They are probably saving them up to send together. Song Sanyu nodded happily, saying, besides the food I bought for my son last time I went to town, we now have 39 taels and 4 coins at home. What should I do? I'm feeling rich, he. He continued with grand plans, son. I will definitely build you a big house with blue bricks and tiles in the future, buy you an ox cart, and get you more land so you can live comfortably without having to toil like we did. Oh, and I'll find you a lovely wife and help you have many healthy children. This topic instantly caught the attention of Wang Shi, who seemed to envision her son's wedding day, speaking cheerfully. Your father is right. After we settle accounts at the end of the month, there will surely be a large sum. We will save it all for you, and you must have several children in the future. Your father and I will help take care of them. Yes, they both agreed, growing more excited as if the children were already born. Song Sai felt quite speechless. Song Sai had never really thought about his future partner. In his past life, he had dated someone. A neighbor thought he was getting old and introduced him to a nurse from the hospital. To be honest, he liked her, but her job kept her very busy. During their dates, she would spend the whole time complaining about work. At first, he listened like it was gossip, but over time, it became overwhelming. Plus, her mother was hesitant to let her daughter marry a single man without support. As time passed, their feelings faded. However, Song Sai understood the parents' feelings. After all, who wouldn't want their children to have a good life? He also realized he hadn't fought hard for the relationship, so it was normal for them to break up. Now that they are here, when it comes to future marriage matters, Song Sai feels even more confused. In ancient times, people married at the age of 15 or 16, and he really cannot accept the thought of such a young age still being considered a minor. After waiting for 2 days, one evening, Wang's long-awaited family finally arrived. Wang Gui, Wang Yu, and Wang Chuan each carried a load, sweating profusely as they appeared at the entrance of the Song family's courtyard. Wang felt sorry for her 3 brothers and was the first to step forward to help them unload their burdens. The Song family quickly came over to assist as well. After catching his breath, Wang Gui bent down to hug his little nephew. Sai, have you missed your uncles? Song Sai nodded without hesitation and cheerfully replied, yes, my mom misses you too. She mentions you every night before bed. Ha ha. The others laughed happily and greeted everyone in the courtyard. Wang Gui smiled and wiped the sweat from his forehead. San Nyo, during this time, our village caught a total of 210 pounds of dried leeches. We brought all of it along with some wild chickens, rabbits, mountain walnuts, red dates, and some persimmons, but you'll need to ripen the persimmons yourselves. Great, great. You really thought of us, in-laws. Come in and rest. Old Mrs. Zhang smiled widely upon hearing that the third family brought so much, thinking to herself that only the third family's relatives would bring back something. The eldest and second daughters-in-law's families didn't even send a needle. Since dinner wasn't ready yet, and now that the third family had visitors, they surely needed to prepare more. Old Mrs. Zhang immediately took down all the cured meat from the beams of the house, made a large plate of meat dishes, and went back to the room to get a few eggs to make a wild vegetable and egg stir-fry. Everyone enjoyed a satisfying meal that night. It was the first time the Song family ate so much meat. Usually, they would rinse their mouths after dinner, but this time they didn't even want to drink water, fearing it would wash away the rich meat flavor. As the full moon approached, it looked like a big jade plate. After dinner, the family sat in the courtyard enjoying the cool evening breeze and chatted. Song Sanyo planned to take all the dried leeches to the town in one go tomorrow. He had already informed everyone in the village this morning, and they all came to the Song family to deliver the last batch of dried leeches. Song Senyo estimated that there were about 200 pounds of dried leeches in the courtyard, and with his father-in-law's contribution, there were over 400 pounds in total, making it perfect for a trip tomorrow. As he thought about it, he also shared his plan, and the uncles naturally agreed. Jiang was a bit anxious and said, "Third brother, with so many leeches to handle, why not let your older brother come along to help you out?" Song Sanyu replied with a smile, "No need, sister-in-law. Everyone has been busy catching leeches lately, and there's a lot of work left in the fields. Let my brother stay home and help Dad. Otherwise, Dad will be overwhelmed alone, right?
It's fine.
It's just half a day's work. How about letting my younger brother from my family go too? We don't need him at home," Jiang said with a dry laugh. At this moment, anyone could see that Jiang had some plans. It was clear she didn't want to waste such a good opportunity to make money. It seemed she was trying to bypass my father. Smart, yet foolish. She probably couldn't wait a few more days. Everyone understood Jiang's intentions and exchanged knowing looks at the older couple, who were now looking displeased. The second family had just caused a stir, and now the first family was starting to act up. Song Daenyu didn't expect his wife to pull such a stunt. No wonder she had been visiting her family frequently lately. He thought she was just interested in selling leeches, but it turned out she was even more troublesome than the second sister-in-law. "Be quiet. Let third brother decide how to arrange things. Go back inside," Song Daenyu said sternly, looking at Jiang. Jiang snorted coldly, stood up, and went straight into the house. The brothers from the Wang family exchanged glances and smiled, not saying a word. The Song family didn't have spare rooms, so Song Sanyu took a wild chicken and went with his 3 brothers-in-law to the home of Old Man Song at the village's edge. This Old Man Song, named Song Dolly, was about the same age as his father. When he was younger, he and his wife had several children, but only the youngest son, Song Juzi, grew up. With fewer children, they had more spare rooms. Upon arriving at Song Juzi's house and explaining their situation, being fellow villagers, there was no reason to refuse. They politely prepared a room for the group and even hesitated to accept the wild chicken. It was only after Song Sanyu mentioned that Juzi's wife was pregnant and needed nourishing soup that the elderly couple agreed to keep the chicken. After arranging everything for his brothers-in-law, Song Sanyu returned home. As soon as he entered, he saw his mother and sister-in-law sitting by the bed waiting for him. Although it was dark, the moon was bright, and the room was still fairly clear. "Why aren't you sleeping?" Wang said quietly, covering her mouth. "Sister-in-law isn't planning to sell without you, is she? Can't you see it today?" "That's exactly what she's thinking." Song Sanyu chuckled lightly. "Dad, we need to be careful tomorrow," Song Sai reminded, feeling that his aunt wouldn't give up easily. In the main house, Song Daenyu was breathing heavily and quietly shouted, "Did you not see the commotion caused by my sister-in-law just now?
Why are we talking about this tonight?
Tell me, did your family catch any leeches or not?" "No, they didn't," Jiang replied firmly. In fact, her family had been secretly catching quite a few leeches with relatives from the village. When she visited a few days ago, her mother mentioned they had over 30 pounds now. If they hadn't been hiding it, they might have caught even more, but selling them for 80 coins a pound was too much for her to accept. It seemed she would have to wake up early tomorrow to visit her family, but luckily they lived nearby. Song Daenyu was a bit skeptical, but he felt reassured knowing his younger brother would be taking them to sell tomorrow, and his wife wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. "What's going on with you sneaking around?" Old Mrs. Zhang said as she got up early to chase the chickens into the yard, noticing the eldest family member bending down to close the door, looking puzzled. Zhang was startled at first, but quickly covered her stomach and turned around, saying pitifully, "Mom, I might have caught a chill from the wind in the yard last night. This morning my stomach hurts so much that I've run to the bathroom several times." "Really?" Old Mrs. Zhang, being older and a light sleeper, usually noticed any movement in the yard. Although she hadn't heard Jiang going to the bathroom, she didn't find it strange. Perhaps she had been sleeping well lately. Waving her hand, she said, "Then you should rest." You don't need to cook today. Let your sister-in-law do it. Thank you, Mom, Jiang said, holding her stomach and smiling brightly. As she returned to the room, her lips couldn't help but curl into a smirk, a glimmer of pride in her eyes. After a simple breakfast, Song Sanyu and a few brothers each took a load, while Wang led Song Sai behind them as they headed to Baishui town. Today was the 13th, just 2 days before the Mid-Autumn Festival, and the town had been bustling with markets for 3 days, so they encountered many people along the way. However, everyone was focused on selling their goods and didn't have time to chat. Song Sanyu and the others felt the same, thinking it was their last trip, and a large sum of money awaited them. Song Sanyu felt a surge of excitement. Wang Gui is the best hunter among the young people in the Wang family. Good hunting relies on alertness and intuition. Wang Gui noticed that since they left Songjia village, someone about 100 meters behind them had been following stealthily. At first, he thought it was just someone heading to the market, but when they took a break, the person also stopped, and when they moved again, the person followed. This felt very strange. Wang Gui frowned and turned to look back. The person seemed to sense something was off and quickly hid behind a tree by the side of the road. Now Wang Gui was sure that this person was really following them, but what was their intention? Song Sai felt uneasy today, so besides walking, he was also on high alert. He had already noticed his uncle's unusual behavior, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong.
Mom, I'm tired. Can you carry me?
Okay, my son is tired. Come here. Wang sure wanted to pick him up earlier, but was rejected. Now, seeing her son reaching out for a hug, her heart melted, and she hurried to hold her precious son. As Song Sai's gaze lifted, he realized what his uncle was really looking at. The person behind them was strange. What did they want? Could it be his aunt? Thinking this, Song Sai felt everything made sense. This aunt was indeed smarter than the other one. Thankfully, his uncle was with them. Otherwise, things could have gone wrong. His father was happily walking ahead. If they hadn't had their uncle with them, and if the aunt found out about the prices, the village would be in chaos. At that point, people wouldn't thank his father for the chance to make money. Dad, can you walk a bit slower? Mom can't keep up. Hearing his son, Song Sanyu, and the others slowed their pace. Uncle, you noticed someone was following you, right? Wang Gui was surprised to hear his nephew's words. He didn't expect such a young child to observe these things, and a hint of appreciation crossed his eyes. What? Who is it? Song Sanyu immediately wanted to see who had the nerve to follow them. Dad, don't turn around. Don't let them see you. Song Sai didn't want the person behind them to notice. He still wanted to catch them off guard. As they began to understand the seriousness of the situation, they whispered among themselves. After a while, they acted as if nothing had happened and continued walking toward the town. Behind them, Zhang Chong looked at the nearby Baishui town, unable to suppress a smile. His sister was really clever. If they could connect with the people in town, they could start making money for themselves. Upon arriving in town, a few people passed by Miaochuan Hall and entered a narrow alley. Zhang Chong, worried about losing them, hurried in after them. As soon as he entered, he was kicked out. Not good, Zhang Chong thought, suppressing the pain in his waist as he tried to run, but someone firmly grabbed his collar. Hey, isn't this Zhang Chong? Why are you following us? I thought you were some petty thief, Song Sanyu said, putting down his bag and crossing his arms. Zhang Chong's face turned pale from the pain, but he forced a smile and said, Haha, Brother Sanyu, you're here for the market too? It's a festival, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect to run into you. Do you think we're fools? We came out of Songjia village, and you've been following us the whole way. When we walk, you walk. When we stop, you stop. We came to this alley just to catch you, and here you are pretending, his uncle scolded. Zhang Chong was taken aback, not expecting to be discovered despite being careful. But remembering the plan his sister had come up with that morning, he put on an innocent look and said pitifully, Brother Sanyu, I had no idea you were ahead. If I had known, I would have come to walk with you. You've misunderstood me. Seeing that Zhang Chong was still pretending, Song Sanyu realized he wouldn't get any answers from him. Sister-in-law, you really did well. This is adding fuel to my family's fire. All right, I believe you for now. But I have something to do, so you don't need to follow me. Uncle, please stay behind him and keep an eye on him. After all, he's part of our Song family, and I'm a bit worried about him being alone in town. It's better to have an adult watching over him, Song Sanyu said with a cold smile. Jiang Chong immediately felt unhappy. If he was being watched, how would he find out who was in contact with Song Sanyu? He quickly tried to please them, saying, "Brother, I'm already 13. I don't need your help. I'm leaving now." He pretended to walk away. Song Sanyu didn't stop him, just crossed his arms and watched him act. Jiang Chong walked a few steps forward, and Wang Gui gave a signal to his little brother, Wang Chuan, who immediately followed him. When they reached a stall, Jiang Chong pretended to look at the goods, glancing back toward the alley, and noticed someone staring at him from a short distance away. "All right, with a third brother watching, we can go sell the leeches now," Wang Gui said, waiting for Jiang Chong to walk far enough away before speaking. "Okay, big brother, second brother, let's divide this bag. Otherwise, it's too heavy. I'll carry it. You just lead the way," Wang Gui said as he stepped forward, letting the girl take a bag. He balanced one bag on each shoulder and walked steadily without stumbling. Seeing his son look so surprised, Wang smiled and said, "Your uncle is strong. He once carried a wild boar down from the mountain all by himself. Carrying 200 pounds of dried leeches, Uncle was doing just fine." Wang admired him. Even a young man in his 20s like himself struggled to lift a bucket of clean water. Compared to Uncle, he felt like he had been a bit useless. Song Sanyu arrived at Maya Chuntang with his two uncles, carrying the leeches. The shop assistant immediately smiled and approached them, saying, "Oh, the shopkeeper has been asking about you every day. Why haven't you come? Our young master is leaving soon. Wait a moment. I'll go get the shopkeeper from the back." Without waiting for a response, the assistant hurried to the back. Wang Gui had guessed that the dried leeches were probably for medicinal use, and it turned out he was right. It seemed his brother-in-law had become more responsible. "Brother Song, if you don't come soon, I won't know how to report back," said Manager Lu cheerfully as he came from the back, pleased to see 4 bags of dried leeches on the ground. "Manager, this isn't the last delivery. I saved it all up to bring at once. Can you weigh it?" Seeing other customers in the pharmacy looking over, Manager Lu smiled and said, "No rush. There's too much. Let's talk in the back." They moved to the back, and the assistant took a while to weigh everything, finally saying with a grin, "Manager, it's 403 pounds and 6 ounces. Manager Lu nodded and looked at Song Sanyu and the others, saying, "Brother Song, let's go inside to get your payment." Song Sanyu was surprised by how thorough Manager Lu was, but he appreciated it. It was better to handle the payment inside, as it was a large amount, and his uncles weren't foolish. "Sounds good." Once inside, Manager Lu calculated for a while with an abacus and said, "Brother Song, you will receive 129 taels, 1 cash and 52 won." Song Sanyu's eyes widened. Although he had an idea of how much it was, hearing the amount made him excited. Suddenly, he thought of his son's house, ox cart, fields, and plump wife, and he couldn't help but smile broadly. Lu Zhonggui smiled while drinking tea, and quietly poured a cup for Song Sanyu. Song Sanyu, with sincere eyes, said, "Lu, if it weren't for you, I would never see so much silver in my life. I really appreciate it. Just give me a round number, and I hope you remember me, Song Sanyu, for future good opportunities." This time, nearly 30 taels of silver were given away, and Song Sanyu felt a pang in his heart. However, he thought that if he wanted to gain something, he had to take some risks. If there were more good opportunities in the future and Lu remembered him, the money would come back anyway. Lu Zhonggui had already noticed that this young man was quite clever, but he didn't expect him to be so smart, truly sharp. "Brother Song, you don't need to do that. You've worked hard for so long. How could I take this money?" Lu waved his hand. Song Sanyu disagreed, saying, "How can this be considered taking? You're mistaken, shopkeeper. If it weren't for your opportunity, I wouldn't know where to start. You are our great benefactor. This money should be yours. Lu felt very pleased to hear this, and admired Song Sanyu even more, feeling a bit proud of his own judgment. Ahem. Since you insist on giving, I'll accept some, he said, taking out a banknote and a silver ingot from a small box and placing them on the table. This totals 110 taels of silver. Keep it safe. Song Sanyu's eyes lit up. It was his first time seeing a banknote. He held it for a moment, then smiled wryly, saying, "Shopkeeper, to be honest, the price of leeches is too high. Our family doesn't have enough capital to buy that much. The villagers keep a record and wait for me to sell before sharing the profits. It's hard to divide such a large banknote. Do you have any silver ingots? If not, I can go to the bank to exchange it." "Right, I didn't think of that." "I'll exchange it for silver ingots," Lu replied, putting the banknote back and counting out 10 silver ingots. Song Sanyu swallowed hard, trying to stay calm. After some back and forth with Lu, he reluctantly accepted the 110 taels of silver. He put the 11 silver ingots into 3 money bags to make it less obvious. After leaving the shop, Song Sanyu exchanged a few pleasantries with Lu before heading back with his brothers-in-law and their families. Once Song Sanyu and his group left, the shop assistant hurried over to Lu with a flattering smile, saying, "Shopkeeper, haha." "Look at your eagerness," Lu replied. Lu, the shopkeeper, laughed and then tossed a bag of money from his hand. The young waiter quickly caught it and opened the bag. His eyes instantly squinted with joy, and his mouth stretched wide. There were actually 10 taels of silver. His wife would surely be happy tonight. The Song family really knows how to do business. Lu glanced at the young waiter with a meaningful smile, turned around with his hands behind his back, and hummed a little tune as he walked to the backyard. With the silver in hand, Song Sanyu couldn't stop smiling. He began to think about it. His father-in-law had just weighed 2 bags that totaled 220 pounds. However, it was said that this was considered as what his father-in-law collected himself. After all, it was his own father-in-law. Even if he charged 100 won per pound, like his own father, he could still earn something from the goods. 1 pound was 100 won, 10 pounds was 1 tael, so 200 pounds would be 20 taels. Yes, he was quite clever. Once he calculated the money, Song Sanyu felt secure. He took out the money bag from his pocket, poured out 2 silver ingots, and also took 2 taels of broken silver and some copper coins from beside Wang, and handed them to his brother-in-law with a smile, saying, "Big brother, this is your share. Keep it safe." Wang Gui took the silver and thought it was easy money. They just helped collect some goods and didn't even delay their trip to the mountains. In no time, they had over 4 taels of silver. This was much more comfortable than hunting. Although hunting earned more, it was dangerous. After every hunt, someone always got hurt. That's why their father married off his sister so far away. He wanted her to live a safer life, not like their mother, who was always worried. Plus, the things they caught also counted, so this time it was nearly 6 taels of silver. Wang Gui felt he had underestimated his brother-in-law. He also thought this was an opportunity given by his brother-in-law, so he didn't want to take it for granted. He returned the 2 broken silver ingots, but could Song Sanyu agree? Wang and his wife hoped that their older brother would accept the silver. After a bit of pushing, the honest and simple Wang Gui finally accepted the silver, saying he would invite them over for a meal in the future. After dividing the silver, Song Sanyu bent down to hug his son, and the group headed home. Outside the gate of Baishui town, Zhang Chong anxiously looked toward the town gate, seeing the tall man still there, stamping his feet in worry. It had been so long. Song Sanyu must have sold something. How would he explain this when he returned? When they reached the town gate, they saw their little brother-in-law standing straight under the gate, his eyes wide like copper bells. "Little brother-in-law, let's go home," Song Sai shouted cheerfully. It seemed as if he had suddenly been freed from a spell. Wang Chuan immediately turned around, smiling as he walked over, ruffling his little nephew's hair. He said to everyone, "Look, he's still sneaking around in the back. But with me watching, he hasn't dared to come close to the town gate." Song Sai looked toward a big tree in the distance, where Jiang Chong was still stubbornly looking this way. But he would be disappointed. Annie must be feeling very upset this time. Let him look. We're going home, Song Sanyu said nonchalantly, leading the way. When he reached Jiang Chong, he pretended to be surprised and said, "Oh, Xiao Chong, you haven't gone home yet. Why don't you come back with me?" Jiang Chong gritted his teeth in anger and replied, "No need, Brother San. You go ahead. I still have things to buy, so I need to go back." Holding back a laugh, Song Sanyu said seriously, "Oh really? Then you hurry up. We'll head back first." Okay. Once Song Sanyu and the others walked away, Jiang Chong quickly ran into town. His family had already figured out that dried leeches were not edible. They must be used for medicine or some other secret recipe. So, Jiang Chong planned to try his luck at the pharmacy. There were only 2 larger pharmacies in town, Miaochuan Hall and Rinji Hall. He had learned about them from the townspeople and decided to check them out one by one. Miaochuan Hall was closer to the town gate, so Jiang Chong entered there first. Jiang Chong was still quite young, especially since he had never been in a real store before, so he felt a bit timid. He saw all kinds of herbs on the pharmacy counter and focused intently on looking for dried leeches. The shop assistant noticed that Jiang Chong didn't seem like a customer, but more like someone who wanted to steal something, so he asked seriously, "What do you want?" Jiang Chong approached with a friendly smile. "Excuse me, do you sell leeches?" "What leeches? I've never heard of that." "If you're not buying medicine, please leave," the assistant replied, thinking to himself that the shopkeeper really was insightful. Someone actually came asking about it. Seeing this, Jiang Chong quickly ran out of Miaochuan Hall and turned back, spitting angrily, "You lowly thing." After cursing, he hurried to Rinji Hall. When the group arrived at Songjiakan, several of the older brothers suggested leaving, as there were still many things to do at home. Song Sanyu and Wang Shi didn't insist on keeping them, especially since there wasn't even an extra room in the house. "Brother, take your time going back," Wang Shi said reluctantly. Wang Gui smiled and patted his little sister's shoulder. "Don't be sad, little sister. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." After saying that, he picked up Song Sai and gave him a sweet kiss for a while. Song Sai was passed around like a relay baton by several uncles. He liked his uncles a lot, and his aunts were nice too, unlike the strict aunts at home who were always fussing about something. Wang Gui looked at his little nephew's fair and handsome face and smiled. "You're a good kid. If you were in our Wang family village, you'd be a great hunter. When the chance comes, I'll take you hunting." He couldn't help but ruffle his little nephew's hair. "Uncle, you're great too." "I really like you," replied Song Sai in a sweet voice, making the men from the Wang family laugh heartily. After sending off a few uncles, Song Sanyu pulled his wife and son to a hidden corner at the road and took out 3 money bags, handing them to Wang Shi. Wang Shi opened them and her face turned red with excitement. "Sanyu, how much is it altogether?" "Almost 130 taels. I gave 20 taels to Manager Liu as a thank you and 22 taels to your older brother. That leaves 88 taels. I haven't even counted what we have at home yet. It's so hard to do the math every day. I wish we had someone good at numbers at home." Song Sai knew the amount but stayed quiet. If he calculated it perfectly, it would be surprising since he had never been to school. They chatted for a while before finally figuring out the accounts. The total at home was 18 taels and 3 coins. Luckily, Wang Shi had brought a lot of small silver coins, so they could settle things easily. After packing the money securely, they headed home. Since early morning, Jiang Shi's mood had been swinging between impatience and joy. If her younger brother connected with the buyer, they could make a good profit. If not, that wouldn't happen. They had plenty of goods. If they couldn't make money, that wouldn't happen either. Jiang Shi's heart raced, feeling like it was in her throat. "We're back." Jiang Shi heard the voice and rushed out first. "Is the third one back?" Song Sanyu smiled brightly. "Sister-in-law, are you waiting for me or for Jiang Chong?" Jiang Shi's face turned pale at his words, and she forced a smile. "What are you talking about, third brother? By the way, Earth's clothes still need mending. I need to go fix them." She hurried back inside, as if afraid of what others might say. The people present were puzzled, except for old Master Song and Song Erniu, who exchanged knowing glances. Dad, take a look at this money. Dear, we have a total of 108 taels of silver. Our good days are coming. Song Sanyu exclaimed. Wang packed the silver ingots and told Song Sanyu to store them away, leaving just over 8 taels for spending. After tidying up, she lay on the bed, looking thoughtful. Having so much money all of a sudden feels a bit unreal. Haha, I feel the same way. What about you, son? Song Sanyu asked his son, but after a while, he heard no response. Turning around, he chuckled. His son was sleeping like a little pig, snoring softly. He gently touched his son's fair little face, his gaze softening. Suddenly, he blurted out, Dear, what do you think about sending our son to school? School? Wang Shi gasped and then fell silent. For farming families like theirs, education felt too distant. Not a single person in the nearby villages had ever studied. No one even talked about it, mainly because everyone was not well off and couldn't afford to spend a fortune on their children's education. However, their son was so smart that, given their current situation, they could give it a try. Song Sanyu seemed to ask casually and, without waiting for Wang Shi's response, began to take a nap. Only Wang Shi tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The sky was clear, with no clouds or wind, and the sun hung lazily overhead. The cicadas in the trees chirped weakly. The Jiang family was even more anxious. Jiang Mukue, the head of the family, looked furious. We've caught so many with the help of relatives, and now we haven't sold a single pound. If they find out, they'll be furious. Jiang's daughter-in-law scoffed. Isn't this all Yuegue's idea? Dad, I think you should let Yuegue come up with a solution. Jiang was upset. Sister-in-law, I only suggested this idea. You all agreed it was a good plan, so why is it my fault now? I was trying to help the family make money, and now that we haven't, you want to blame me? Yuegue, if you hadn't suggested this idea, we might have made money. You need to take responsibility. Our parents have been working hard for days, and they've lost weight. You can't just shift the blame now, Jiang's second daughter-in-law said, looking concerned for the elderly couple. Jiang was so angry she felt like she might explode. She stood up and coldly said, Stop pretending. If you care so much about our parents, why don't you buy them some meat to help them? You can talk sweetly, but actions matter more. She then turned to her older brothers, who had been silent, and said, I was clear before. It was just my guess. You all chose to go along with it. Now that there's a problem, you figured out. Seeing Jiang trying to wash her hands of the matter, Jiangde quickly stood up and said, Wait. Little sister, you can't just walk away from this. Besides, it was your idea to involve the younger brother. Though Jiang Er didn't speak, she nodded in agreement. Jiang looked at her parents, who were also looking at her with approval, and her anger flared up. It was true that she had led the family to think this way, and she had come to warn them this morning, but they had agreed to it, hadn't they? Old Mrs. Fan saw her two daughters-in-law hinting at her and said, Yuegue, why don't you go and ask for help? After all, you are Song Sanyu's sister-in-law. Jiang opened her mouth, feeling a bit powerless. This time, it seemed that the third brother wouldn't help as easily as before. In the evening, the sky gradually darkened, and the round moon shone brightly. Nighttime was the most anticipated part of summer, with a gentle breeze bringing a refreshing coolness. After dinner, the whole family sat together in the yard to enjoy the cool air. Jiang looked at Song Sanni with hesitation. Song Sanni pretended not to see her, holding his son while they relaxed. Song Sai lay in Song Sanni's arms, gazing up at the starry sky. In his previous life, he had never experienced such affection from his father. Although they lived under the same roof, they rarely saw each other. Perhaps there had been problems between his parents back then. But now, he felt a strong fatherly love from Song Sanni, making him feel like a real child sometimes. This warm moment was soon interrupted. Third brother, my family also has some dried leeches. Can you help sell them tomorrow? My sister-in-law won't let you go empty-handed. Just like last time, I'll give you 10 coins. How does that sound? Jiang said sweetly. Song Sanni chuckled and replied, Sister-in-law, do I really need to help with your families? It seems your brother-in-law isn't doing so well. Hasn't he found a buyer? Jiang forced a laugh. Oh, come on. This business is yours, so of course you should help. That's not necessary. Isn't your younger brother trying to find his own way? He followed me all morning, he said. Upon hearing this, everyone who had been chatting turned to look. Although they had suspected something earlier, hearing the third brother say it so directly surprised them. No wonder Jiang had been quiet lately. She was trying to bypass the third brother. Song Erniu suddenly thought it was better that his wife was a bit naive. At least she only wanted what was in her own bowl, while his sister-in-law seemed to want to take from the third brother's share too. Song Leoi and old Zhang's expressions darkened. Just last night, they had been wondering why there was no news from the eldest family. It turned out they were really planning something. How bold of them. Seeing the old couple's dark expressions, Jiang quickly pretended to be innocent, saying, "Look at what the third brother is saying. My brother was just on his way to town. How could he be following you? That's not true. I saw someone following us. When we walked faster, he did too.
When we stopped, he stopped.
When we looked back, he hid behind a tree. When we got to town, Dad purposely went into a quiet alley, and he followed us in. My uncle kicked him out. If he was just going to town, how come he followed us everywhere? Even though I'm just a kid, I know that person is definitely up to no good." Song Sai jumped down from Song Sania's arms, looking serious. Song Sania chuckled and patted his son's head. "Sister-in-law, no one is foolish. I can't help with your family matters." He said this and went back to his room with his son before Jiang could say anything. Jiang was stunned. Wasn't it supposed to be like last time? Just give 10 coins for a trip. Why couldn't he help this time? Song Danian frowned tightly, as if he could crush a mosquito with his expression. He said sternly, "Daniu, Inu, your wives have gone to heaven. Is this how you handle things? Third brother found such a good job for the family, and second brother's wife has caused trouble, while the eldest's wife is too. Do you even care about me and your mother?" Old Mrs. Zhang was so angry her chest heaved. Standing up with her hands on her hips, she said furiously, "Look at the whole Song family village. Is there any family like mine that doesn't set rules for their wives? I think you all have it too easy and have forgotten who you are. Why does third brother bother you so much? If you think he's making money, you can go earn it yourselves. You're eating from one bowl, but still want what's in the pot. How shameless can you be?" "Dad, Song Daniel looked guilty. He had asked everything clearly last night, so why was Yuegoe?" Jiang felt a bit anxious and turned to Song Daniel for help. He looked grim and said coldly, "This time I won't help you. You made this mess, so you deal with it." Li, sitting behind, felt a bit schadenfreude. How could this sister-in-law dig such a hole? The old couple didn't want to see these two troublesome daughters-in-law, so they went back inside, hoping not to think about it. Li wanted to say a few more words but was pulled away by Song Inu. Song Daniu stood up and said coldly, "Yuegoe, we've been married for so many years. You've given me 3 children, and I'm grateful. But you know how you've acted as a daughter-in-law in our family all these years. This time, you can't help with your family's matters. If you don't accept it, you can go back to your family." Jiang was shocked. "Daniu, what do you mean?" "What do I mean? Don't you understand your parents' attitude?" Song Daniu said with disappointment. Without waiting for Jiang to respond, he took the children back into the house. The kids looked at their mother and then at their father and eventually followed Song Daniu inside. Since marrying Song Daniu, Jiang had never seen this expression on his face, and she felt a deep sense of unease. Bright moonlight shone into the room, and heavy sighs came from the elderly couple's bedroom. "Is it really time to split the family? Once we do, we can never come back together," Old Zhang said sadly. Song Dalian didn't want to split the family, but he worried that if things continued like this, the brothers would grow apart. It might be better to separate now so they could still interact normally in the future. "I don't want to either, but for the sake of the family's future, we have no choice but to split. A big tree branches out, and a big family must separate. That's how our ancestors did it." Old Zhang wiped away a tear and said softly, "Then who will we follow?" Song Dalian replied slowly, "I can't rely on the eldest and second sons anymore, but if we split and follow the third, People in the village will talk about the eldest and second. Let's not align with anyone for now. We can decide later when we're older. Tomorrow, I'll inform everyone. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, I'll invite the village chief and the clan elders. Old Zhang nodded in agreement. The next morning, Zhang prepared breakfast early and looked at Old Zhang with a pleasing expression. Old Zhang had completely lost any good feelings towards the two troublesome daughters-in-law and didn't even glance at Zhang. At the breakfast table, aside from the sounds of eating, no one spoke a word. The atmosphere was unusually tense. After finishing his meal, Song Dalian glanced at his sons and shared what he had thought about all night. You are all grown up. It's time to separate. They say a big tree branches out, and a big family must split. Over the years, your mother and I thought we treated you well, but how have you treated us? You think I favor the third son, but have you considered this? The third only has one child, while both of you have three. Who is really benefiting more?
Dad.
The mention of separation shocked everyone, and they were taken aback, especially Song Daniu and Song Erniu, who were startled at the thought of splitting the family. Although things had been a bit uneasy at home lately, it didn't seem serious enough for a split. Jiang and Li exchanged glances, quickly hiding their emotions. Song Dalian waved his hand to silence them and looked at the quiet third son, sighing softly. It seemed the third son was already considering this idea. You don't need to say anything more. Both of you think we favor your older brother, so it might be better to separate early and let you manage your own households. This way, there will be fewer conflicts. Over the years, we have saved a total of 21 taels of silver. Since the older brother has 2 sons, I will give him 8 taels. The second and third families each have 1 son, so they will each receive 6 taels. The remaining silver will be kept by your mother and me. Don't think we favor your older brother. If you have a son in the future, I will give you an extra 2 taels. We only have 20 acres of good farmland. Each of you 3 families will get 6 acres, and your mother and I will continue to farm the remaining 2 acres. As for the household items, your mother will divide those later. You can continue living in the current houses, and if you feel uncomfortable, find a way to solve it yourselves. If you have anything to say, please speak up quickly. After saying this, Song Daji seemed to age 10 years. Hearing this, Jiang was anxious. Now that they were separating, the 2 sons of the eldest family would have to find ways to earn money. 8 taels of silver might be enough for the 2 sons to marry, but what about the wedding houses?
Li was also unhappy.
The eldest family not only received 2 extra taels of silver, but also the extra tael and 2 acres of good farmland from their parents. That 1 acre of farmland could be sold for 5 taels of silver, so it felt unfair that the eldest family was gaining so much. Wang kept her head down, but the corners of her mouth were turned up in a smile. She didn't care about the 2 taels of silver. She was just happy to separate from the other families. She thought it would take some time to divide the households, but she was surprised that the parents brought it up first. Dad, what about the chickens? Li asked with a smile. Right, the chickens. How do we divide those, since we have 2 young boys? Normally, Jiang would wait for Li to speak first, but since this was about separating households, she wanted to make sure they got their fair share. Old Zhang looked at the 2 of them with annoyance. 1 family gets 1 chicken, and your father and I will keep 2. Song Sania didn't care about these things. He looked seriously at Song Daji and Old Zhang. Whatever you decide, I agree. I just want to be with you. Me too. I want to be with Grandma and Grandpa, said Song Sai, blinking his little eyes seriously. He didn't care much about the other families, but he didn't want to lose the love of his grandparents. The families of the older and second sons were only thinking about their own interests, while the third family genuinely cared about them. The old couple felt very touched seeing the serious expressions on their sons' faces. Mom and Dad, our family needs you too. Song Erniu's eyes sparkled with determination. He thought about dividing the family, but he also accepted that the old couple would follow the eldest. However, since the third brother had expressed his opinion, he felt he couldn't fall behind. That's not possible. Mom and Dad will definitely stay with us, the eldest. They can't go with the youngest, Jiang said, believing it was only natural for the old couple to be with them. Yes, yes, yes. Since ancient times, families have divided this way, and Song Danyu agreed wholeheartedly. We're not going anywhere. Your mother and I can still manage. We'll discuss this later, Song Danian declared firmly, leaving no room for anyone to refuse. Jiang wanted to say more, but Song Danyu shot her a fierce glare. Song Erniu glanced at her without speaking, and Li didn't dare to say anything either, having learned her lesson from the last time. Although they had divided the family, they still lived together and shared many things, especially the kitchen. There were only 2 cooking pots, making it impossible to divide them fairly, so no one got a pot. If they wanted one, they had to buy it themselves. However, the grain had to be divided. There was no new rice, only about 250 pounds of old rice, 100 pounds each of brown rice and glutinous rice. The grain was divided per person, and in the end, Song Danian decided that everyone, adults and children alike, would get 30 pounds each. The first and second families had 2 more people, so they received 60 pounds more than the third family. Jiang and Li happily carried their rice back to their rooms. Then they looked up at the 2 wild chickens and a rabbit hanging from the beam. Although these were gifts from the third brother's in-laws, they were given before the division, so they believed they should have a share. Old Jiang was furious to see her 2 daughters-in-law eyeing the third brother's game. She pointed at them and scolded, "Are you thinking about the meat from the third brother's family again? This was sent by his father-in-law and has nothing to do with you, so don't even think about it." "Mom, this meat was sent before the division, so it should belong to the whole family. What's wrong with wanting what's shared?" Li didn't want to give up easily, as this was a meal. Jiang nodded in agreement. "Mom, I think my sister-in-law is right. Before the division, we all ate the wild vegetables sent by my family together."
Ha!
"Sister-in-law, you're really making me laugh. That wild vegetable you sent during the festival was a gift from your family to us, right? I remember my mother prepared half a pound of candy and a pound of meat for your family. And what did you send back? Just some dried wild vegetables. You ate the most of it then, and now you have the nerve to ask for meat for my family? Sister-in-law, I see your boldness has really grown." Song Sanyu seemed to find this very funny.
You!
Jiang pointed angrily at Song Sanyu. Ignoring her, Song Sanyu walked over and took down 2 wild chickens and a wild rabbit from the beam, tossing them into Wang's arms. He reminded her, "Wife, hurry and put these away, or next time, there won't be any left to see. Big brother, second brother, after the festival, I plan to borrow money from my father-in-law to build a house. I only need 2 taels of silver for this room. I don't want much since we're all brothers," Song Sanyu said with a smile. The first and second families immediately became interested, especially the first family, as they only had 2 rooms. If they got another one, it would be perfect when their daughter married, with 1 room for each son. Jiang seemed to forget her earlier annoyance and quickly approached to flatter him. "Third, you know my family. Sell it to sister-in-law, but can you lower the price a bit? Sister-in-law, if you don't buy it, let me have it. Third, sell it to me for 2 taels, no haggling," she said, reaching for her money. Seeing Li competing with her for the house, Jiang quickly took out her silver and tossed it into Song Sanyu's hands first. "Third, sister-in-law paid first, so that house is mine now." Song Sanyu jingled the silver, grinning widely. "All right, but you have to wait until my house is built before moving in. Sister-in-law has no objections, right?" Jiang dared not object. What if he decided not to sell to her later? Pretending to be unhappy, she said, "Third, do you really think sister-in-law is that kind of person?" Li was naturally unhappy about being outbid and shot a glare at Jiang. Jiang didn't care how the second family viewed her now that she had the house. Song Danyu, though silent, agreed with Jiang's actions and felt relieved that he had successfully bought it. Seeing the only room for the youngest son being sold like this made old Jiang and Song Danyu anxious. Old Jiang's face was so wrinkled with worry it looked like a ball. "Third, borrowing money to build a house is a huge debt. How can you decide so hastily?" Song Sanyu did not show a good attitude towards his older sisters-in-law, but seeing his parents so anxious, he softly said, "Mom, my friend said that he will ask for my help in the future. This means we will work together for a long time, so don't worry, the money for the house will be paid back soon." Upon hearing this, Jiang and Li immediately regretted agreeing to split the family. If Sanyu made money in the future, wouldn't they miss out? How could they not have thought of this? Third brother, what about us? Li was the first to speak up. Mom and Dad, tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Today the town is lively. Let's go buy some things. You haven't been there in a long time. Come with me to take a look, Song Sanyu said, not allowing any refusal as he pulled old Zhang and Song Danian out the door. Wang was carrying an empty basket and leading her son behind her, leaving everyone in the yard looking at each other. Did Sanyu mean that he wouldn't think of them if something good happened in the future? The elderly couple was reluctant to be pulled out by their son. They had just divided the family and received a few taels of silver, and now their third son was starting to spend lavishly. How would they live in the future? And he still wanted to borrow money to build a house. Thinking of this made them very worried. Third son. Song Danian frowned and said quietly, Grandpa, you don't need to worry. Our family has money, I know. Song Sai quickly ran to his grandparents, acting like he understood everything. What money could there be? Old Zhang didn't take her grandson seriously and teased, Oh really? How much do we have? Song Sai held up one hand in front of the elderly couple and spread all his fingers. Pfft, 5 taels? Is that really money? You can't even build a house with that, Old Zhang said, feeling even more troubled. Song Sai shook his head seriously and said, No, it's 50 taels. The elderly couple burst into laughter. Their little grandson was already learning to joke. They had never earned 50 taels in their lives. After a few chuckles, Song Danian bent down and hugged his little grandson. My precious grandson is really ambitious. You say 50 taels right away. Song Sai pouted. Dad, you say. They were planning to build a big brick house. If they didn't clarify now, the elderly couple would think their son had borrowed a huge debt and would worry every day. It was better to let them know a bit about their finances to ease their worries. Ahem. Well, Dad, we really do have 50 taels. Song Sanyu thought his son was quite clever, always managing to say what he wanted in advance. Old Zhang glared at his son and said, You, with your silly ideas, if you have 50 taels, I'll walk backward to the town. Song Sanyu chuckled and gave his wife a look. Wang immediately understood, reached into her pocket, and pulled out a silver ingot, handing it to old Zhang. My goodness, where did you get this silver? I didn't give you any silver ingots, old Zhang exclaimed, holding the silver and examining it closely, her face flushed with excitement. Song Danian leaned in to take a look, weighing it in his hand. It really was 5 taels of silver. He stared at his younger son in disbelief. Where did you get this silver? You didn't steal it, did you? Song Sanyu looked embarrassed. Mom and Dad, I earned this from selling leeches. Leeches earned you this much money? Song Danian exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. Should, Dad, keep your voice down just in case someone hears us. Song Danian immediately became cautious, and Song Sai felt his grandfather's grip on him tighten. Meanwhile, old Zhang's face lit up with joy, blooming like a flower. Song Sai thought his grandmother looked younger at that moment. Son, you did great. I knew you were smart. Oh, how did you get so clever? Old Zhang said, beaming as she touched her son's face. However, Song Danian frowned slightly. Sanyu, isn't this a bit questionable? Song Sanyu didn't like that comment. Unexpectedly, old Zhang shot an angry glare at her husband. What are you talking about? Questionable? If it weren't for my son, would anyone in the village know anything? I think my son is very clever. Song Sanyu nodded in agreement. Grandpa, Dad said last night that he wants to build a big house and bring you and Grandma to live with us, with meat for every meal. Hearing his grandson speak earnestly, the old man's earlier doubts vanished. His wife was right. Why worry about being too clever? After all, they were making money, and it was good for the third son to build a house. Otherwise, the eldest and second sons might get jealous if they saw the youngest doing well.
Great.
A big house and meat for every meal. Today, Grandpa will take you to the town to buy some tasty food, and your dad will pay, Song Danian said, picking up Song Sai and heading out. The others couldn't help but chuckle, and old Zhang muttered, "This old man is just stubborn." The old couple's gloomy mood lifted when they heard that their third son was making money. They happily held their little grandson, and surprisingly, they didn't need to involve Song San-yo and his wife at all. He thought that the couple was initially worried about how their father would manage after the family split, but now that their last worry was gone, they were naturally happy. The group was cheerful and filled with laughter. Soon, they reached the town gate. Because of the festival, the town was livelier than usual. There were many more vendors and shoppers than on regular days. After a year of hard work, everyone looked forward to enjoying the Mid-Autumn Festival and the Spring Festival, so they wanted to treat themselves during these holidays. With money in hand, Song Danian didn't hesitate and took his grandson straight to the meat stall. He looked at the pig's feet on the stall, and he couldn't help but drool. He had always loved pig's feet, whether boiled or steamed. He pointed at 2 large pig's feet and said, "Dad, I want this." Song Sanyo had noticed his son staring at the meat stall and thought he just wanted some meat after not having it for a while. But to his surprise, he wanted pig's feet. Song Sanyo frowned slightly and said, "Son, these are just bones.
What's so good about them?
How about I buy you some meat instead?" He pouted and leaned against his grandfather's neck without saying a word, turning his back to Song Sanyo and giving off an unhappy vibe. Wang Shi shot a glance at her husband and said, "It's just pig's feet. The child finally wants something, so just buy it for him." Feeling soft-hearted when his son turned away, Song Sanyo agreed to buy it. Old Zhang and Song Danian hadn't strolled through the market like this in years. They usually came to sell goods or buy necessities, never taking their time like today. With money in hand, spending felt natural. Song Sanyo spent 500 coins on a piece of cotton fabric to make clothes for the couple, and he bought a pound of salt and a pound of sugar from the general store. Now that they had separated, they needed to buy meat for themselves, or else it would seem unfair to their daughters-in-law. Wang Shi thought about how her son's family had run out of snacks, so she also bought him 10 coins worth of malt candy and some preserved fruits. Song Si-hee, holding the big pig's feet and treats, was beaming with joy, so much so that drool was spilling from the corner of his mouth. Seeing his son's silly expression, Song Sanyo couldn't help but chuckle. After splitting the household, we had to cook for ourselves. We needed clay pots, so the family went to a shop that sells them and bought 2. On the way back, Song Sanyo asked everyone to wait for him. The others looked at each other in confusion, but said nothing. A little while later, Song Sanyo ran back, out of breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and took out a silver hairpin to put in old Mrs. Zhang's hair. She was touched and gently touched the hairpin, a rare blush appearing on her dark face. She had wanted to remind her son to be more frugal in the future, but now that she received the hairpin, she felt too shy to say anything. After a moment, she wrapped the hairpin in a handkerchief and tucked it away. Song Dajing glanced at his wife and saw her joy, which made him feel both happy and proud. On the way home, Song Sai kept jumping from his grandfather's shoulder to his father's, never touching the ground. His mother and grandmother followed behind, teasing him, and he laughed happily. He wished this joyful life could last forever. When they reached the entrance of Songjia village, they saw a few people standing there with a small burlap sack in front of them. When they noticed Song Sanyu and his family returning, they looked at him with eager expressions, including Jiang Shi. Song Sanyu walked by without looking at them, holding his son. He could do that, but Song Dajing and old Mrs. Zhang could not, as they were from the family of the eldest son-in-law. Song Dajing smiled lightly and asked, "What are you all doing?" Jiang Muki, feeling a bit embarrassed, pointed to the burlap sack at his feet and said, "We dried some leeches at home and thought we could ask your third son to help us out." Old Fan quickly approached, smiling awkwardly. "In-laws, these were caught with the help of our relatives. If we can't sell them, there will be trouble at home. We were hoping you could help us just this once." Seeing their third son and daughter-in-law holding their grandchild, acting as if it had nothing to do with them, Song Dajing sighed and said, "In-laws, it's not that I don't want to help, but what you're asking is really unreasonable. If you keep this up, how will we have any dealings in the future? It's getting late. We should go home and prepare dinner. Upon hearing her father-in-law's words, Jiang lowered her head even more. The other members of the Jiang family were surprised by the Song family's determination. Their expressions were not good. After working hard for so long, they realized they couldn't sell anything at all. The Jiang family was furious, their gazes toward Jiang growing increasingly unfriendly. When they returned home, Li was already cooking in the kitchen. Old Mrs. Zhang entered with a smile, but came out looking upset. The second branch of the family was indeed impatient, not even willing to cook an extra bowl. After all, they were supposed to stay together until after the festival, and she had set aside 10 pounds of old rice for this purpose. She hadn't expected that even in the days leading up to the festival, the second branch couldn't hold back. When Song Dajing learned of this, he felt a bit disheartened. However, before the two elders could dwell on their sadness for long, the cheerful faces of the third branch suddenly appeared at the door. Song Sanyu cheerfully placed rice, meat, and some game on the table in old Mrs. Zhang's room, saying, "Mom, Chunyun and I are not good at cooking, so we brought these for you. You can share a bowl with us three when you eat." "Yes, Mom. You need to take charge of these big matters at home," he added, pulling out 2 silver ingots and handing them to the surprised old Mrs. Zhang. "Chanyu and I can't save money well. Besides saving some for building a house, we feel better knowing you and Dad have this."
And me.
Song Sai raised his hand. Song Dajing and old Mrs. Zhang looked at their eager little grandson standing by the table and smiled. "What do you have?" "I have candy." Song Sai took some candy from his small backpack and handed it to old Mrs. Zhang, saying cheerfully, "Grandma can have some candy when she's not happy." The elderly couple was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Their earlier gloom instantly lifted, especially old Mrs. Zhang, who was grinning from ear to ear with the 2 silver ingots in her hand. Seeing the third branch enter the elders' room to eat together, Jiang and Li secretly cursed the third branch for being sneaky and the elders for being biased. On the 15th day of the 8th month, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, both families understood the importance of being together. Each family prepared a dish to share with the grandparents. The first family made stir-fried vegetables with cured meat, but there were only a few thin slices of meat in the dish. The second family cooked scrambled eggs with garlic sprouts, but there were hardly any eggs to be seen. The children looked at the dishes and felt disappointed, and the grandparents also seemed a bit unhappy. The eldest and second siblings really didn't care about appearances anymore. Song Sani looked at the dishes on the table and chuckled. "Oh, big brother and second brother, I'm not saying you, but what a cold mid-autumn festival this is. Chunyun, bring out our dishes to properly treat my nieces and nephews. Here comes the braised pork and pig's trotter soup. Today is our last meal before we separate. De he, er he, san he, de hua, er hua, san hua, eat more. I originally planned to make the pig's trotter just for your younger brother tomorrow, but see he insisted that it wouldn't taste good without all of you." Hearing Aunt San's words, the children looked at their younger brother with gratitude. Song Si he waved his hand dismissively, pretending to be modest. The braised pork was a deep red color and looked very tempting, with a rich aroma filling the air. "Let's eat." Everyone immediately reached for the braised pork, eagerly putting a piece in their mouths. So delicious. After a few bites of the braised pork and a sip of the pig's trotter soup, they were at a loss for words to describe how good it was. They had a nice meal during the day, but in the evening, each family cooked their own dinner. The children still looked longingly at the third family, and even Jiang and Li families wanted to benefit from the third family again. However, Song Sani was not foolish. The lunch was just to make the parents happy, and there would be no more sharing in the evening. After old Jiang finished cooking, the third family went straight into the house to eat. This made Jiang and Li families very upset, thinking that the third family was taking advantage of the situation. How much could the grandparents eat? In the end, it would just go into the third family's stomachs. The news of Song Daji's family separation spread throughout Songjia village early the next morning after the Mid-Autumn Festival. Many people were actually waiting to see the drama unfold, but it turned out to be a quiet separation with no fuss at all. In the afternoon, Song Daji formally separated after inviting the village chief and several clan elders as witnesses. In the evening, old Zhang personally prepared a few dishes to host them, and while they ate, the elders praised Song Daji for being a good manager. Usually, when families separate, it causes a commotion that the whole village knows about, but your family had no noise at all. After hearing this, Song Dajing smiled bitterly, but didn't say anything. So, on the second day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Song Dajing's family officially separated. The day after the separation, Song Sanyu took his son and Wang to the town. They only pretended to borrow money from the Yu family to build a house. They didn't really intend to go since the last trip had been exhausting. There wasn't a market in town, so there weren't many people. The three of them strolled leisurely, and by noon, Song Sanyu treated his son to a big meal at a small restaurant in town before slowly heading back to the village. On the way home, since it was still early, they took a short break under a big tree before returning home as the sun set. Old Mrs. Zhang knew that the Sanyu family was acting, but they definitely needed an excuse to borrow money for the house. Otherwise, how would the villagers think about it? So, as soon as the Sanyu family arrived under the big locust tree outside their yard, old Mrs. Zhang rushed out with a surprised expression. "Sanyu, did you borrow the money? How much did you get?" The villagers had little entertainment and liked to sit under the trees in front of their homes in the evening. Although they weren't very close, old Mrs. Zhang's exaggerated exclamation still caught their attention, and they all came over to join in. "What? The Sanyu family is building a house? I think I heard something like that. Is it a loan? Which family is so generous to lend money?" Seeing her plan succeed, old Mrs. Zhang smiled proudly and then asked seriously, "Did your father-in-law lend you money?" Song Sanyu held back a laugh and nodded. "Yes, it's enough for the house. When my father-in-law heard we were building, he immediately gave me 20 taels of silver and said I could pay him back whenever I had the money." "Oh my in-law is truly remarkable," old Mrs. Zhang said, looking touched. The two of them acted so well that Wang and Song Sai were left speechless. The villagers of Songjia village believed it wholeheartedly. After all, Song Sanyu's wife came from a family of hunters, which was a profitable job, so it made sense for them to lend out 20 taels of silver. However, to build a house, the Sanyu family would definitely need help, and the women in the village immediately started thinking about it. "Wow, Yuxia, your Sanyu is going to be successful. He's actually going to build a house." "Exactly. There isn't a young man of Sanyu's age in our village with the courage to build a house." The villagers praised old Mrs. Zhang, making her smile from ear to ear. The woman who usually gets along well with old Zhang said directly, "Yuxia, your family's third son is building a house and will definitely need help. I just wanted to let you know that when the time comes, you must inform me." "Of course. Once the date is set, I will definitely call you," old Zhang replied with a smile. Seeing old Zhang agree so quickly, others immediately chimed in, asking to be notified as well. Old Zhang didn't refuse or agree, just nodded and smiled. After dealing with this group, she returned to her small courtyard. When Jiang and Li learned that the third son's family was indeed borrowing money to build a house, they felt a pang of jealousy. However, they also had some doubts about how the third son's family could borrow so much money. They thought about it but didn't dare to act on their thoughts, knowing how their parents had been behaving lately. If something happened, their parents would likely not hold back anymore. Song Sanyu, holding his son, returned to his room and didn't bring up any other matters. At dinner, he took out 10 taels of silver and handed it to old Zhang, saying with a smile, "Mom and Dad, this money is for you. You will need to handle many things for the house." Old Zhang took the silver and smiled. "Don't worry, I will definitely help you choose a good piece of land, pick a good day to start, and find some hard-working men from the village to build the house. How many rooms are you planning to build?" The third family had discussed this last night. They originally wanted to build 6 large brick houses, but realizing that it would cost 30 taels, which was hard to explain, Song Sanyu thought about his son's education and ultimately decided to build 4 rooms. 4 large brick houses. "What? You want to build 4? And they're brick houses? That will cost quite a bit," Old Zhang was surprised, thinking her son was just building a simple house. Song Danian, however, remained calm. He knew his son's character. If he said it would cost 50 taels, it wouldn't actually be just that. But since his son didn't mention it, he pretended not to know. Besides, he had already given him 20 taels as a safety net, so he wasn't worried about how his son would spend the remaining money. Really, Mom, I've thought it through. 4 rooms. 1 for me and my wife. 1 for my son. 1 for you too, and 1 left for your great-grandson when Sihua gets married. If we build it well now, it will all be set, and Sihua won't have to worry about it later, right? Old Mr. Zhang heard his son's plan, which included the 2 of them, and he quickly forgot what he wanted to say. He smiled so widely that his mouth almost reached his ears. Seeing his partner like this, he knew she had been convinced. Song Daji didn't say much. He picked up his chopsticks and placed some salted meat in his grandson's bowl, gently saying, "Eat up." Since their son had moved out, and they had been living together, every meal included meat. Even their grandson thought of them when he had candy. The couple was already inclined to support their son in everything. Their son was good, their daughter-in-law was good, and their grandson was even better. Life was wonderful. After dinner, Wang helped old Mr. Zhang clean up before taking their son back to their room. Song Sanyu was already sprawled out on the bed, looking very happy, with a big smile on his face, not even aware of what he was so pleased about. "What are you smiling about? Go wash up in the yard and bring some water for us," Wang said, a bit impatiently. "Okay, I'll go right now," Song Sanyu replied, jumping out of bed without delay. He ruffled his son's little head before heading outside. Song Sai, feeling a bit grumpy, rubbed his own messy hair. There were no mirrors in the house, and they couldn't afford even a copper one, so he had no idea what he looked like until he was older and saw his reflection by the river. He looked fine, but his hairstyle was quite unusual. He had kept the front hair while shaving the rest, tying it with a string, which looked odd. However, this was common for boys in ancient times, and over time he had grown used to it. After a refreshing wash outside, Song Sanyu came back in with a bucket of water. It was summer, and the water had been warmed by the sun all day, perfect for a bath. Wang placed their son in the bucket and took a clay bowl to scrub the dirt off him. Kids played outside every day, so it was easy to clean them up. After scrubbing, a quick rinse was all that was needed. At first, Song Sai felt shy and awkward, but he had come to accept that he was just a child. He reassured himself, even though he still felt a bit embarrassed, especially since his mother was washing him. Oh well, there really wasn't much dirt there. Song Sanyu wiped his son's smooth skin with a cloth and found a clean outfit for him to wear. Noticing the patches on the clothes, he thought about getting some cotton fabric in a few days to make 2 nice outfits for his son. His son was good-looking and fair-skinned, and he would look great in new clothes. Once Wang Shi finished her tasks, she comfortably lay on the bed. It felt wonderful not to worry about making a living, to have meat for every meal, and to think about living in a big house in the future. Song Sai had wet hair, and Song Sanyu was worried about him sleeping with it damp. He held his son close and carefully dried his hair with a cloth. He only had 1 son, so he needed to be extra careful. Suddenly, Song Sanyu seemed to think of something and quietly asked, "Son, do you want to study?" Studying was something Song Sai had considered before. He had indirectly asked his family about it, but when he learned that there was only 1 private school in Baishui town, he gave up. The tuition alone would not be approved by the family, and even though his grandparents favored the other branches of the family, they would not let him attend school. After all, in their village, no one had the awareness of sending their children to school. But now that the family situation had improved, he could give it a try. He didn't expect to achieve much. Just passing the examination to become a scholar would be enough. He had studied the ancient imperial examination system when he prepared for the civil service exam. If he became a scholar, he could be exempt from labor duties, avoid paying taxes, employ servants, escape punishment, and even become a private school teacher. Any of these benefits would be a huge advantage for ordinary people like them. Song Sai nodded seriously and said, "Yes, Dad and Mom, I want to become a scholar. I will bring you and Grandma to live in town, and then we can hire 2 servants to make life better for all of us." Haha, my son is ambitious. Song Sanyu laughed heartily. Wang Shi, lying beside him, had a gentle expression, but suddenly seemed to remember something and frowned slightly, saying, "The tuition and supplies for the private school in town will cost at least 5 taels of silver. If we really send our son there, the village will surely gossip. Don't forget, we said the money for building the house was borrowed. How will we explain spending more money on his education?" After thinking for a moment, Song Sanyu replied with a smile, "Why worry about lies? We can earn money. Our son is only 4. We can send him next year or the year after." "Yes, that's true. For now, we should focus on finishing the house and getting out of the sight of your older sisters-in-law. Otherwise, even having a meat meal is difficult." Song Sihu knew that the kitchen was small, and they always cooked separately. In the past, his aunts would compete to cook, but lately, since their family had been making meat dishes often, both aunts wanted to be the first to cook at their house. This was because there was still some oil in the clay pot, allowing them to cook without adding more oil, saving money, and giving their dishes a meaty flavor. Thinking about the behavior of his aunts these days, Song Sanyu frowned in disgust. If they could act normally, he wouldn't mind, but they only stayed quiet when taking advantage. Otherwise, they were quite annoying. "Don't worry. Dad will definitely go look for land tomorrow. These days, he will buy some fabric for our son to make a couple of nice outfits," Wang said, agreeing with the idea. The adults could wear old clothes, but their son had delicate skin and needed new cotton clothes. They would also buy some good cotton to make a new quilt for their new home, which would be comfortable in winter. "All right, our land has grown quite a bit of weeds these days. Once we clear the weeds, we can go to town to buy fabric," Song Sanyu nodded, patting his son's hair. Feeling that they were done for the day, he carried his son to the inner side of the bed while Wang covered the boy's little belly with a thin blanket. "We only have 6 acres of land now. Let's go early tomorrow to avoid the heat," he added. "Okay, Sihu, I'll just let your mother take a look," Wang said. She actually wanted to ask the older couple for help with the weeding, but since the other 2 families hadn't offered to help, she thought it might lead to some sour comments if the older couple assisted them. After a night passed, the sky began to lighten in the east, and as the sun rose, Songjia village started to see wisps of smoke from cooking. Last night, Song Dajing and old Mrs. Zhang had discussed the weeding for their 3 sons' families. Old Mrs. Zhang surely wanted to help her 3rd son, but the eldest and second families had many children who could assist their parents. The youngest family had only a little grandson, and she felt bad for him during the last planting, so he couldn't go out to weed this time. However, they knew that the eldest and second families would not agree, so they had to let it go. Early that morning, old Mrs. Zhang got up early to prepare breakfast so that her 3rd son and his wife could leave earlier and avoid the sun. With this in mind, she herded a few chickens into the small yard, washed her hands, and went back inside to grab some coarse flour for the kitchen. Wang and Song Sanyo carefully got up and dressed, heading straight to the kitchen. They saw that old Zhang had already started cooking porridge, so they cheerfully helped out. By the time the first and second families arrived in the kitchen, Wang and Song Sanyo had already eaten. Jiang and Li felt a bit uncomfortable, wondering why the 3rd family, who had split off, still received so much care from the old couple. The more Li thought about it, the more upset she became, feeling a knot in her stomach. She said, "Mom, even though we've split, you still take care of the 3rd family. We also need to get up early to work. Why don't you help us too? Don't you think so, sister-in-law?" Jiang had hoped to benefit from Li's boldness, but was surprised when Li included her in the conversation. She quickly recovered and smiled, saying, "It's fine how our parents do things, but what the second sister-in-law said is true. There's a lot of weeding to do these days. If our parents could help us, that would be great." "Help you? What for?" "I cook for the 3rd family, and they give me all their grain, and even the silver they received. The meat from the 3rd family's in-laws is shared with us too. If you want to do the same, I'd be happy to cook for you every day," old Zhang replied sharply. These 2 daughters-in-law always stirred up trouble. It bothered her if they didn't create some drama. Jiang and Li were shocked by how foolish the 3rd family was. They gave away grain, silver, and even expensive meat instead of keeping it for themselves. They fell silent, fearing that their mother-in-law might demand grain or silver from them too. Seeing them quiet, old Zhang understood what they were thinking and shot them a disapproving glare, annoyed by their small-mindedness. Song Sanyo and Wang didn't say anything, and when the porridge was ready, they blew on it and slurped it down. After finishing, Song Sanyo wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. "Mom, your cooking is the best. I'm going to weed with Chun Yin now, for he is sleeping, so please keep an eye on him." Old Zhang knew what to do without being told and waved her hand casually. "Go ahead, just come back when the sun is high."
Got it.
"Oh, and tell Dad not to work in the fields. Chun Yun and I will do extra in the mornings," he said, and then he and Wang hurried off to the fields. The old couple had only 2 acres of land, right next to the rice fields they had divided, so they planned to work together and let the elders take care of the children and prepare for building the house. Old Zhang was taken aback for a moment and finally muttered, "Those 2 kids." A smile crept onto his face. Song Danian, hearing this inside the house, couldn't help but feel emotional. Although it was tough to split the family, seeing his 3rd son striving made it worthwhile. In the yard, Jiang and Li exchanged glances and rolled their eyes at the backs of the 3rd son and Wang, huffing in annoyance. The rice field wasn't far from home. The 2 wanted to finish their work before the sun was too high, so they walked quickly. Soon they arrived at the field, and without much talk, they focused on their hard work. They weren't lazy by nature. They just didn't want to work for free. Now that they were working for their own family, they were serious about it. There were quite a few people in the rice field. It was unusual to see the usually lazy couple from the Song family working so diligently. Uncle Song Daniu, along with his sons, was also in the field. Seeing his nephew working hard after the split, he felt happy for his younger brother. In the rice field, there was not a breath of wind. The green seedlings drooped under the scorching sun, and frogs croaked in the distance. As the sun grew hotter, Song Sanyu finally stood up, wiped the sweat from his face, looked up at the sun, and said to Wang, "Chunyun, it's getting late. We should head back. We still have a few days of work ahead." Wang was also feeling the heat. Realizing it was indeed late, she rubbed her sore back and followed Song Sanyu home. Song Danian had gone out early to discuss buying land with the village chief and hadn't returned yet. Old Zhang guessed that his sons would be back soon, so he boiled a lot of hot water, planning to let it cool for them to drink when they returned to refresh themselves. Song Sai had just woken up and was eating egg custard. Since the split, Old Zhang had received 20 taels of silver from the 3rd family, and the eggs from their 2 hens and 1 from the 3rd family were all going into his grandson's belly. Seeing his little grandson eat so well made Old Zhang very happy. When Song Sanyu returned home, he headed straight for the kitchen. After drinking a bowl of cool tea, he felt revived and poured another bowl for his wife. Once they finished their tea, they went inside to find their son. Song Sai had just finished his egg custard and let out a satisfied burp. Song Sanya chuckled and patted his son's round little belly, nudging his son's head and asking, "Was the egg custard good?" "Yeah, it was good." The couple smiled as they patted their son's little head and sat down to rest. Originally, Wang wanted to help with lunch, but Old Zhang felt sorry for her daughter-in-law, whose face was sunburned, and sent her back to the room to rest. Now, the whole family just needed to wait for the meal to be ready. Meanwhile, the 1st and 2nd families had returned. Seeing Old Zhang cooking alone, Jiang and Li frowned, feeling frustrated and thinking that the 3rd family was getting special treatment. Song Danio had just laid down in bed when his wife walked in looking unhappy. She glanced at him without saying anything. Seeing his indifference made Jiang even angrier. She pointed at him and said, "Look at your mother. Even after the division, you're still helping the 3rd family. You are also a son and the eldest. Don't you feel anything?" Song Danyu was confused and replied impatiently, "Aren't you happy about the division? Now we have money for our son's wedding and a house. What more do you want?" The 3rd family gave all their belongings to their parents. "If you're jealous, we can do the same." Jiang was furious, but had no other choice. It was impossible to leave everything to her in-laws. It was much more comfortable to be in charge herself. At the same time, the second family was having a similar discussion. Song Eunryu tried to comfort the angry Lee, saying, "Why be upset? We are the second family, and no matter how things are divided, the old couple won't come to us. We only have one son, and we have enough money for his wedding. We don't need a house right away. When our two daughters marry, we can earn some money from that. Isn't that better than how the first family lives?" Lee understood this logic, but seeing the third family benefit made her uncomfortable. Song Eunryu knew his wife's temperament and, seeing she was still upset, didn't want to say too much. He sighed inwardly, wondering how he had been foolish enough to choose Lee, who didn't have his sharpness. At least their son was doing well. At the edge of Songjia village, the village chief, Song Yukai, pointed to a piece of empty land and said, "Danian, there's plenty of empty land in the village, but according to your needs, this is the only spot close to water and mountains. It's quite large, and if your third family builds a house and a small yard here, it will be very comfortable." Song Danian looked at the land and nodded in satisfaction. The location was good, and the space was large, which he liked. He knew the third family would like it too. He then asked, "Brother, what's the price for this land?" Village chief Song Yukai replied cheerfully, "Not expensive at all, still the same price as before." "Okay, I'll go back and bring San Nyo to take a look. If he agrees, I'll need to ask you, big brother, to go to the town with us." "Of course." San Nyo is becoming more capable every day. Our Song family village is gaining respect. Recently, several village leaders from neighboring areas have been asking me about the dried leeches business. Ha! Song Yukai chuckled, stroking his goat beard, filled with pride. Song Danian knew that his son was not only bringing him honor, but also bringing respect to the Song family village. When they got home, Song Danian shared the news, and San Nyo had no objections. He knew the land well. Without delay, in the afternoon, Song Danian took a dried rabbit and led his youngest son to the village chief's house. When Song Yukai received the rabbit, his face turned bright red with joy, and he took the two of them to the town. Land transactions must be registered, and only the village chief can handle it. The government office in Baishui town was small, and after they explained their purpose and paid 5 taels of silver, they received a light land deed. San Nyo looked at the deed with satisfaction, unable to stop smiling. He was now a landowner. Song Danian kept admiring it and patted his son's shoulder, saying, "Not bad, not bad. You're more capable than your old man." San Nyo chuckled, "Dad, without you, I wouldn't be here. My success is your success." Even though his son's flattery was a bit exaggerated, Song Danian enjoyed it. His youngest son was dear to him. Meanwhile, Song Yukai watched the father and son with some envy, feeling a bit sentimental. His 2 sons had never been this close to him. Although they listened to him, they didn't compare to San Nyo from the Danian family. When they reached Song family village, the father and son bid farewell to the village chief and strolled home. Song Danian looked at his son, who stood tall like a green pine, and a satisfied expression crossed his face. "I've already planned things out. In a few days, on the first day of September, it's a good time to start work. Your mother and I will find a few hard-working men from the village in the next couple of days, and then we can get started." "Sure, Dad. Just let me know what you need. I'll finish my work in the next couple of days and go to the town to buy some blue bricks." San Nyo nodded eagerly. Back at home, Song Sai admired the ancient land deed, which was written in traditional classical Chinese. He could understand most of it, but he had high standards for the new house. He was tired of the smell of the old toilet. In ancient times, the toilet in summer was really unbearable. Maggots crawled out of the pit, and there were plenty of mosquitoes. Every time he went to the toilet, he was very careful, afraid that he might lose his balance and fall in. This had happened in Songjia village before. A child fell in and, after being rescued, became silly. Now, even in his 20s, he still plays with the kids. "Dad, I want a different house." Once the house is built, he would have to live there for several years, and this was important for his future. How could he not care? Song Sanyu raised his eyebrows and teased, "You have more requests? Go ahead, let me hear what you want." Seeing his parents looking at him playfully, Song Sai felt a bit dissatisfied. He sat down at the table, dipped his finger in tea, and began to draw on the table, saying, "Seriously, Mom and Dad, don't you think it's inconvenient to bathe and use the toilet at home?" Song Sania thought for a moment, looking puzzled. Everyone does it this way. It should be easier once we split the household. He assumed his son was talking about having too many people at home during bath time. Wang also thought the same. Men could bathe outside, while women and children bathed in the room. That's how everyone managed, so what was wrong with it? "Dad, I want a small courtyard with a kitchen, a bathroom, a little garden, and ideally, a toilet too." Song Sai drew a layout on the table, clearly showing a simple structure for a small courtyard. He drew 4 rooms facing the water with the mountain behind, sitting north and facing south. To the left of the 4 rooms, there were 3 connected small rooms. One with a chimney, one with a dining table, and the last one looked like a bathing area. The courtyard was enclosed, and as you entered through the main gate, it split into 2. One side was decorated with flowers and a swing, while the other side had drawings of bricks. Song Sai was tired of being stuck indoors on rainy days, so he included a toilet in the house, specifically a small building behind the main house. Song Sania looked at something that resembled waste and frowned, his expression hard to describe. Wang, on the other hand, was initially satisfied but then looked disgusted upon seeing the final drawing. She frowned and asked, "Son, that's not a place for, is it?" "Yes." Upon receiving his son's confirmation, Song Saniu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His son actually wanted to build a toilet inside the house. Was that really okay? Is this something a normal person can think of? When Song Sai saw the 2 of them looking disapproving, he realized his parents didn't understand, so he patiently explained, "Dad, even though the toilet is inside the house, as long as we handle waste properly, there won't be any bad smell. You see, in the village, people fill the toilet pits and then use a shovel to take the waste away. But with my design, after using the toilet, the waste can flow through a pipe to a specific place, and later it can be used as fertilizer for crops." "What? Fertilizer? For crops? Are you okay, son?" Song Sanyu seemed shocked, worriedly touching his son's forehead, as if checking for a fever. Song Sai realized that in this time, fertilizer was not common, so it was normal for his parents to find it strange.
"I'm fine.
"I discovered this by accident." "I thought everyone knew," he said, pretending that it was common knowledge. Seeing his son's expression, Song Sanyu became interested and raised an eyebrow. "Go on." Song Sai acted shy. "Dad, I'm not used to the toilet at home. I usually go outside. I noticed that the grass around where I go is thicker, so I think our waste is actually good. If we gather more of it, it could definitely be used for crops. If you don't believe me, we can try it sometime." Song Sanyu found his son's seriousness amusing, but seeing him so earnest made him cough to hide a smile. "Why don't you show me?" Song Sai was glad to lead the way, and his parents followed, still a bit skeptical. He took them to a large tree behind their house and shyly pointed to where he usually went. When they looked closely, they saw that the grass around that spot was indeed thicker than elsewhere. Song Sanyu, still doubtful, leaned in closer and was surprised to find it was true. Song Sai thought this was an interesting scene and stepped back a little, afraid of stepping on a bomb. While he felt his son's idea made sense, his parents still couldn't agree to build a toilet inside the house. They could consider other ideas, but since they were firm on this, Song Sai didn't press further, knowing they would also need to get his grandfather's approval. However, building the house according to his son's design would likely cost an extra 5 taels of silver. Still, his son's idea was good and worth considering. After the 3 of them discussed how to build the house, they were getting ready to rest when they heard a noise at the door. "Is the 3rd one free? We want to talk to you." Song Sanyu and Wang looked at each other, both curious. With such a friendly tone, could it be that something strange was happening again? As they stepped out of the house, they saw 2 sisters-in-law politely offering them chairs. Song Sania thought, there must be something going on. Jiang glanced at Li, who looked back at Jiang without saying anything. Jiang thought to herself, this fool has learned to be clever now. With a caring smile, Jiang said, "Third one, your house will start construction in 2 days." I see you haven't found enough help yet. Do you need us to assist? My family and your second sister-in-law's family of brothers. It's just a matter of saying the word, and they can come help. Yes, yes, they are all family, and they will do their best, Lee nodded in agreement. Song Sanyu knew that the two women were up to no good. After the previous chaos, he would be foolish to choose them for work. Besides, everyone in the village was related. Why would he choose outsiders when he had family? Did his older brothers know these two were causing trouble again? Big sister, second sister, you're overthinking this. I've already asked my mother to find help, so you don't need to worry about it.
But
We are all family. Why let others earn the money? Lee was reluctant. It would take a month to finish the house, and at 30 coins a day, that added up to a lot of money. It would be a shame to miss out. Song Sanyu rolled his eyes and chuckled. Second sister, who is family? Only those with the surname Song are family. I haven't even called my father-in-law. Why would I call outsiders who want to take from my home? Are you all okay? Can you think before you speak? Jiang and Li were taken aback by Song Sanyu's response, their faces turning sour as they looked at Wang. Wang pretended not to see them, looking up at the sky and down at the ground, avoiding Jiang and Li. The older couple in the room had heard enough. Old Mrs. Zhang couldn't hold back and shouted from inside, I've already chosen people in the village. Why are you making noise here? Are you two dead? Hearing their mother's angry voice, Song Daniu and Song Erniu quickly took their wives back inside. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the first day of September. It had rained yesterday, and today the sky was particularly blue, with the air feeling cooler than before. Song Dajing specially sought out a well-known fortune teller from a nearby village to walk around the site where the third one was going to build his house. Song Sai watched the shaman as she sprayed water from her mouth and jumped around, chanting words. Although he didn't fully believe, he still looked on with respect. After the shaman finished her ritual, Song Sanyu ran over and placed a long whip. Then, the village elder came by to say some auspicious words before they officially started the work. A few days earlier, Song Sanyu had already bought blue and red bricks in town, and the brick sellers had delivered them. The 7 or 8 men who would build the house were personally chosen by Song Danian and Old Zhang, and they were all hardworking folks. Moreover, they were all related to the family, so there was no worry about carelessness. They had agreed on the wages, 33 won a day without meals. In town, it was 30 won a day with lunch provided, so everyone was quite satisfied with this price, as they didn't have to travel back and forth to town. The work was right by their homes. Jiang and Li were unhappy that Song Sanyu didn't invite their family members to help. Behind the scenes, they held back their husbands from going because, in the village, helping a brother build a house was usually done for free. They didn't want their husbands to go either. They knew their wives well and thought that, regardless, they should go, as they still had their own interests at heart. What if the third son had more good opportunities in the future? Women often have short hair but long insights. The house was being built as usual, with Song Danian and Song Sanyu taking turns to supervise. Wang was busy with household chores but would also help out. Song Sai, having nothing to do, followed his cousin to the reed marsh at Crooked Neck Mountain and collected quite a few wild duck eggs, totaling 20. His plan was about to begin. Once the new house was finished, he planned to pickle the duck eggs to see if it worked. If it was successful, he would need to go to the county town, which was far away, and he would definitely need to buy a cow. If the sales went well, he would also buy ducklings to raise. It seemed like each task would not be easy. Now that the first and second houses were helping with the construction, the third house naturally had to show its appreciation. Every few days, Song Sanyu would go to town and buy 2 pounds of meat to cook for everyone to share. Today, he went late and couldn't find good meat, so he brought back some pig trotters and some offal that his son liked. At lunchtime, Jiang frowned at the pig intestines in the bowl and said with annoyance, "Old 3, you didn't get cheated, did you? Why would you buy something so smelly? Your older brother and second brother can do heavy work. You're just buying this to reward them?" Li also shared the same thoughts, feeling that the third son was being dismissive towards them. The workers in the village earned only 33 coins a day, and their own men were already working for free, Yet the third son was still so indifferent. Song Sai had noticed that his two aunts had been acting strangely these past few days. He guessed it was because the eldest and second brothers were working for his family without pay, and they felt they were taking advantage of it, so now they wanted to cause trouble. Wang paused while serving food and glanced at Song Sanyu. Without needing a reminder from Wang, Song Sanyu put down his bowl and chopsticks with a thud, pulled out 2 pouches from his pocket, and tossed them in front of his 2 sisters-in-law with a light laugh, saying, "This is the payment for the eldest and second brothers. Now can you 2 stop complaining? In the village, helping a brother build a house is just that, helping. But I can't afford the help from your families. I'm tired of the way you've been acting these days. Here's your money. Starting tomorrow, let's eat separately. We can't expect to get paid and still want to eat well." "Younger brother, what are you doing?" "Yeah, younger brother, we were just helping." Song Daenyu and Song Ernyu were anxious. If the villagers found out they accepted money from their brothers, how could they hold their heads high in Songjia village? Jiang and Li were also surprised by the third son's actions, even though they really wanted the money. "Eldest brother, second brother, since you entered our home, you've looked down on me. To be honest, I never intended to ask for your help with the house. I only did so to avoid gossip in the village. But since you've been helping, it feels like I should be endlessly grateful to you both. I've had enough. It's frustrating to see. Please take this money. Starting tomorrow, you don't need to come anymore. Once we move into the new house, let's just keep our distance." "Younger brother," Song Ernyu glared at Li and turned to explain. Song Daenyu's dark skin flushed with anxiety, and he opened his mouth as if wanting to explain something. Song Sanyu noticed his sisters-in-law staring intently at the money on the table, his smile turning a bit sarcastic. He waved his hand and said, "All right, from now on, let's just act like relatives. Don't feel wronged. After all these years, haven't you seen how your wives treat me? But have you ever really cared? Why pretend to be so wrong now?" Song Dajing let out a deep sigh, glanced at his eldest and second sons, and shouted with a frown, "How did I, Song Dajing, end up with 2 useless sons? For so many years, you've been living off me, and now you let a woman lead you around. Our family is in trouble. After just a few words, you've caused chaos and broken up our home. Eldest and second, once your younger brother's house is built, your mother and I won't stay here to be a burden. We'll move to the end of the village." Upon hearing this, everyone in the big and small rooms was shocked.
What?
The old couple is going to live with the youngest son? Jiang and Li had never seen their father-in-law so angry and quickly lowered their heads in fear. Song Ernyu became even more anxious. "Dad, you can't leave. Even if you don't stay at eldest brother's house, you should stay with us. What will the villagers think?" "Dad, Erdi is right. Traditionally, the eldest son takes care of the parents. How can you go to the youngest son's house?" Song Daenyu also disagreed. "Exactly, Dad. Taking care of you is our responsibility as the eldest family. There's no need for the youngest to interfere," Jiang said with a forced smile. Old Jiang glared at Jiang and huffed, "With you around, I fear I'll be driven to my grave. Don't worry, the land and house will be divided equally after we're gone. You won't lose out." Jiang immediately fell silent. If the old couple passed away and everything was to be divided, what was the point of taking care of them? Jiang didn't speak, and Li was even quieter. They were from the second family and shouldn't be involved anyway. Since the inheritance would be shared, they wouldn't lose out in the end. Thinking of this, Li felt a bit pleased. Only Song Daenyu and Song Ernyu felt uneasy, realizing how disappointing they were as sons if their parents and brothers wanted to distance themselves from them. The villagers had noticed the conflict among Song Dajing's sons. It was unusual for a younger brother to build a house while his elder brother was sent away. Song Daenyu and Song Ernyu had been having a tough time lately, as the villagers looked at them with disapproval. However, Sanyo clearly wanted nothing to do with them, and they felt helpless. Although Jiang and Li regretted only earning money for half a month, they were still happy to have some money. Moreover, the older ones also moved to the old family's house, making the yard much more spacious. The 2 of them focused on the old couple's room, as both Jiang and Li wanted it. Recently, they had been very attentive to the old couple. Song Dajing and old Mrs. Zhang were aware of what the two daughters-in-law were thinking. They pretended to be clueless, knowing that the house was off-limits to them, even if it was locked up. Although there were conflicts among the adults, the children from both families still got along well. No matter where they went to play, they liked to bring their little brother along. As the kids grew older, they understood more about family matters, but their third uncle's family treated them very well. Even when the little brother had candy, he would think of them. They were not foolish. Time passed quickly, and soon it was time for the final step of building the house, the roof raising. Song Sai found it a bit strange. He had seen a roof raising at a friend's rural home in his past life and thought it was quite fun. He didn't expect it to happen in ancient times as well. On the day of the roof raising, there was no need to shout. The villagers of all ages had already gathered around the newly built courtyard. Yuxia, you will enjoy a good life. Your third son has built a brick and tile house, even more impressive than the village chief's. Look, half of the yard is paved with red bricks. Sanyo's house has really invested a lot. I heard he borrowed 20 taels of silver. I wouldn't dare to do that. Me neither. In short, the villagers had various expressions, mostly envy. Song Dajing and old Mrs. Zhang stood among the crowd, feeling very pleased. This was their son's achievement, but they could only think it in their hearts and not say it out loud. New house completed. May it bring good fortune. Everything goes smoothly. May all wishes come true. With the village elders' shouts, some colored peanuts and celebration cakes were thrown from the roof. Adults and children rushed to catch them. The usually gentle village aunties became quite fierce at this moment, and the children were the happiest, enjoying both the fun and the treats, each returning with their arms full. Even Song Sai managed to grab several. After the simple roof-raising ceremony, it was time for the feast. Since everyone in the village was related, it was impossible to invite everyone, so they only invited a few close friends and the workers who helped with the construction, which still amounted to 6 tables. During the banquet organized by the third family, Jiang and Li felt a bit superior, waiting for the third son's family to ask for their help. However, they waited and waited, and it wasn't until close to noon that they couldn't sit still anymore and hurried to the village end. When they arrived, they found out that the third son's family had actually asked a few of the elder brother's wives for help, which left both of them looking rather displeased. Old Zhang saw these two annoying things and felt a headache. It's a happy day, so cheer up. If you don't want to eat, just go back and don't sulk around here. Going back was not an option since they had already paid, so they had to eat. The two found a spot and focused on their meal, ignoring the looks from the villagers. By the afternoon, after the relatives had left and the men happily took their wages and went home, Wang shared the leftover food with a few sisters-in-law from her uncle's family. They helped Wang tidy up the furniture before leaving. Jiang and Li looked at the leftovers with envy, but seeing that the couple seemed not to notice them, they angrily went home. Song Daniu and Song Erniu said their goodbyes and took their children home. Only Song Sania's family was left, looking at each other and then bursting into laughter. The three of them toured each room. The rooms were quite empty, with only simple tables and chairs, lacking any other decorations. Yet, they felt happy, and Song Sai was already thinking about how to decorate his little room. In the small room, there was only a small wooden bed that his father had made a few days ago, and nothing else. However, Song Sai was still very satisfied because tonight he could finally leave his parents. Otherwise, being woken up at night and having to pretend to sleep was really uncomfortable. Living at the end of the village had its advantages. It was especially quiet in the morning, with only the sounds of insects, birds, and flowing streams. After a good sleep, the three of them headed to the ancestral home. Old Zhang had prepared breakfast early and smiled with wrinkles when she saw them return. "Dear grandson, how is the new house?" Song Sai pouted and said unhappily, "Without Grandpa and Grandma around, it feels like something is missing." Hearing their grandson felt this way after just one day apart made Song Daniu and Old Zhang's heart soften. Old Zhang immediately hugged the little one, gently patting his small head, and said kindly, "After we eat, Shall we go visit? Song Sai clapped his hands and smiled. Okay, I'll help Grandma move. Old Zhang felt that her grandson was truly sweet and understanding. The third family was indeed good. Look at the grandson they raised. Handsome, thoughtful, and a little treasure. After breakfast, the elderly couple took 2 sets of clothes and happily followed the third family to the new house. When they met villagers, they proudly told them how the third family was filial and built a new house, inviting them to stay for a few days. Along the way, Song Daeniu and Old Zhang walked slowly, as if they wanted everyone in the village to know that their son had invited them to the new house. The old couple's room is right next to Song Sai's room. It only has 1 bed and nothing else, but this already makes them very happy. It's a brick house, and they never expected to live in one in their lifetime. The couple looks around the new small courtyard as if they are admiring flowers. Song Sai thinks the yard is bare and has nothing to see, but seeing the couple's excitement, he walks around the courtyard with them, hands behind his back. After moving into the new house, his parents lie around all day. Song Sai sees that they are doing nothing at home, and he thinks that can't be right. He has dreams of being a wealthy person from ancient times, and I can't let his parents become lazy now. Luckily, it's autumn, and both chicken and duck eggs can be stored at home. Song Sanyu and Wang Shi are inside, feeling relieved to have left the big house, when they see their son coming over with a wooden basket. The couple curiously approaches, realizing it's filled with duck eggs. Son, where did you get so many duck eggs?
Let's give some to your grandma.
How about we have scrambled duck eggs for lunch? Song Sanyu says, looking at the large duck eggs in the basket and smiling. Father, you're just thinking about eating. I need these duck eggs for something important, Song Sai replies, feeling a bit awkward. Song Sanyu scratches his head, confused. Aren't duck eggs just for eating? What else can they be used for? With a serious expression, Song Sai replies, Mom and Dad, I've decided to take the imperial examination. You always talked about studying, but I want to take the exam to become a scholar and a small official. I want to help you live a better life. But I heard that studying is very expensive. Even if we have some money, it won't last long. We need a steady income to support my education. And if I go to study in town, will you be okay with me being away? I can't bear to be apart from you. I hope you can come with me to town. We will need to buy a house there, which costs a lot of money. Have you thought about all this? The couple is taken aback by their son's words. Studying, moving to town, buying a house. None of these seem easy. Song Sanyu suddenly feels that his savings are not enough for all this, but seeing his son's serious expression, he knows he can't refuse his requests. Wang Shi is already thinking about asking about house prices next time they go to town. It was Song Sanyu who reacted first. When his son said that duck eggs were useful, he wondered if they could be sold. But that didn't make sense. Everyone knew duck eggs could already be sold. Son, do duck eggs have some special meaning? Song Sai thought about the explanation he had come up with the night before and confidently said, Mom and Dad, I had a dream recently. In it, a white-bearded old man was making duck eggs. After he finished, I saw him enjoying them, so I remembered his recipe and thought I would try it myself. If it works out, our family could earn some money in town. What do you think? Son, you can even remember what you dream about. You really are smart just like me, Song Sanyu said happily. It seemed like Dad was focused on something different. Wang thought about the dried leeches from a while ago and felt that her son might really be blessed, so she asked curiously, Son, can you tell me how to make it? I want to try. Song Sai's eyes lit up, and he quickly nodded with a grin, Mom. We probably need 2 pounds of yellow earth and 1 pound of salt. If we have more duck eggs, we'll need 4 pounds of yellow earth and 2 pounds of salt. Then we mix it with 2 pounds of water. We should also prepare some white wine to coat the dried duck eggs, then wrap them in the mixture. Finally, we put the coated duck eggs in a sealed jar and store them in the cellar. They should be ready to eat in about a month.
What?
2 pounds of salt and we need to buy wine? That sounds too expensive. Wang was surprised. Salt costs 400 coins for 2 pounds, and the cheapest wine costs 50 coins for a small jar. Adding the cost of the duck eggs, that would be 500 coins. Although the family wasn't short on money right now, She still felt reluctant to spend so much at once. However, Song Sanyu didn't mind. It's just 500 coins. What if it works? Even if it doesn't, it's just a little money spent.
Don't worry, son.
I support you. Tomorrow we'll go to town to buy salt and wine. Okay. Seeing the excitement in the father and son, Wang couldn't say anything else but agreed. Enough talking, come eat. Old Zhang called out after finishing the meal, raising her voice to the third son's family.
Coming.
Song Sanyu bent down to pick up his son and went to the small kitchen next to the stove. This little space was mainly for cooking, eating, and bathing, so it didn't need to be big, especially since the budget was limited. The three of them arrived at the kitchen, and Song Danian was already sitting at the dining table. Since moving into the new house, Song Sanyu had been quite open, often buying some meat for old Zhang to cook. Eventually, old Zhang couldn't stand it anymore and said something, so Song Sanyu settled for buying cheaper bones and offal to eat at home. After all, it was still something, right? Didn't he notice that his son had gained some weight recently? The old couple looked much healthier too. Money really does help people. Song Sanyu happily thought about the delicious pork rib soup in front of him. Old Zhang and Song Danian used to worry a lot, mainly about the third family situation. Now that the third family was doing well, most of their worries had eased, and they were enjoying their meals. While the new house was comfortable, the old house was not doing well, especially for the Jiang and Li families. They felt quite bitter, seeing the third family thriving while they were stuck in the same place. It was hard for them to be happy, especially since their children often went to play at the new house. They heard that the third family often had meat, living so well, yet they didn't know how to support the Jiang and Li families. They couldn't control how the old house felt. The next morning, Song Sanyu took his son and Wang to the town. In mid-October, the weather was clear and bright, with a pure blue sky dotted with fluffy white clouds. It was a rare good day. The morning was a bit chilly, but by the time they walked to Baishui town, they felt warm enough to handle the cold wind. Today, Wang brought 5 taels of silver, planning to buy 2 rolls of fine cotton fabric, some cotton for winter clothes, and some missing spices for the new house, along with other odds and ends. She was worried about spending so much money, feeling a bit pained as she saw the silver decrease. She hoped her son's plan would work. After shopping, the family didn't linger and bought some snacks for their son before heading home. As they reached their doorstep, they heard Jiang and Li talking in the yard. Mom and Dad, Daniu and Erniu went to town to work. There are many chores at home, and sometimes I can't keep an eye on the kids. I thought I could let a few of them stay with you for a while. I'm also in a similar situation. Erniu went to town, and I have to handle the farm work alone for a while. I haven't been able to cook on time. The kids are missing their grandparents, so could you watch them for a bit? Once my sister-in-law and I finish our tasks, we will come to pick them up. What do you think? Old Mrs. Zhang saw the two of them and knew they were up to no good. She was happy to look after her grandchildren, but she could see their hidden intentions. They just wanted to take advantage of the good food at her son's house. You two are being obvious. Do you think I don't know if there's work in the fields? De He and De Hua are old enough to take care of themselves. Old Mrs. Zhang rolled her eyes. Jiang was anxious. Mom and Dad, you can't be biased and only think about the little ones. My De He is your eldest grandson. So, what if I favor Senyo? The families are separated now. Why should I have to explain how we manage things to you? Mom, you're being unfair. Why are you helping Sanyo's family? We are all your daughters-in-law. It was one thing when you favored Sanyo before, but now you're favoring his whole family, especially Song Sihi. Isn't that a bit too much? Jiang let out all her frustrations, her eyes turning red. Li, standing beside her, looked wronged and pouted. Mom, just think about the eggs from the hens you raised. How many times has Sihi eaten the most? All right, you're just looking for trouble. When it comes to fairness, which of the children from your 2 families haven't I helped take care of? You both have 2 rooms each. What more do you want? If you didn't always complain, would Sanyo's family even have moved out? Old Mrs. Zhang glared at them. Jiang was not convinced. Mom, it's not our fault that Sanyo's family didn't have more children. Besides, didn't they move out because they started making money? I don't believe they didn't earn anything from the leeches this time. Otherwise, why would they be worried about my little brother joining in?
Jiang.
Song and Nian walked out of the house with a dark expression. Jiang and Li immediately quieted down, shrinking their necks like quails. Always keeping an eye on Sanyo's family. Didn't you just forget about the money they made recently? What did you two say? The family is already separated, and we can live our lives as we wish. Do we need your permission to do things? Next time I see your parents, I will ask them how they raised you to be so disrespectful to your elders and so mean to your siblings. Hearing this, Jiang and Li immediately shook their heads in fear. Oh, Dad, that's not what we meant, it's just. You used to take advantage of us, and now that you can't, you're upset, right? Song Sanyu, who had been listening outside, couldn't hold back and walked into the courtyard annoyed. Not daring to argue with their father-in-law, Jiang and Li felt bold enough to speak back to their younger uncle. Shut up and leave my house. Seeing you two makes me lose my appetite for dinner, Song Sanyu said, pushing them out the door and slamming it shut behind them. Jiang and Li were furious. I'm so angry. Those two are so frustrating. Old Mrs. Zhang exclaimed after seeing the younger family kicked out. Mr. Song's face was also grim. Marrying a good woman brings fortune for 3 generations, while a bad one can ruin 3 generations. That saying is true. He should have been more careful when choosing a spouse. Grandpa, Grandma, don't be upset. Look what we bought in town. Song Sai suddenly appeared beside the elderly couple, pointing to the basket behind him. This immediately caught their attention, and their serious expressions turned curious as they looked at the basket. Old Mrs. Zhang stepped closer and smiled. Wow, you bought so much meat. That must have cost a lot. Then she felt a bit worried. Her son spends money too freely. Thankfully, she had taken 20 taels to keep safe, or he would probably run out of money in no time. Wang knew what her mother-in-law was thinking and explained with a smile. Mom, we only bought a pound of meat. The rest, like the pig heart and lungs, were gifts from the butcher because we've been buying a lot lately. Free gifts are great. Old Mrs. Zhang's face lit up at the news. Why did you buy so much salt? Next time, just get 1 pound. Otherwise, it will get damp over time. And why did you buy wine? Old Mrs. Zhang disapproved as she saw the salt. She felt they were being too careless. Song Sanyu quickly walked over, smiling, and said, Mom, this salt and wine are useful. Recently, I heard from my foreign friend that there is a delicious food in the north that is very popular. So, I thought I would give it a try. If it works out, we will have a steady income at home. Then we can move to the town, and you two can enjoy a good life. Seeing his father's grand plans, he couldn't help but admire him. No wonder he could only be the son. Hearing this, the old couple couldn't stop smiling and quickly forgot about their earlier unpleasantness. Old Mrs. Zhang started to marinate the whole piece of meat, only taking out the pig's heart and lungs to stir-fry for dinner. After the meal, the family began to split up to do their tasks. Song Sanyu went to dig yellow soil on the back mountain, while Wang and old Mrs. Zhang cleaned the duck eggs. Song Sai thought there weren't enough duck eggs, so he ran to his grandparents' house to collect some chicken eggs. Old Mrs. Zhang saw this and said nothing. After all, her son was doing something important, and she wanted to support him. Before long, Song Sanyu returned with a basket of yellow soil. He mixed 2 pounds of yellow soil with 1 pound of salt and added 2 pounds of water. He coated the dried duck eggs with a layer of white wine, then wrapped them in the mud mixture, and finally placed them in a prepared clay jar to seal and store in the cellar. In a month, they would know if the pickling was successful. In autumn, the rice was ready for harvest. The golden rice fields looked like a beautiful painting, with the rice ears swaying gently in the breeze, creating a pleasing sight. Song Dajing picked a handful of rice ears and rubbed them in his hands. The white rice came out of the husk, and with a gentle blow, the yellow outer layer scattered, leaving behind shiny white grains. He tasted one and said, it will be ready in a couple of days. Watching the vast rice fields, Song Sanyu felt overwhelmed. He had 6 acres to manage, and it wasn't just simple weeding. It would be great if he could hire someone, but if he said that, his father would probably scold him first. His father said they would harvest the rice in a few days, so the next morning, Song Sanyu went to town and bought 3 pounds of meat to prepare for the busy farming days ahead. Before they divided the family, they all worked together and could take some breaks, but now there was no escaping the work. Wiping the sweat from his neck with a towel, he took a sip of water and felt revived. Wang also took a drink, wiped her sweat, and continued to work hard. Remembering that his son had come along today, Song Sanyu quickly turned to look for him. The son, wearing a straw hat and carrying a small basket, followed behind them, his big eyes carefully scanning the scattered rice on the ground. "Son, if you're tired, you can take a break over there," Song Sanyu advised, worried that his son might get worn out. Song Sai looked up and smiled. "I understand. 6 acres of land cannot be finished in just one day. At their pace, it would take at least 3 or 4 days to finish the simple task of cutting the rice. After that, they still needed to dry, thresh, and hull it, which would take about half a month. In his past life, 1 acre could produce 800 to 1,000 pounds, but in ancient times, it only produced 200 pounds. With 6 acres, that would be around 1,200 pounds. After paying 1/10 in grain tax, which is 120 pounds to the government, they would be left with over 1,000 pounds. Fortunately, the Qi dynasty was better than the previous one, as his father said that during the later years of the previous dynasty, they had to pay almost half in taxes, leaving the people so hungry that they had to eat dirt. To avoid trouble from the Jiang and Li families, the elderly couple did not help anyone after finishing their 2 acres of work. This left the Jiang and Li families, who were watching closely, feeling frustrated, but without a reason to complain. Meanwhile, the children from the main and second families voluntarily came to help pick rice for Uncle San, which annoyed the Jiang and Li families even more. After several days of hard work, Song Sanyu and Wang Shi had gotten quite tanned. Even the usually fair Song Sai had darkened. Now that the field work was done, the next steps were drying, threshing, and hulling the rice. Song Sanyu and Wang Shi didn't want their son to help with this, as Song Sai's little feet had developed blisters from the hard work, and he didn't dare to push himself anymore. He silently hoped that the duck eggs in the cellar would pickle successfully. As the cold dew approached, the rice at home had been hulled and stored in burlap sacks, piled in the house. However, they still had to wait a few days for the officials to come and collect the grain tax before they could eat the newly harvested rice. Within a couple of days, the village chief began ringing a gong to notify everyone to gather at the village entrance to pay the grain tax. Song Sai, curious, followed along with his little feet. When he arrived, he found the entrance crowded with people. Under the big locust tree at the entrance, there was a table where a serious middle-aged man sat, holding an abacus, flanked by 2 soldiers with large knives at their waists, who scanned the crowd with authority. Bang, bang, bang. The village chief struck the gong. Once everyone quieted down, the middle-aged man slowly spoke. "Please line up properly, one by one to pay. No hiding of grain is allowed. If any is found hidden, it will all be confiscated." The villagers of Songjia village quickly fell silent. If it weren't for the annual grain tax, they would never have encountered officials in their lives. Now, seeing the stern look of the official, they were all scared and hushed. The middle-aged man looked at the crowd below, who were shrinking back, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Let's begin." In ancient times, 1 stone was equal to 10 do, 1 do was equal to 10 sheng, and 1 sheng was equal to 10 he. 1 stone weighed about 120 jin, meaning their family only needed to pay 1 stone. When it was Song Sanyu's turn, he unloaded the sack from his shoulder, loosened the tie, and poured the grain into the weighing container. However, it was strange that the amount of grain he had estimated at home seemed to be lacking when poured into the container. Song Sanyu seemed used to this and smiled at the officials above. He then took a small bag from the basket behind Wang and poured it all in. This time, the container was filled to the brim, and the middle-aged man above nodded in satisfaction. Song Sanyu smiled at them and then took his son and Wang back home. Song Sai looked up at his father. Even though they were the ones being taken advantage of, his father was not angry at all. Instead, he was cheerful. His mother also had a happy expression, and even the villagers who returned with them seemed content, showing no signs of discontent. Although he had a rough idea of what was happening, Song Sai was still curious. "Mom and Dad, aren't you angry? It's clearly enough. Ha ha ha, son, officials have always been like this, without exception. Our Jinfeng County is actually doing well. The officials have only been asking for an extra 20 jin for many years. In the neighboring county, they ask for 50 jin. It was even worse in the later years of the previous dynasty. I heard they took half the harvest directly. So, everyone is happy to give this extra 20 jin," Song Sanyu explained softly, patting his son's little head. "Indeed, no matter where you go, officials are always a symbol of power. I want to study hard and definitely pass the exam to become a scholar, so our family can be exempt from taxes," Song Sai said, clenching his little fist and nodding seriously. "Good, my son has ambition." In ancient times, rice was harvested only once a year, so after finishing with the rice, there wasn't much else to do. The young people in the village all went to the town to find work, but jobs were not easy to come by. The nearby villages had the same idea, and in Baishui town, there were many young people looking for work. Originally, the daily wage was 31, but it had dropped to 21, and people were still eager to take the jobs. There was no choice. The family needed an income. The much-anticipated duck eggs did not disappoint Song Sai. After bringing them up from the cellar, old Mrs. Zhang boiled a few in a clay pot. When she took one out and poked it with chopsticks, the yellow yolk flowed out immediately, and it tasted wonderfully fluffy, making the whole family very happy. Soon, the three of them took the clay pot to town. They had a total of 40 preserved duck and chicken eggs, filling the pot to the brim. Song Sanyu carefully held the clay pot while happily watching his son's little head. "My son is so smart, just like me. Ha ha ha." Wang and Song Sai were somewhat speechless. He had already said this dozens of times on the way to Baishui town. Although Song Sai clearly remembered the secret recipe for pickling duck eggs, he had been anxious for days without opening the pot. It was only yesterday, when he opened it and saw the yolk flowing out, that he finally felt relieved. However, now that the duck eggs were ready, selling them became a problem. During dinner last night, the family discussed for a long time the cost of the pot of eggs, which totaled 531, excluding labor costs. The high cost made selling them a challenge. Typically, when selling food, the profit must be split in half to make money. This meant they needed to sell the eggs for at least one tael of silver to earn a profit, which would require selling each egg for about 21. This would be difficult in Baishui town, and going to the county city was too far. So, the family decided to first try their luck at Maya Chuntang, hoping the shopkeeper might have a solution. This morning, the family went to Baishui town, where a market was taking place, and the streets were bustling with vendors and people. Song Sanyu was worried about the pot getting bumped, so he walked carefully until they entered the hall of Maya Chuntang, where they finally relaxed. In the midst of the busy shop, the waiter looked up and saw the Song family, immediately smiling. "Oh, isn't this Brother Song? Are you looking for the shopkeeper?" Song Sanyu nodded and glanced around. "Is the shopkeeper here? I need to talk to him." Yes, I'll go call him from the back." After saying this, he went to the back to get him. "Brother Song is here." Before they saw him, they heard the cheerful voice of shopkeeper Liu, who came out from the back with a smile. He noticed the polite expressions on the faces of the Song family and saw the pot in Song Sanyu's hands, which made him think deeply. "The pharmacy is crowded and noisy. Let's go to the backyard where it's quieter." Manager Liu nodded and led the three of them to the backyard. "Brother Song, is there something you need?" Song Sanyu smiled, but didn't say anything. He opened a clay jar and took out a duck egg, placing it in Manager Liu's hand. "Manager Liu, this is a homemade delicacy. I'd like you to try it." Manager Liu looked at Song Sanyu with curiosity, took the duck egg, and showed a puzzled expression. "Brother Song, this duck egg seems like an ordinary item." He really couldn't see anything special about it. "Uncle, try the yolk inside," Song Sanyu suggested. The egg white didn't taste great, so it was better to let Manager Lu taste the best part. Oh, Manager Lu raised an eyebrow, took the chopsticks from Song Sanyu, and pushed aside the egg white. As soon as he did, the rich yolk flowed out, dripping onto Manager Lu's hand. Surprised, he brought the duck egg closer to his mouth and took a small bite. His eyes lit up as he looked at Song Sanyu, then focused on the yolk in front of him. He picked it up with his chopsticks and put the whole yolk in his mouth, instantly captivated by its creamy texture. Brother Song, this duck egg is truly delicious. But I wonder why you came to see me today? Song Sanyu smiled shyly, scratching his head. Manager Lu, my home is too far from the county, and we don't have a cart. I thought I'd bring some to you first to see if you have any good ideas. Manager Lu nodded, looking at the duck eggs in the jar. These duck eggs must be quite costly.
Just the salt alone should be a lot.
Song Sanyu nodded vigorously. You're absolutely right, Manager Lu. You really know your stuff. Just this jar of pickled duck and chicken eggs costs about 1 tael of silver. They probably won't sell well in Baishui town. Old Dad started again, but this time the price was fair. Song Sanyu's companion, Song Sai, secretly smiled to himself. 1 tael of silver means the cost is about 25 won. If sold, it should be at least 50 won. In Baishui town, it won't just sell poorly. It won't sell at all. Even the wealthiest families would only buy 2 to try.
You.
Manager Lu shook his head at the end. Seeing Manager Lu shake his head with a troubled expression, Song Sanyu quickly said, the cost is high, and if the price is low, I won't make any profit. No worries, I'll give you half to try, and I'll take the rest to the county. Manager Lu smiled. How about this? In a few days, I will go to the county to buy medicinal herbs. I will bring these duck eggs for the young master to try. He knows many people, so they should sell better than yours. When the time comes, if we can sell them, I will definitely thank Manager Lu. Song Sanyu quickly replied, understanding the situation well. Manager Lu laughed heartily. After their pleasant discussion, they finalized their plans. Song Sanyu left a jar of duck eggs and walked out of Miaochuan Hall with his wife and son. On the way, they stopped by the butcher shop and bought 2 pounds of meat. Remembering that his son loved pig's feet, he also bought a pair. No matter how things turned out, the family was in high spirits on their way home. Back in Miaochuan Hall, Manager Lu couldn't resist trying another egg yolk, enjoying the delicious taste. He called the waiter, go prepare the carriage. I need to go to the county now. The waiter, curious about the jar on the table, nodded and went out to get the carriage ready. When they returned to Song family village, the elderly couple saw their son empty-handed and realized something was up. They were so happy they didn't know what to say until they noticed the meat in the basket. Their smiles faded. Buying meat again? Everyday meat. How will we manage? Song Sanyu knew his wife was upset about the daily meat. During the busy farming season, she had held back her feelings, but now that things had calmed down, seeing him buy meat made her unhappy. He quickly signaled his son for help. Song Sai understood immediately. He approached his grandmother with a sweet smile. Grandma, I asked Dad to buy it. My cousins helped us with the rice harvest recently, so I thought I would make pig's foot soup for everyone. Can you prepare it for lunch? I will go get my cousins. Hearing that her grandson wanted to invite the older cousins, Wang didn't object anymore. The family from the main house was likely reluctant to let the children have meat, but it was nice for them to enjoy some occasionally. Besides, they were all her grandchildren, and she couldn't refuse them. However, she felt it was unfair to the third family. Looking at her son and daughter-in-law, who showed no change in expression, she felt relieved, thankful that her son was a good person who didn't mind these things. Seeing that old Zhang agreed, Song Sai ran to the old house. Inside, Jiang and Li were cleaning wild vegetables. The uncles had gone to work in town and wouldn't be back until evening. During the day, they were not home, but in the afternoon, the older cousins were all at home, doing what they could. Jiang and Li were not very warm when they saw Song Sai, but they didn't show any bad expressions. The little kids in the house were happy to see their younger brother, and the third cousin even took out 2 withered wild fruits from his pocket to give to him. Song Sai accepted the fruits without hesitation, popped them into his mouth, and said to Jiang and Li, "Andy, I came to call the cousins for dinner." Jiang and Li immediately dropped the wild vegetables they were cleaning and happily walked over, excitedly asking, "Did your grandma call?" If the old couple called, they could go and eat, especially since the third family had gone to town today and would surely buy meat. Seeing the two aunts' eager expressions, Song Sai smiled sweetly and said, "No, it was my dad who called." After saying that, he ran to the door to wait. Upon learning it was the third family calling, the two women felt a bit disappointed. However, thinking about their children getting to eat meat made them very happy. They quietly instructed their kids to eat more at the third uncle's house, hoping they could make up for the effort they had put in picking rice for them a few days ago. The kids felt a bit awkward, as their kind uncle was inviting them for dinner, while their mothers were calculating like this. They all felt a bit embarrassed to follow Song Sai to the new house. As they approached the third uncle's house, they caught a whiff of delicious meat. Before the family separated, they could occasionally enjoy some meat, but after the split, they hadn't seen any at all. The kids stood in the yard, greedily inhaling the meat aroma. Song Sai went to his room and brought out a bag of divided malt candy, generously giving each of them a small piece. They happily accepted it, feeling even guiltier towards the third uncle's family. Even though the third uncle's family was so nice, their mother still spoke poorly of them every day. They tasted the malt candy in small bites, enviously looking at their younger brother, wishing they could be kids from the third uncle's family. After several days, Song Sanyu could hardly wait at home and decided to go see what was happening. The new year was approaching, and his son was about to turn 5, so it was time to send him for early education. However, he needed a good reason. If duck eggs could make money, then whether it was for a bullock cart or schooling, it could be done openly. Early in the morning, while it was still dim outside, Song Sanyu set off alone for the town. The others at home were very worried. Old Zhang looked at the time and decided to walk around the village entrance. He kept glancing down the small path outside the courtyard. Unaware of his family's concerns, Song Sanyu was wide-eyed and astonished. After a moment, he swallowed hard and asked, "Is what you said true, Manager Liu?" Manager Liu laughed heartily, stood up, and patted Song Sanyu on the shoulder. "It's true. Why would I lie to you? Our Baishui town may not be much, but Jinfeng County is quite good. The duck eggs in the jar that the young master took are already being bought by those merchants. The young master wrote yesterday, asking you to pickle more because he wants to sell them at his restaurant. By the way, the young master comes from the famous Liu family in Jinfeng County. Besides the medicine shop, they have a restaurant. Although they don't have as many medicine shops, they do business in several nearby counties. If we can work together long-term, Brother Song, your family will have great fortune ahead." Hearing this, Song Sanyu was overjoyed, his smile nearly reaching his ears. "May I ask how you plan to proceed, Brother Song?" Manager Liu was eager to make a deal. The last time, the dried leeches earned him a reward from the young master, along with a nice profit. If they could finalize this deal, it would mean long-term benefits. When it came to pricing, Song Sanyu's mind started racing. The cost to pickle a jar of duck eggs was about 500 coins. He had previously mentioned to Manager Liu that the cost was 1 tael of silver. If he sold them, he would definitely want to charge 2 taels of silver. However, he knew Manager Liu, as the middleman, would need a commission since they had helped him. With this in mind, Song Sanyu sincerely said, "If it weren't for you, Manager Liu, I wouldn't know where to sell these duck eggs. Now that I've gained such a good opportunity, I can't let you work for nothing. How about this? Instead of selling the pickled duck eggs for 2 taels, I'll sell a jar for 1 tael and 8 coins." Although he had never been to a restaurant in the county, he had heard that meals there could cost several taels, or even dozens of taels. To wealthy customers, 1 tael for a pickled duck egg would likely be worth it. Manager Liu's eyes sparkled with interest as he smiled and replied, "The price isn't urgent. The young master has another matter to discuss with you." "Please, go ahead, Manager Liu." The young master said that your pickling skills are impressive. He can offer 300 taels of silver for the secret recipe, or you can choose another option. You would need to deliver 5 jars of pickled duck eggs to the county every month. The young master will pay you 2 taels of silver for each jar. What do you think, brother Song? Song Sanyu wasn't foolish. He knew that a one-time deal wasn't as good as a long-term arrangement. Although 300 taels sounded tempting, steady income was more appealing. Manager Liu was worried that Song Sanyu would choose the first option, which would mean all his efforts would be in vain. Manager Liu, please tell the young master that I choose the second option. We farmers can't afford to take that much money all at once. A satisfied look appeared on Manager Liu's face. Song Sanyu was thinking long-term, which he appreciated. The young master mentioned 2 taels of silver, which means 1 tael and 8 coins per jar. With 5 jars a month, he could earn 1 tael of silver at a time. Although it couldn't compare to dried leeches, this business was sustainable. One more thing. The young master hopes that these duck eggs can only be sold to one place and not elsewhere. Song Sanyu understood immediately and nodded. That's fine. I will only supply the young master. Good, then the price will be. Manager Liu smiled knowingly. Don't worry, Manager Liu. For 2 taels of silver delivered to the county, we will settle as discussed. At the end of the year, we can sit down together. Huh, that sounds great. I also want to find time to discuss business with you, brother Song. Manager Liu was even happier. After some more small talk, they agreed to start delivering duck eggs to the county at the end of next month and parted ways contentedly. Feeling pleased after receiving confirmation, Song Sanyu left Miaochuan Hall and curiously walked into a nearby bookstore. He couldn't help but want to pick up some of the various books on the shelves. Just as he reached out, a sharp voice came from behind him. Stop! Startled, Song Sanyu turned around. A young man dressed as a book attendant approached with a serious expression. Are you looking to buy a book? I just want to take a look. Look? What's there to see? The book you wanted to pick up costs 5 taels of silver. Can you farmers afford that? The book attendant crossed his arms, looking disdainful. Song Sanyu had always been a carefree person, and this was his first encounter with such an attitude. He couldn't help but chuckle. The book attendant's face darkened immediately.
What are you laughing at?
Song Sanyu smiled and waved his hand. It's nothing. I just wanted to tell you not to look down on others.
You.
Who are you calling a dog? The young servant stomped his feet in anger. Whoever is called is one.
You.
Shu Yan, watch your words. A middle-aged man approached, stroking his beard. He first scolded the young servant sharply, then turned to Song Sanyu with an apologetic smile. Shu Yan is not from the bookstore. If he spoke disrespectfully, please forgive him. Seeing the man dressed in a long robe and a square cap, looking like a scholar, Song Sanyu chuckled. It's fine. My son will start school next year, so I wanted to come in and see what books look like and their prices to prepare in advance. Oh, studying is a good thing, but it can be quite expensive. In a year, books and writing supplies can cost at least 5 or 6 taels of silver. Studying is good, but in this town, even supporting a scholar is tough for many families, let alone ordinary farmers. Song Sanyu grinned, looking quite proud. As long as my son can continue studying, I can support him. The middle-aged man smiled but remained silent, thinking it was just a farmer boasting. Nowadays, if a farmer could save 2 taels of silver in a year, it would be impressive. Claiming to have 5 taels was unrealistic. With business coming in, Song Sanyu was in a great mood. Even after being laughed at earlier, he didn't mind and hurried home, thinking about buying an ox cart. It would be a long-term business with the county. If he relied on walking, it would take 6 hours for a round trip. Carrying 5 jars of duck eggs would add at least another hour, not to mention the exhaustion. Returning home after dark would also be a problem, so buying an ox cart was essential. Thinking about the stable income and the ox cart soon, Song Sanyu felt elated. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Hearing his voice, several people in the yard quickly gathered around. Seeing his father's wide grin, Song Sai knew something good had happened. Sure enough, the next moment, Song Sanyu excitedly grabbed old Mrs. Zhang's hand and said, Mom, if we send 5 jars of duck eggs to the county every month, we can earn 10 taels of silver.
What?
Are you serious? Old Mrs. Zhang looked incredulous. 10 taels of silver? Did she hear that right? Song Sanyu patted his mother's shoulder, leaned closer, and said loudly, "You heard right. 5 jars of duck eggs a month. 10 taels of silver. From now on, just wait to enjoy life. Oh my son. You really bring me pride." In this area, which family has a son who can earn so much money in a month? Old Mrs. Zhang said happily, her wrinkled face lighting up like a blooming flower. Song Danian looked at his youngest son with satisfaction. It seemed that their third son was truly making progress. This news made Mrs. Wang even happier than when they sold dried leeches. Dried leeches were not always available, but pickled duck eggs were a steady source of income. Old Mrs. Zhang knew that pickled duck eggs could earn 10 taels of silver a month. Seeing the meat in Song Sani's basket, she felt generous, knowing they could afford to eat meat now that they had money. During lunch, Song Sani mentioned buying an ox cart. Both old Mrs. Zhang and Song Danian were a bit against it. They thought that since he only needed to deliver goods to the county once a month, it wasn't worth buying such an expensive item. They suggested waiting until he earned more money. Song Sai secretly laughed at his father's hesitation. The plan had backfired on him. He remembered that they had earned 50 taels of silver, spent about 25 taels on building the house, and given 20 taels to his parents for peace of mind. After deducting some expenses for small purchases in town, they probably had only 7 or 8 taels left. He recalled his father saying an ox cart cost around 15 taels, so it seemed they couldn't afford one in front of his parents. Buying it would be like slapping themselves in the face. "Son, why don't you make a few trips first? If you can really earn 10 taels of silver consistently in a month, we can buy the ox cart then," old Mrs. Zhang said, worried that her son's newfound enthusiasm might be crushed. What could Song Sani say? He wished he had claimed they earned 60 or 70 taels back then. Now he would have to make the long trip to the county for nothing. However, Song Sani decided that at the end of next month, after delivering the duck eggs, he would buy the ox cart. His parents would likely have nothing to say about it then. Besides, his son would start school next spring, and an ox cart would be essential for transportation. Song Sani also mentioned giving a bonus to Manager Liu at the end of the year, and his parents nodded in agreement, saying, "That's only right." With a stable income now, the next step was preparing for his son's schooling next spring. "Mom and Dad, now that we have a new house and a steady income, Chunyun and I have decided to send our son to a private school in town next spring." As soon as these words were spoken, Mr. Zhang and Mr. Song were both very surprised. They couldn't believe their ears. Their son actually wanted their little grandson to go to school. Seeing the surprise on their faces, Song Sanyu smiled sincerely and said, "Mom and Dad, my wife and I only have one child. We can't let Sai, our only son, live like us, working hard all his life. Now that we finally have the means, we should give it a try. Besides, you know Sai is smart and sensible. He will surely do well in school. Our expectations are not high. We just want him to learn some basic reading and writing. In the future, he can find a job as a clerk in town, which would be great." Although he didn't know much, Song Dajing was aware of the saying that education is the highest pursuit. His little grandson was indeed the most lovable and clever among his grandchildren. Although the cost of schooling was high, if his son's business could stabilize, they could really give it a shot. Even if Sai didn't achieve high honors, as his son said, being able to read and work as a clerk in town would still be good. Meanwhile, Song Sai, with his hands on his face, looked at his grandfather and father with determination in his eyes. He secretly vowed to study hard and aimed to pass the scholar's exam. He was confident in his abilities. In his past life, he had succeeded in becoming a civil servant through his intelligence, so becoming a scholar was just a matter of time. "Since we're going to study, we must do it well. If the duck egg business stabilizes, let's quickly take Sai to town to enroll next spring. I heard that real scholars start their education at 3 years old. I wonder if Sai will be ready by then?" Song Dajing frowned, looking worried. Song Sanyu replied with a smile, "It's not too late. Very few start at 3. Usually it's 5. Sending him next spring will be just right." Hearing that her grandson would start school next year, Mrs. Zhang was overjoyed. Although she was a bit surprised by her son's decision, upon reflection, it made a lot of sense. The third family only had this one child, and education was indeed the best choice. She was thrilled at the thought of her grandson being the only scholar in Songjia village. Studying is great, my dear grandson. Study well, and let Grandma share in your success, Mrs. Zhang said with a smile, gently patting her little grandson's head. Mrs. Wang looked at her precious son with a softer gaze. In the past, her sisters-in-law had mocked her for not being able to have children, but now, her son was going to school, while they were still in the same place. Recently, after paying the grain tax, many villagers carried their new grain to the town to buy old rice and brown rice. Although this year's weather has been good and the harvest is plentiful, eating only new rice is definitely not enough. Only by exchanging it for brown rice and old rice to make porridge can they have a thicker and longer-lasting meal. The elderly couple also has this plan this year. In December, before the snow fell, the wind blew constantly, bringing a biting cold, especially at night when the temperature dropped sharply and the chill came from all directions. Song Sai wore a new cotton coat, and his mother, worried about him getting cold, stuffed it with a lot of cotton, making him look particularly bulky, resembling a penguin, which made his walk especially cute. Winters in ancient times were very cold. Without air conditioning or heating, one had to rely on their own warmth. When they built their new house, they forgot to ask for a heated bed, so now Song Sai was shivering from the cold. Song Sanyu thought his son was getting more sensitive to the cold as he grew older. Seeing his son shiver, he laughed and said, "At the end of this month, when we go to the county to deliver duck eggs, I'll buy you a hot water bottle." Sitting by the fire, Song Sai could only think about the heated beds in modern northeast China, but with the cold weather, he would have to wait until after the new year for that. "Okay, Dad, buy 3. 1 for me, 1 for you, and 1 for Grandma and Grandpa." Song Sanyu touched his son's red, cold face, his gaze softening. "No need for that. We're warmer together at night. 1 will be enough. Haha, when you get older, I'll find you a plump wife, and then you won't be afraid of the cold." Seeing his father tease him, Song Sai felt embarrassed. If he weren't so young, his father would probably find him a wife in no time. "Dad, it's so cold. How will you go to the county in 2 days? You can't go alone. At least 2 people are needed." Seeing his son worry like a little adult, Song Sanyu chuckled and said, "Of course, your mother and I will go. I don't trust anyone else. After we sell the duck eggs in the county, I'll buy an ox cart so I can take you to town for school every day. How does that sound?"
Great.
Song Sai had been looking forward to the ox cart. He didn't want to walk such a long distance every day. In the cold winter, there wasn't much to do. The villagers who went to the county to find work had all returned home for the season. Song Daniu and Song Erniu also came back early. Song Sanyu didn't want his 2 sisters-in-law to come over, but he welcomed his 2 brothers. Song Daniu, Song Erniu, and the children at home liked visiting the new house. After all, at home, Wang and Li could talk endlessly, making their ears hurt. At this moment, the 2 brothers were surprised to hear that the youngest wanted to buy an ox cart. What about duck eggs and studying? They exchanged curious glances. Had the youngest found a way to make money? He could actually afford an ox cart, and even wanted to send Sai to school. Song Sanyu noticed their curious expressions. Since they couldn't hide the news about getting an ox cart, he decided to let his older brothers know now. Song Erniu's eyes sparkled as he smiled. "You want to buy an ox cart?" "Yeah, ox carts are quite expensive," Song Daniu said in disbelief. No one in their village had an ox cart, and now the youngest wanted to buy one. It was unbelievable. Song Sanyu smiled but didn't say anything. He opened the stove and stirred the fire with tongs. Sparks flew out, and the red flames lit up his face. After adding a new piece of wood and pouring some water from a clay pot that Wang handed him, he explained with a smile, "Yes, I plan to buy an ox cart by the end of this month." Their curiosity grew even more, and they leaned in to look at Song Sanyu, wanting to ask but holding back. The older couple noticed their son's curious expressions but didn't say much. They didn't want to interfere or accidentally reveal the secret to their older sons. Everything was up to the youngest. Although they wanted their sons to earn money, they worried about the two daughters-in-law. If those two found out, this business might change hands. Song Sanyu was pleased with their attitude. Although he didn't particularly like his sisters-in-law, he wasn't the type to be wealthy while watching his brothers struggle. So, when his older brothers came over, he thought of a way for them to make money. Big brother, second brother, I'm currently running a small business, but I can't tell you about it. I'm afraid if I do, it won't belong to our family anymore. Hearing this, the two brothers looked awkward. They knew their wives well enough to understand that Song Sanyu was right. Even though I can't share my current business with you, I have another opportunity one can offer you. Song Danyu and Song Erniu were excited as they looked at Song Sanyu. I only go to town once a month, and since there's no farm work right now, it would be a waste to let the ox cart sit unused. So, I thought about renting it to you for transporting people. No matter what their uncles thought, Song Sai felt this was a great idea. In ancient times, transportation relied on walking, and very few farming families owned oxen. He hadn't seen any ox carts carrying passengers on his trips to town, which meant no one was doing this business. This was a big opportunity. Why hadn't he thought of it before? When Song Danyu and Song Erniu heard about this idea, they were thrilled. Song Danyu rubbed his hands together, feeling a bit shy, and said, "Third brother, after how your sister-in-law treated you, you still." Song Erniu, looking a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and added, "Your sister-in-law too. After how they treated you, you're still thinking of us."
We don't know what to say.
Well, don't thank me too much. My cart isn't completely free. There's a rental fee of 10 won a day. You'll also need to feed the ox well and return it.
Can you manage that?
He understood that if something is free, it loses its value. The two brothers nodded eagerly, agreeing with their younger brother. 10 won a day wasn't much. If the ox belonged to them, they would even consider 20 won too little. Sanyu was helping them, and they felt warm inside. Song Sanyu was pleased with his brother's reactions and smiled. The cart won't be rented every day. I'll need it a few days each month. But I'll let you know in advance. As for how you two divide the rental, you can discuss it. However, I need to make one thing clear. The cart is valuable, and when transporting people or goods, you must be careful not to hurt my ox, okay? Understood. Yes, we know. This is a long-term business. Don't worry, third brother. We will take good care of the ox, as if it were our child. They weren't foolish. If the ox cart business went well, their family could become prosperous. The children were thrilled to hear that their father would start a passenger transport business. They were all excited, and the eldest cousin even asked his father to be the first to take him to town for some fun. When it was time for lunch, the families returned home with the children. The kids often ate here, but it wouldn't look good for them to stay now. Although the children wanted to remain, they understood and followed the adults back. Once they got home, Song Sanha couldn't wait to share the good news with Lee. His voice was loud enough for Jiang to hear from a distance, and they both looked at their husbands immediately. Song Ernie smiled and patted his son's head, saying, "It's true. Sana plans to buy an ox cart in a few days. He said he doesn't use it much, just a few days a month, and will rent it to us the rest of the time." Song Danyu also smiled, his eyes squinting with joy. "What? Sanha wants to buy an ox cart? Where did he get the money? He just built a new house and now wants to buy an ox cart. He's not telling you that the money for the cart is borrowed, is he? Humph, only you would believe that. I said Sanha's dealings with leeches were suspicious. He made quite a bit of money, and you didn't believe me. Now you see how rich he is, wanting to rent the cart to us," Lee said, rolling her eyes with a sharp tone. Jiang was upset to hear that Sanha was buying an ox cart. She felt envious and thought Lee was right. She added, "Cui Ju is right. Sanha is clever. He made money and quickly split from the family, probably to avoid sharing with us. I think Sanha's house and ox cart should be ours too. When they split, he should have given us that money. Now he buys an ox cart and wants rent from us? What kind of brother is that?" Thinking his wife would be happy to hear the news, Song Danyu was surprised by her reaction. His expression darkened instantly. Be quiet. No wonder Sanha wanted to split. You had a chance to make money but made things awkward. Now you're talking about my brother? Jiang Yuegoe, if you meddle in this, go back to your mother's house. Jiang was startled by a shout, showing her defiance, but seeing her husband's serious face, she quickly quieted down. Li was also taken aback, rolling her eyes secretly. She looked at her husband, seeing Song Erniu's displeased expression, and quickly lowered her head, pressing her lips together, acting sweet and obedient, completely different from her earlier boldness. Song Erniu coldly said, "Can you all speak with a clear conscience? Forget about how the third brother was before, just think about how many times our 6 kids have eaten at his house since the split. You know very well that our parents wouldn't invite the kids over for meals. It was definitely the third brother and his wife who did. Didn't the kids come back full? Were you blind to see their greasy mouths? On the other hand, when Sai came to play at our old home, what did you give him? Not even a friendly smile. Thankfully, the third brother doesn't hold this against you. As for the leech business before the split, if it weren't for the third brother, you wouldn't have seen a single penny. Even if the third brother made a lot of money, it should belong to him. What right do you have to demand it back? If you were in his shoes, would you be willing to give it up? Now, my brother and I still need to rely on the third brother for income. As for you, Li Tsuegyo, if you keep complaining and spreading rumors in the village, just go back to your own family." Before Jiang and Li could respond, Songdae looked at them seriously and said, "Mom, second aunt, the third uncle's family is great. Every time we go for dinner, third aunt makes a big plate of meat for us. She even encourages us to eat more. My little brother always brings back candy from town. The third uncle's family is really wonderful." Song nodded vigorously in agreement. Brother is right. "Mom, since we started eating at third aunt's house, we haven't had meat at home. How can you take advantage of the third uncle's family and still say bad things about them?" "Exactly. If you keep this up, what will we do if the third uncle and aunt stop giving us meat?" Song Sanha was startled by his own words, his face scrunched up in distress. Dahua, Erhua, and Sanhua quickly came over to comfort their little brother. With the youngest now at the new house, they all cherished Sanha. Seeing him upset, they silently glared at Jiang and Li, even without saying a word. Jiang and Li felt cornered by their men, and now their children too. What kind of spell had the third brother's family cast on them? Ignoring the 2 women, Song Daeniu called his younger brother to discuss renting a cart, and Song Erniu agreed. The 2 of them took the kids back inside, leaving Jiang and Li in a state of confusion. The old house is uncertain, but the new house is full of joy, especially since the elderly couple sees their eldest and second sons busy with work, making them even happier. They had worried that their youngest son's family could earn 10 taels of silver a month while the eldest and second families were stagnant, leading to a growing gap between rich and poor. Just when they were concerned, the youngest son solved the problem.
Great.
Now everyone has work and money to earn. Song Sai admires his father again. Although he is an ancient man, he speaks and acts with more wisdom than this modern person. If his father hadn't given opportunities to his elder brothers, they would surely feel resentment as they watched him get richer. Now that they benefit, they will remember his kindness and keep their wives' ambitions in check. Wang also thinks the same way. Perhaps the admiration in their eyes was too strong, as Song Sanyu's smile grew wider. Old Mrs. Zhang suddenly seemed to remember something, went out, and returned shortly, braving the cold. She sat down and took out a silver ingot, smiling. "This is what you gave me before. Now the family needs to buy a cow, but we don't know the price yet. I was thinking of waiting a couple of months, but since you've mentioned it, we should buy it sooner. If the duck eggs sell well, we'll have 10 taels of silver. But in business, nothing is certain, so take the silver just in case." Song Sanyu didn't take the silver, but smiled and asked, "Mother, what if the duck eggs don't sell? Should we still buy the cart?" Old Mrs. Zhang gritted her teeth, holding the silver ingot, and said, "If the duck eggs don't sell, we still need to buy the cart. You can use it to carry passengers and do business." Song Dajing also showed agreement. Song Sanyu laughed heartily and confidently said, "Mother, you keep the silver. I will definitely sell the duck eggs and buy the cart. When the weather is nice, I'll take you to the town and county for a good stroll. Oh, my third son is really something. Song Sanyu's words touched old Mrs. Zhang's heart, and she immediately smiled, feeling the air around her warm up. The weather grew colder. Song Sai, who originally wanted to go to the county town with his parents, felt the chill as soon as he opened the courtyard door and quickly pulled his little feet back. Song Sanyu didn't want to take his son along anyway. The journey was long, and it was better for him to stay home in the cold. Seeing his son act like a little animal just out of its nest made him chuckle. Stay at home and let Grandma make you some egg custard. It's cold outside. Wait for Dad to come back with the ox cart this afternoon, and then I'll take you to the county town to play. Okay? Song Sanyu squatted down in front of his son and said gently, Okay, Dad and Mom, be careful on the road. Song Sai nodded obediently. It takes more than 3 hours to get from the village to the county town, and it's freezing outside. Luckily, they can ride back in the ox cart. Seeing his son nodding so nicely, Song Sanyu couldn't help but ruffle his son's little head before heading out with Wang. Wang smiled as she saw her son peeking out the door. Go back inside and warm up by the fire. It's cold out here. I know, Song Sai replied, but he still stood at the door until he could no longer see them before going back inside. As soon as he entered the room, he smelled the rich aroma of eggs. Since the family split, the 3 hens they had laid eggs just for him. Grandma Zhang and the others were reluctant to eat any, so they made him all sorts of dishes: scrambled eggs, boiled eggs, and egg custard. Even though he ate them every day, Song Sai felt he could never get enough. The chickens in ancient times were free-range, and their eggs tasted amazing. Grandma Zhang loved watching her little grandson eat the egg custard. He looked so cute, taking small bites with great focus. Even though the custard was going into his tummy, just watching him eat made Grandma Zhang feel satisfied. Would you like me to add some sugar to it? Grandma Zhang asked, picking up a jar of sugar. Song Sai nodded. Please add some for me. All right, Grandma Zhang said with a smile, using chopsticks to drop a small piece of sugar into his bowl. In ancient times, sugar came in blocks. These small pieces were broken down by Grandma Zhang after buying them. A pound of sugar cost 100 coins, and besides Song Sai, no one else in the family got to eat it. This sugar was just regular cane sugar, and if they could find sugar cane, she could make it herself. After finishing the egg custard, the sun came out. The winter sun was warm and gentle, casting a cozy light that felt nice on their skin. Song Sai loved this time, snuggling in Grandma's arms, feeling a bit sleepy while watching Grandpa weave a basket. To keep her grandson warm, Grandma Zhang held him close, gently patting him while humming a folk song. Song Dajing looked at the new house, thinking about the business that Lao San would do in the county town. He also thought about how their family would soon have an ox cart in the afternoon. His heart raced with excitement, and a smile appeared on his lips as his hands wove the basket faster. At that moment, Song Sanni and Wang Shi had only traveled halfway. They had 5 clay pots of duck eggs in total. Wang Shi carried 2 in her basket, Song Sanni carried 2, and he carefully held one in his hands. Song Sanni gently set down the clay pot, straightened up, and turned to Wang Shi, saying, Chunyun, let's take a break. We've only walked halfway. Once we buy the ox cart this afternoon, the return trip won't be so hard. Wang Shi wiped the sweat from her face after putting down her basket and gasped, I haven't walked this far in a long time. It's almost as far as when I go back to my parents' house. Song Sanni chuckled. Once we have the ox cart, you can go back as many times as you want. Let the people in Wangjia village know that their girls are living well after marriage. Wang Shi rolled her eyes at Song Sanni, saying, You sure talk a lot. Hee hee. Let's hurry up. We still need to buy a hot water bottle for our son. Right, let's go. With that, Song Sanni lifted his basket to make sure Wang Shi was ready before he picked up his own basket, and they headed toward the county town. They walked until noon, and Song Sanni felt like his feet were about to break when he finally saw the grand entrance of the county town. The county gate was much more imposing than the 2 stone pillars in the town, especially with 4 soldiers standing guard, looking fierce with their big knives, which made the county town seem even more majestic. Entering the county town required a fee, usually 1 coin per person, and if you brought things, it would be 2 coins. If the goods exceeded a certain amount, they would charge based on weight. The county town was different from the town. While the town was almost empty except during market days, the county town was bustling, as shown by the long line ahead. Song San-ni and Wang Shi joined the line at the back. The soldiers checked quickly and strictly. Soon it was their turn. The leading soldier glanced at their baskets and their clothes, and in a relatively gentle tone said, 3 coins. Song San-ni was delighted. He had thought they would need to pay 4 coins since they both had goods, but he was surprised that the officer in the county town was so reasonable, asking for only 3 coins. He quickly took out 3 coins and handed them to the leading soldier, smiling, "Thank you, officer."
Thank you.
The leading soldier felt a bit embarrassed when Song Sanyu addressed him that way. He coughed lightly and said, "Ahem, I'm not an official. It's not easy for you farmers to come to the city. Hurry inside, so you can find a good spot to do business." Song Sanyu nodded repeatedly, yes, yes, yes. Once they entered the county town, Song Sanyu pulled Wang Shi straight to Miaochuan Hall. Manager Liu had said to walk straight through the county gate, and in about 15 minutes, they would reach the largest pharmacy owned by the Liu family. Sure enough, after walking for about 15 minutes, they saw a pharmacy that looked 5 times larger than the one in their town. Although Song Sanyu couldn't read the big characters on the sign, he recognized that it was indeed Miaochuan Hall, mainly because the style of the characters was the same as in their town. Song Sanyu took Wang Shi inside, and as soon as they entered, a young apprentice approached them. "Welcome. Are you here to buy medicine or for treatment?" Song Sanyu quickly waved his hand and smiled. "Young man, I'm here to find someone. We're from Baishui town." Manager Liu said he already spoke to your young master.
Could you please pass on a message?
Just tell him the duck egg sellers have arrived. Before Song Sanyu could finish, the apprentice's face lit up with a warm smile. "Oh, you're the duck egg sellers. Our young master told us to expect you. He asked us to take you to the restaurant. Please wait a moment while I inform the manager." "Thank you so much." Although they had already made a deal with Manager Liu, Song Sanyu still felt a bit anxious upon arriving in the county town. Hearing that the young master had made arrangements eased his mind considerably. The apprentice wasted no time and, after speaking to the manager, led the couple outside. Inside the Drunken Wind Tower, a young man dressed in a blue silk robe, with a white oval jade pendant hanging from his waist, lounged with his legs crossed, looking incredulous. "Zian, I specifically came here to try your restaurant's signature dish, and now you tell me you don't have it?" Lu Zian was also surprised by how popular the duck egg yolks had become. He had asked a chef to replicate the deliciousness of the duck eggs that Manager Liu brought, but no matter how they tried, they couldn't match that flavor. Lu Zhonggui sent some duck eggs, and he only tasted 2 before his friend nearby bought almost all of them. The few that were left were kept in the shop as a signature dish, priced so high that they sold out. He truly didn't expect this. Ever since this guy had the duck egg yolk last time, he couldn't stop thinking about it and came by every day. Lu Zian felt speechless about his friend. "Zian, didn't you say that Danbao would arrive by the end of the month? Today is the last day of the month, and it still hasn't come," Zhang Yongfei said, stretching his neck to look down at Zuifeng Tower while urging his friend. Lu Zian covered his forehead in frustration. "Yongfei, stop nagging. It will definitely come today. Do you think a regular farmer would easily part with such a large sum of money? Just wait here, and when it arrives, I'll give you a jar." Jiang Yongfei raised an eyebrow at this. "Zian, if you say that, I'll take you seriously. Just don't hold back when the time comes." "Just relax," Lu Zian said lightly, but he felt a bit worried inside. He heard from Lu Zhonggui that the farm was a bit far from the county town, and he wondered if something had happened on the way. If he had known this would happen, he should have sent Lu Zhonggui to get it himself. "This is Zuifeng Tower. Our young master is usually here. In the future, just come here to deliver things or find the young master," the medicine boy said, leading the couple, Song Sanyu and his wife, to a grand restaurant and smiling as he explained. Wow, this place is impressive. This was the first thought that came to Song Sanya's mind upon seeing the restaurant. His wife, Wang, had the same thought. The couple exchanged surprised glances, seeing the astonishment in each other's eyes. Seeing their surprised expressions, the medicine boy chuckled and said, "Come on. I'll take you inside to find the young master." Okay. It was lunchtime, and Zuifeng Tower was packed. The manager of the restaurant looked up and spotted the medicine boy from Maya Chuntang, immediately putting down his pen and quickly walking out from behind the counter. Shaoli, are they from Baishui town? The young master had been waiting for them for many days. Since it was the end of the month, it should be them. Hey, Lu Zhonggui, what brings you to the county town? Song Sanyu was a bit surprised to see Lu Zhonggui, but quickly noticed something was off. The Lu Zhonggui from the town smelled of medicine, while this one smelled of food. Manager Lu laughed heartily, patting his belly. The Lu you mentioned is my twin brother. You must be the ones the young master has been talking about these past few days. Please, follow me upstairs. No wonder. This was the first time Song Sanyu had seen twins, and he couldn't help but take a few extra glances. The second floor was filled with private rooms. Manager Lu led them to a door at the end of the corridor and gently knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, a young, deep voice came from inside. Manager Lu opened the door and stepped in first. After a moment, they heard a surprised voice say, "Let them in." Although Song Sanyu was fearless in his hometown, he felt a bit shy in the county town, especially in front of the young master. He stayed closely behind his partner, wishing to be invisible.
Come in.
Manager Lu called out with a smile from inside the room. The two cautiously entered. As soon as they stepped inside, they felt the warmth of spring. The room was carpeted, and there were several vases on the coffee table. To their surprise, there were blooming flowers even in the cold winter. A beautifully crafted screen stood in the center of the room, adorned with lovely patterns, and the walls were draped with elegant fabric. Song Sanyu and Wang Shi were momentarily stunned. They thought they had provided a good life for their son, but this was on a whole different level. Are you the ones who make the egg treasures? How do you make them so delicious? Before they could respond, an excited young voice came from behind the screen. A handsome young man appeared, and the couple was taken aback by his good looks. Jiang Yongfei didn't pay attention to their surprise. He eagerly took the jar from Song Sanyu, opened it, and pulled out a duck egg. He licked it and then showed a look of bliss on his face. This is the flavor. So delicious. Excuse me, are you the young master? Song Sanyu asked quietly upon seeing the jar opened. Xian, I'm looking for you. Jiang Yongfei called out behind him, still lost in the aroma of the egg yolk. I am the young master, Lu Xian said with a smile as he stepped out. Feeling a bit shy, Song Sanyu scratched his head and said, Earlier, you mentioned 5 jars of duck eggs that I brought for you. Young master, would you like to check them? He then set down his basket and brought out the other 4 jars. Lu Xian smiled gently and said, No need. I trust you all. Manager Lu, please pay the money. All right, follow me. Manager Lu replied and turned to walk out of the private room. The couple quickly followed him downstairs, where Manager Lu took a silver ingot from the cash register and handed it to Song Sanyu. Song Sanyu accepted the silver, exchanged a few friendly words with Manager Lu, and then took Wang Shi's hand to leave the Drunken Wind Tower. Once outside, Song Sanyu handed the silver ingot to Wang Shi with a grin, saying, Wife, it looks like everything is settled. Let's go by a cart. Although Song Sanyu had been to the county town before, he had never really explored it. This time, because of the cart purchase, he ended up wandering around most of the town. Even though it was just a quick look, he found it quite interesting. If he weren't so focused on buying the cart, he would have loved to stroll through each stall with his wife. They asked several passers-by along the way before finally finding the livestock market. The market sold not only horses but also donkeys, mules, cows, dogs, cats, and deer. Song Sanyu looked up at the sun and headed straight for the cow stalls with Wang Shi. There were several vendors selling cows at the market. Song Sanyu and Wang Shi carefully examined each one, looking to buy a young cow about 2 years old. At this age, the cows were already well developed and had calmer temperaments, which was important since they could work in the fields. Song Sanyu's father had advised them to check the cow's coat for smoothness, to see if there was any shedding or discoloration, to inspect the eyes for brightness and any signs of swelling or discharge, and finally to examine the nose and mouth. After checking all these details, the couple found a young cow they both liked. The cow dealer had noticed the couple looking at his cows, but didn't rush to introduce himself. He thought that since they were dressed simply, they probably wouldn't buy anything, so he didn't want to waste his breath. Song Sanyu, unaware of the dealer's thoughts, genuinely liked the cow. It was strong, had a shiny coat, bright eyes, and a gentle temperament. He called out, "Boss, how much for this cow?" The dealer, lounging in a chair, replied lazily, 15 taels. 15 taels is reasonable, Song Sanyu said, knowing that he had asked around and had a good idea of the cow prices. Hearing this, the sleepy cattle dealer immediately woke up. Was the price fair? He couldn't believe that farmers were being so generous now. Thinking this, the cattle dealer smiled warmly and said, "Yes, you can see my cattle. Compared to others, the quality is excellent and the price is reasonable." Although Song Sanyu said the price of 15 taels was fair, he still wanted to negotiate. Frowning, he prepared to find a flaw. Having sold cattle for many years, the dealer understood customers' thoughts and quickly added, "I'm asking for 15 taels for this cow, but if you are serious buyers, I can lower it to 14 taels and 8 coins. That's the lowest I can go." Before the dealer could finish, Wang quickly countered, "We are serious buyers. How about 14 taels and 6 coins? We can pay now." The dealer frowned at the lower offer and said with a bitter smile, "Sister, you can't drop it that much. I take great care of this cow, feeding it the best grass. It's strong and healthy. You can't expect me to lose money." After a moment of thought, he seemed to make a decision and said, "Let's meet halfway at 14 taels and 7 coins. You pay and I'll deliver the cow." Seeing the dealer's serious expression, Wang realized they wouldn't negotiate further. Song Sanyu smiled and said, "All right, 14 taels and 7 coins it is. But since we're being so straightforward, I hope the seller can be fair too. I'd also like to buy a cart. Can you make the cart cheaper?" The dealer was surprised that these seemingly simple farmers wanted to buy a cart, but he still enthusiastically described it. Wang felt uneasy about spending nearly 20 taels and noticed her husband nodding along to the dealer's sales pitch. Worried he might get carried away, she quickly said, "How much is the cart? If the price is right, we'll buy it now." The dealer quickly replied, "Sister, the cart is 3 taels, and I'll throw in a load of hay for the cow." Wang wouldn't be swayed by such a small offer. She made a pained expression and said, "That's too expensive. We're spending our entire savings on this cart. You need to give us a fair price. We'll be doing business in the county in the future." The cattle dealer knew that the price wouldn't be settled easily. After thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, the price for the ox cart is 2 taels and 9 coins of silver. You can't negotiate anymore, sister. This has always been my price, and I'm giving you a discount of 1 coin because you're buying an ox. If you negotiate further, I won't be able to sell it." Wang looked at her husband, and seeing him nod, she began to take out the silver. They had brought a 10-tael silver ingot from home and had just sold some duck eggs, so they had a total of 20 taels to pay. Wang truly felt the pinch. "Great, I'll take your 20 taels and give you back 2 taels and 4 coins, the cattle dealer said with a big smile as he accepted the silver. After weighing it with a small scale, he smiled even wider. The couple took some time to count the money before accepting it. The cattle dealer was pleased to have made a sale and quickly set about preparing the ox cart. Once it was ready, he loaded a large bundle of fodder onto it and handed a whip to Song Sanyu, cheerfully saying, "Brother, I've trained this ox since it was young, so it's very gentle. This whip is for you. Use it if you need to. As for driving the cart, don't worry. Once my ox has walked a path, it remembers it, so you won't need to shout at it again. Thank you, boss. I wish you great success in your business." Song Sanyu said politely after receiving the whip and helping Wang onto the cart. Ha ha ha, thank you for your kind words. On the way home, Song Sanyu happily drove the ox cart, feeling great. He often turned back to chat with Wang, who was also filled with joy as she touched the cart, not even feeling the cold wind blowing from the roadside. The little ox was very obedient, walking straight ahead. When Song Sanyu called out, it would turn, making it easy to manage. The couple's earlier discomfort about spending so much money quickly vanished. In their rush to return home, they forgot to buy a pot. Once they reached the town, Song Sanyu quickly jumped down to buy a pot for 1 tael of silver and also bought 10 meat buns before getting back on the cart to head home. The golden sun slowly set, stopping only when it reached the horizon. Seeing that the sun was about to go down and his parents hadn't returned yet, Song Sisi began to worry. Just as he was starting to worry more, he heard a series of excited shouts from outside the yard. Oh my! Who is that sitting in the ox cart? Is that Senyo? How did he come back with an ox cart? Where did the cart come from? This cart must cost at least 15 or 20 taels of silver. Senyo just built a house not long ago, and now he buys an ox cart. Where did he get the money? Could he have borrowed it again? How is that possible? Which family would lend that much money? And which family has that much money? At that moment, a slightly doubtful voice came from behind the crowd. Could it be that he made a lot of money selling leeches recently, which is why he could afford to build a house and buy an ox cart? As soon as this was said, the crowd fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into chatter. Although they were all relatives, seeing the once struggling Senyo now living in a new house and owning an ox cart made them all envious. That's nonsense. Mouths are for eating, not for spreading rumors. The speaker was Li Lan, who was close to Li Shi and also from Li family village. The two had a good friendship, so Li Shi often shared her troubles with her good friend Li Lan. The story about making money from selling leeches was something Li Shi had told her. Although it might not be true, seeing Sanyo's new ox cart made her speak without thinking. Though the villagers had their doubts, they relied on Sanyo for income, so even if they had thoughts, they kept them to themselves. Now, hearing Li Lan say this, their gazes toward Senyo changed. Old Zhang was the first to rush out upon hearing the commotion outside. As soon as he came out, he heard Li Lan speaking poorly of his third son and angrily shouted, "Humph! Helping others has turned into a grudge. And you all, what kind of eyes do you have? Are you doubting my Senyo? Or do you have other thoughts?" Song Dajing stood aside, his expression unclear as he scanned the crowd. The villagers felt uneasy under his gaze and quickly looked down. "If you have questions, you can ask me directly. No need to whisper behind my back," Senyo said sternly. "Haha, Uncle Dajing, we have no questions, just curious about how Senyo could buy an ox cart." "That cart costs at least 15 or 20 taels of silver," said Song Baoqian, who was of the same generation as Senyo. He had never liked Senyo and knew very well what kind of person he was. There was no way Senyo could afford an ox cart on his own. "That's none of your business. Anyway, my money comes from honest work, earned bit by bit." As they spoke, Song Sanyu had already driven his ox cart in front of everyone. Song Baoqian didn't believe it, but he thought it was pointless to argue. The money was earned by Song Sanyu, so he wouldn't give it to him. He shook his head and left. The others wanted to ask more questions, but when they saw old Zhang with squinted eyes and hands on her hips staring at them, they felt a bit uneasy. "Haha, I just remembered I left my food cooking." "Me too, I need to hurry home." After everyone left, Song Sanyu finally took the ox cart back home. Luckily, the gate was quite large, otherwise the cart wouldn't fit. "Dad, you really bought the ox cart. That's amazing." Seeing that the family looked a bit unhappy, Song Sai pretended not to notice and cheerfully blinked his big eyes. Hearing his son's sweet voice, Song Sanyu felt that there was no need to be upset. Their family would surely get better, and when his son went to school next year, he might even live in town. There was no need to be angry with the villagers now. "Ah, imiseo. Come here and give Dad a hug." Saying this, Song Sanyu stepped forward, bent down, and hugged Song Sai, tossing him up a few times. Song Sai giggled nonstop. Wang was worried her husband might be too rough and accidentally drop their son, so she quickly stepped in and tapped Song Sanyu. All right, be careful. If he falls, it's cold outside. Song Sanyu gently set down his son and patted his warm little hands and head, feeling relieved. Let's eat. If we don't hurry, the food will get cold. They walked into the kitchen. Old Zhang checked the temperature of the pot before serving the rice. Their family was doing well enough now, with 3 meals a day, always full, and even having meat every few days. Everyone was satisfied. However, after visiting the wealthy restaurant in the county, Song Sanyu realized just how extravagant the rich lived. Song Sai took a bite of steamed bun with salty meat, then finished with a spoonful of rice porridge, looking very content, his eyes squinting in delight. In the past, Song Sanyu felt happy just seeing his son satisfied, but now he felt a bit guilty for not being able to provide better for him. Noticing his father's intense gaze, Song Sai turned to see his mother looking puzzled too, and asked curiously, "Dad, what's wrong? You seem different." "Nothing. Dad just thinks we need to earn more money to live a better life together." After saying this, he put down his bowl and clenched his hands as if making a decision. How do I say that Dad sometimes acts a bit childish? Old Mrs. Zhang smiled with her eyes squinted at her son's grand plans. "Third son, is the cart going to be?" Song Sanyang stood up straight, as if reporting on work, and said to his parents, "Mom and Dad, the cart sold successfully. It cost a total of 17 taels and 6 coins, and I will deliver it on time at the end of each month." Good. Song Danian was happy to hear this news, and a rosy glow appeared on his dark, wrinkled face. Old Mrs. Zhang also smiled brightly. Third son. Wow, you really have a cart. The ox looks great, healthy and strong. Wow, Uncle really bought an ox. We can go to the town to play now." Hearing the familiar voices of adults and children, Song Sanyang came out holding a bowl of rice, eating as he walked. "Big brother, second brother, you're here?" Song Daniu and Song Ernie nodded, eagerly circling around the little ox, and the younger kids did the same. The excitement in their eyes was like that of men seeing a luxury sports car in a past life. After all, for ordinary people in the past, it took years of hard work to afford a luxury car. Buying an ox cart for just over 10 taels of silver in Songjia village also required saving for many years, so Song Cici understood their excitement. As for why Song Daniu and Song Ernie rushed over, there were 2 reasons. First, they wanted to see the ox cart that third son bought, and second, tomorrow was the town market day, and they wanted to try attracting customers. Third son, tomorrow is the market day. My brother and I discussed it and want to give it a try. What do you think? Song Ernie suggested. Song Sanyang nodded in agreement. Have you two made a plan? How will you divide the work? Song Daniu, honest but not foolish, was quick to catch on when it came to making money. He smiled and explained, "We agreed that whether it's a big or a small market, we will take turns. The rest of the time, we'll see how it goes." That sounds good, but I have 2 requests that you must follow. First, don't overload my ox with too many passengers, and second, make sure my little ox is well fed every day. Song Daniu and Song Ernie nodded repeatedly. Of course. Don't worry, little brother. We're counting on the cart to make money, so we won't let the little ox go hungry. All right, then come pick up the cart early tomorrow. With that confirmation, the 2 happily took the children and went home. In the evening, Song Sanya tucked a hot water bottle into Song Sai's bed and tightly secured the blanket at the foot of the bed with a straw rope to prevent any drafts. He felt relieved, knowing his son liked to toss and turn while sleeping. If the blanket wasn't secured, he would surely catch a cold the next day. Oh, how times have changed. His son used to love sleeping under his arm. After washing up in his parents' room, Song Sai hurried to his own room. Song Sanyu, looking displeased, said to Wang, "Look at him. He's so young and already wants to leave us. It's so cold outside. It would be much better for him to sleep here." Wang covered her mouth and chuckled. "Come on. Sai is a little man now. It's good for him to start sleeping on his own. Besides, we can check on him a few times at night. Song Sanyu pouted, not happy with the idea. They had bought 2 stoves for the house, one in his parents' room and one in his own. The one they used in the old house was now in his parents' room. Song Sai disliked using the stove at night. It was fine during the day, but at night, it took too long to keep warm. His parents had to get up several times to change the matches for him, and it was cold outside. Each time, they would shiver. Next spring, they definitely needed to set up the Kong. As he slipped his feet under the covers, they felt warm. The hot water bottle was like a hand warmer from ancient times, usually made of metal and designed to hold hot water. To him, it looked a lot like a teapot from his past life. Its warming effect was average and not as good as the hot water bags he used before. It was quite expensive, costing 1 or 2 silver coins. Although life in his past wasn't happy, he truly missed air conditioning or a warm baby. Lost in thought, Song Sai fell into a deep sleep. In his dreams, he felt someone touching his little feet and face, tucking him in tighter and finally touching his face.
Dad, really?
You touch my feet and then my face? That's not very hygienic. As the sun gradually rose, pushing away the clouds and mist, golden rays of light spread across the land, illuminating Songjia village. Smoke curled up from the chimneys of each household, and roosters crowed in the small courtyard. Song Sai slowly opened his eyes, startled to see 2 people by his bed. Pouting, he asked, "Mom and Dad, what are you doing? Why are you by my bed?" "Hey, you ungrateful little one. Your mom and I were waiting for you to wake up so we could take you to the town. Do you want to go?" Hearing this, Song Sai's eyes lit up. Since the weather had turned cold, he hadn't been to the town in a long time, and he really wanted to go. "Hey, Mom and Dad, I'm going. Wait for me, I'll be quick." After saying this, he grit his teeth, sat up from his warm bed, rubbed his eyes with his small hands, and patted his face to wake himself up. He opened his mouth wide and yawned before starting to get dressed. The couple standing by the bed found their son's morning routine adorable. Song Sanyu saw his son getting up and dressing, so he bent down to hug him and sat down by the stove. Wang Shi took a small blanket from the side to wrap around Song Sai, then brought over his clothes and shoes from the bedside, placing them on the stove to warm them up before gently dressing him. Although this was a very ordinary scene, Song Sai felt a pang in his heart, sniffed a little, and his throat felt dry. He held back tears from falling. Seeing his son's eyes turning red, Song Sanyu thought it was from the smoke of the stove and quickly moved him away. However, Song Sai couldn't hold it in anymore, and a tear fell. Wang Shi, noticing this, gently touched her son's face and said, "Sanyu, should we replace the stove with a charcoal one? The smoke is too much. It's bothering our son." "Yes, yes, yes. I saw those charcoal stoves when I bought this one." The shopkeeper mentioned a type called silver silk charcoal that burns with almost no smoke. "Let's go check it out today. Winter still has 2 or 3 months left. We can't let our precious son be cold and bothered by smoke." Song Sanyu agreed, without hesitation. "Is my sweet grandson up? The egg custard is ready, and I added sugar. It smells delicious." Grandma Zhang's voice came from outside. Song Sai, feeling a bit embarrassed after shedding a tear, immediately struggled to jump down from Song Sanyu's arms when he heard his grandmother's voice. Their new kitchen had 3 connected rooms. The stove was burning brightly, warming the dining area as well. Just as Song Sai was about to sit down to eat, Wang Shi stopped him and brought a soft cushion from somewhere, placing it on the chair before letting him sit. Seeing her son looking at her with curious, bright eyes, Wang Shi smiled gently and said, "Come sit and try it out. Is your bottom warm now?" The family's attention focused on Song Sai's seat, making him feel a bit shy. But the cushion was really comfortable, and he sat happily, looking up with squinty eyes and a big smile, saying, "Mom, you're so nice." "Dad, you're nice too." Looking at his grandparents with hopeful eyes, Song Sai sweetly smiled and said, "Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. Ha ha ha, let's eat." Song Danian was charmed by his grandson's sweet words, grinning widely, while the others looked at Song Sai with warm smiles. Although it was very cold today, their hearts felt warm. After enjoying delicious steamed egg custard, Song Sanyu lifted his son onto his shoulders, while Wang carried a basket behind him. Lao Zhang and Song Danian, with their hands full of woven baskets, slowly followed behind. In the past, the baskets were sold by the sons, but now things were different. They had a bull cart, and they had never ridden in it yet. Early this morning, as dawn broke, Song Daniu took the bull cart out. By the time the sun rose, he had already brought back a load of passengers and was now waiting at the village entrance for the next group. Originally, Song Daniu wanted to go further to find customers, but as soon as he brought the cart to the village entrance, people from nearby villages came on their own, so he didn't need to call out. This eased his earlier nervousness. Mom and Dad, third brother and sister-in-law are here. I just finished one trip, so hurry up and get on. I'll leave as soon as a few more people arrive. Seeing his parents and third brother's family, Song Daniu greeted them with joy. How could he not be happy? He earned 15 coins just from this morning's trips, which was enough to cover the cart rental. It was still early, and he could make 2 more trips. Thinking about the money he could earn next, Song Daniu felt very warm inside. Song Sanyu helped everyone onto the cart, then lifted Song Sai up before jumping on himself. Once settled, he held Song Sai close, wrapped him tightly with the thin blanket that Wang handed him, and turned to look toward the village entrance. Today was the big market day, and there were indeed many people on this road. Song Dania's prices were reasonable. 1 coin for short distances and 2 coins for longer ones. In just a little while, 2 more passengers joined them on the cart, and they began chatting eagerly with Lao Zhang, praising him for having such good fortune, which made Lao Zhang smile widely. Song Danian also looked proud to be associated with him. Oh, Daniu, what Yuegoe said is true. You really have a bull cart. Your mother will enjoy herself today. A familiar, exaggerated, and sharp voice came from the village road nearby. Old Mrs. Fan hurried and finally caught up. She couldn't believe her daughter was right. The Song family really bought an ox cart. Now they could easily go to town and take things to sell. It made her feel so happy. The Song couple was quite clever, dividing their family assets unfairly. Song Sanyu was building a house and buying an ox cart. If the Song couple wasn't helping, who would believe it? She decided she needed to talk to her daughter when she got home. When Song Daniu saw old Mrs. Fan frowning, he calmly asked, "Are you going to town too, mother?" Yes, yes. Oh, this ox cart is really nice. Daniu, if you go to town again, let Yuegoe know. It will be easier to sell eggs and other things, old Mrs. Fan said, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the cart. It was indeed an impressive ox cart. Song Dania's expression turned a bit sour, and he remained silent. Noticing her son-in-law's silence, old Mrs. Fan was about to say something when she felt a hot gaze fixed on her. Looking up, she saw an awkward expression on her face and said, "Oh, my in-law is here too. Daniu, you should have told me." Old Mrs. Zhang replied sharply, "I'm sitting on my own son's ox cart. Why should I tell you?" Old Mrs. Fan wasn't offended. Instead, she smiled and nodded. Yes, you're right. Look at my mouth." Without needing help from Song Daniu, she quickly climbed onto the cart and sat beside old Mrs. Zhang, being overly friendly as if nothing unpleasant had happened recently. Once the cart was full, Song Daniu called out, and the ox lowered its head and pulled with all its might. The wheels began to move slowly, and as the ox picked up speed, the cart started to bounce. Song Sai curled up closer to his father and fell asleep. Old Mrs. Fan chatted for a while but saw that no one from the Song family was paying attention to her, so she awkwardly closed her mouth. Without old Mrs. Fan's chatter, Song Sai slept even more soundly. After an unknown amount of time, Song Sai felt like he had just fallen asleep when they arrived in town. Even in the cold winter, the desire to go to the market drew people from nearby villages, especially since it was a big market day. There were many more people on the road, and the stalls on both sides were busier than usual, creating a lively atmosphere. Once in town, Song Sanyu counted out 5 copper coins and handed them to Song Daniu. Seeing this, Song Daenyu was taken aback and then blushed, saying, "Little brother, what are you doing? We're family. You don't need to give me money. Besides, this ox cart is yours. You shouldn't do this to your big brother. Big brother, you rented my ox cart, so today it's yours. I can't let you go back empty-handed, so don't think too much about it." The cart could hold 10 people, and their woven baskets took up one spot, leaving 5 spots available. If he didn't pay, Big Brother would really be going back empty-handed. It wasn't that he was being so clear about it. He just knew how hard Big Brother worked and didn't want to take advantage of him. In the past, he might have taken advantage, but now he wanted both Big Brother and Second Brother to do well. Song Daji stood nearby and said with a smile, "Daenyu, just take it. It's fine." Seeing he couldn't refuse, Song Daenyu accepted it, then scratched his head awkwardly and said, "All right, I'll take it for now. You all enjoy your time in the market while I make a trip back. Just so you know, when I return, I won't accept any more money." Song Sania chuckled. "Got it. Be careful on your way back." Old Mrs. Fan had already gotten off the cart without saying a word of thanks. She had wanted her son-in-law to remember to pick her up later, but seeing the situation, she quickly left while no one was paying attention. The Song family was just putting on a show. There's no way family would charge each other. Of course, no one there thought about her. No one cared. Song Sania had been coming to town often lately and was quite familiar with it. After helping Song Daji set up a stall for old Zhang, he planned to take his wife and son to the market. He initially thought about bringing old Zhang along, but Song Daji was the first to disagree, saying it wouldn't work without a partner. Song Sania suddenly remembered something happy and waved his hand. "Mom, you should stay behind. Otherwise, I'm afraid the baskets you brought will come back untouched." Song Daji's face turned red from embarrassment, and he said irritably, "Go on. Don't linger here and bother me." All right then. Now that they had a duck egg business, their fixed expenses were 10 pounds of salt and a jar of wine each month. So the first thing Song Saenyu did was take his wife and son to the general store to buy salt, then to the wine shop for wine. After getting the important things, they started to stroll around leisurely. Wang didn't forget how her son had cried from the smoke earlier. When she saw the stove shop, she tugged at Song Saenyu. He turned around and understood immediately. They all walked into the stove shop, which was quite busy, as it was normal for many people to buy stoves in this cold weather. "In my home, I don't need to buy a stove, but this time I just want to buy some good charcoal." After explaining my intention, the shopkeeper brought out a basket from under the counter and pointed to it with a smile, saying, "In our small town, good charcoal is rare. This smooth, white charcoal in the sunlight is called silver silk charcoal. Although it's not very big, it burns longer and hotter than regular charcoal, and it doesn't leave a smoky smell on you. It's very warm when placed in a room at night." Song Sai stood on tiptoe to look at the silver silk charcoal in the basket and noticed that each piece was only about the size of an adult's palm. He was curious because he had always used air conditioning at home and knew nothing about charcoal. However, seeing the shopkeeper's enthusiasm, he guessed that the price must be quite high. Hearing the shopkeeper mention warmth that night, Song Sanyu became interested and asked, "How much is the charcoal?" The shopkeeper was surprised. He thought he was just giving this farmer a chance to learn something new, but now it seemed he really wanted to buy it, even though his clothes didn't look like he could afford it. He smiled and said, "Silver silk charcoal is 10 coins per pound, and you need to buy at least 10 pounds. 10 pounds would cost 100 coins, which was indeed expensive. If used every night, 10 pounds wouldn't last a month." Song Sai thought that burning firewood would be better. Even though it had a strong smell, it was free. He just needed to go to the Crooked Neck Mountain to get it. But Song Sanyu, without blinking, waved his hand and said, "Shopkeeper, I want 100 pounds. The shopkeeper was a bit shocked. Most people in Bai Shui town bought black charcoal because it was cheaper at 2 coins per pound, but it had a strong smell and burned quickly. Even so, people still chose black charcoal in winter. He couldn't believe this farmer was making such a bold statement about silver silk charcoal, which most townspeople couldn't afford. Was he joking? 100 pounds costs 1 tael of silver. Although silver silk charcoal burns slowly, 100 pounds won't be enough for a month, the shopkeeper said cautiously. Song Sanyu laughed and replied, I know. I won't use it during the day, just a night. I'll buy 100 pounds for now. If you only use it for a few hours at night, 100 pounds will be enough, the shopkeeper said, feeling more enthusiastic. People really can be surprising. Luckily, he didn't show any disdain, and while thinking this, he quickly began weighing the silver silk charcoal. Wang quickly took out a few pieces of silver and placed them in front of the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper smiled at the sight of the silver and suddenly seemed to remember something. He went to a nearby cabinet and pulled out a round basket, explaining with a smile, This is charcoal. Since you bought a lot, I'll give you this basket, which weighs about 20 pounds. This silver charcoal is great to use, so come back next time. With the free charcoal, Song Sanyu laughed heartily. I will definitely come back. Wang carried the charcoal, while Song Sanyu shouldered the silver charcoal and walked towards the old man's stall. When they reached the stall, old Zhang had just sold a basket and quickly handed 5 coins to the old man. Song Dajing squatted behind old Zhang and took the money, putting it into his pocket. His skilled manner surprised Song Sai. He never expected that his grandfather managed the money. Seeing his mother sell a basket, Song Sanyu exaggeratedly praised her. Mom, you're amazing. I must have inherited your talent. I can do business and sweet talk. You little rascal, you're the only one who can say that. Old Zhang laughed, enjoying the compliment. Ahem. Song Dajing frowned at his son's unserious behavior. Song Sanyu quickly stopped smiling and obediently squatted next to his grandfather, leaving Song Sai astonished again. It seemed his father not only knew how to do business, but also had a talent for performance. Noticing the sack next to his third son, Song Dajing asked curiously, What's this? This morning, my precious son cried from the smoke of the firewood, so I bought this silver charcoal. It burns longer and doesn't produce smoke. Dad, I'll bring some for you to use tonight. Song Dajing's mouth twitched. His son was quite generous. He knew silver charcoal was expensive without even asking. Hearing his son's filial words made him feel very pleased. His third son, who had never been serious, had grown up well. It seemed he took after him. No need, let my good grandson use it. Your father and I can manage with firewood. Song Sanyu didn't argue. He could just bring some over to throw in the fire later, as they didn't need it every day. The couple had only brought 7 or 8 baskets this time, and it was almost noon, but they had only sold 3. However, they weren't discouraged. Weaving baskets was a skill that the older generation knew well, so selling less was normal. Seeing that it was getting late, they packed up their stall and walked towards the town gate. After a few steps, they saw Song Danyu running over with a smile. Mom, Dad, are you done? It's getting late. Let's head back. Song Sanyu carried the coal he bought onto the ox cart and helped his family climb up before he jumped on himself. On the way back, Song Danyu didn't pick up any passengers, but that was normal. People in the village usually took their goods to sell at the market, and since they had heavy items, using the ox cart saved them effort and allowed them to get to town early to find a good spot. Once they sold everything, it was easier to return home empty-handed, so they didn't want to spend money on a ride. Every penny counted. When they returned to the village, the villagers looked at the ox cart with envy. They had heard that Song Sanyu had found a good job, and they whispered among themselves about how different people's fates could be. He used to be aimless, so how did he suddenly become so clever? Since his family didn't raise ducks after getting home, Song Sanyu took Wang to a nearby village to collect duck eggs, which sold for the same price as in town, 2 coins each. The villagers there were very friendly and happy to sell to him since he didn't have to go all the way to town. After collecting duck eggs twice, the villagers of Songjia village realized he was in the duck egg business, but they had no idea what he planned to do with them or how to prepare them. The Jiang and Li families in the old house were also curious about what the third son would do with the duck eggs. They even reminded their children to pay attention when visiting the new house, hoping they would learn something. The children weren't foolish. They understood their mother's intentions. They nodded in response to her advice, but didn't agree, which frustrated the 2 women. In the following days, Song Sanyu's home was bustling with visitors. People chatted with Lao Zhang and Song Danyu, talking casually while their eyes darted around. Lao Zhang and the others weren't naive. If you wanted to chat, they would engage, but if the conversation turned to duck eggs, Lao Zhang would change the subject. The conversations went something like this. Villager. Ma'am, your son Sanyu is really capable. Lao Zhang. My third son is truly remarkable. Villager. Ma'am, how do you prepare your duck eggs? I'd like to make some too. Lao Zhang. The weather is lovely today. The villager persisted. Ma'am, how much do you sell your duck eggs for?
Lao Zhan.
It was clear that the conversation was going in circles. Later that night, when the village was quiet, Song Sanyu lit the silver silk charcoal in his son's room. After his son fell asleep, the adults finally began to take action. During the day, the gates of the village are usually left open. Recently, many people have been inquiring about the duck egg business, so there was no way to work during the day. They could only wait until the evening to start making the duck eggs. Song Danian lit a candle, and a few people began their work under the candlelight. They prepared 5 jars at once. Although it seemed like a lot, the process was simple and there were enough hands to help. With everyone working together, they finished the 5 jars of duck eggs in less than 2 hours. Song Sanyu sighed with relief after placing the duck eggs in the cellar. When Jiang and Li saw Song Sanyu return happily after another trip to the county, they were anxious. Since the last time they were scolded by old Jiang, they hadn't visited. Because of this, they decided to drop by the day after Song Sanyu sold the duck eggs. Wang noticed the 2 sisters-in-law's unfriendly expressions and realized they had some scheme in mind. However, with the children around, she greeted them politely. Old Zhang, on the other hand, coldly scoffed. Oh, look who decided to visit today. You 2 busy ladies actually made it to the new house. What a rare treat. Since they had moved apart, old Zhang had become more outspoken. Li smiled awkwardly. Mother, you know how busy I've been. Now that I finally have some free time, I came to see you.
Huh.
You come empty-handed and expect me to believe that? What do you really want? Old Zhang didn't buy Li's excuse and asked bluntly. Jiang, with a big smile, said, Mother, we just want to help out. Since the 3rd family is in the duck egg business, we thought it would be better to lend a hand instead of sitting at home doing nothing. We could earn some extra money too. Song Sai rolled his eyes in disbelief. Why did his aunts always think their family was foolish? Their intentions were almost written on their faces, yet they still pretended. It seemed that no matter the time or place, every family had its share of troublemakers, and his family had 2 of them. There's no need for you two to personally get involved in such a small business, Song Sanyu replied calmly, directly refusing their offer. The Jiang and Li families clearly did their homework at home. They weren't angry about being rejected and didn't keep asking about the duck eggs. Instead, they sat in the yard chatting happily with Mr. Zhang and Mrs. Wang. For the next few days, Jiang and Li acted unusually, visiting the new house almost every day. When they saw Mrs. Wang and Mr. Zhang working, they quickly offered to help. At mealtime, they would automatically return home, leaving Song Sanyu's family and the elderly couple confused. They thought these 2 might believe that by being so friendly, they would share the secret recipe with them, which was a silly idea. Song Danyo and Song Ernyo noticed that their wives were going to the new house without any conflict. They thought the 2 were helping out of gratitude for the business their 3rd son was bringing them, so they were happy and said nothing more. In January, the cold arrived. One night, Song Si heard his father exclaim, "It's snowing." So the next morning, as soon as it was light, he quickly got out of bed to see the snow. After getting dressed, Mrs. Wang, worried about the cold, made him wear an extra layer of warm clothing before letting him go outside. Looking around, the vast land was covered in white. Snowflakes filled the air, and the white rooftops sparkled brightly. The distant sky was gray, with heavy clouds hanging low, suggesting that more snow might be on the way. Song Si guessed that the temperature was at least -10 degrees. He had been worried that it might be too cold for the duck eggs to turn out well, but after visiting the cellar with his father, he found it was surprisingly warm inside, so he didn't need to worry about that.
Creak.
Even in such cold weather, Jiang and Li continued to run to the new house without giving up. Song Si, he felt he might cry from being so moved by their determination. As soon as they entered the small yard, they grabbed brooms and quickly began to clear the snow. After finishing the yard, they brought a ladder to clear the snow off the rooftops, leaving everyone watching in astonishment. Mrs. Wang and Mr. Zhang discussed the situation and decided they needed to have a serious talk with the two, as their daily visits were becoming quite bothersome. Without waiting for Wang to speak, Song Daniel walked in with a stern face. Seeing Zhang's expression darken, he shouted, "What kind of people are you? Every time I go to town, your relatives always show up. Your parents are one thing, but what about your mother? She always comes as soon as I rent a cart. Is riding in a bull cart some kind of fun? Jiang Yuegoe, let me tell you, next time, no matter who it is, I won't be polite. Either pay up or don't ride. It's that simple." Jiang was suddenly scolded by Song Daniel in front of so many people, feeling embarrassed and ashamed. She covered her face and ran out of the yard. Li looked at her angry brother and then at her sister-in-law who had run out, quickly following after her. After Jiang left, Song Dania's expression changed from angry to cheerful. He smiled at everyone, then took out a piece of malt candy from his pocket and walked over to Song Sai, saying kindly, "Sai, come have some candy." Song Sai smiled sweetly at his uncle, took the candy, and said, "Thank you, uncle." Song Daniel affectionately patted his little nephew. Seeing everyone looking at him with concern, he smiled and explained, "Ever since I rented the bull cart, Yuegoe's relatives have been taking advantage of it. They never listen to me at home, so I thought I'd give her a good scolding here, hoping it wakes her up." Old Zhang understood and even thought it was normal. She knew that old Fan loved to take advantage of others, so this didn't surprise her. "Brother, I think your method only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. I have an idea, do you want to hear it?" Song Sanyu raised an eyebrow and crossed his arms. "Old Three, if you have a good plan, hurry up and tell me." "It's simple. For the next little while, just don't rent a cart. Stay home and relax. The new year is less than a month away, and your sister-in-law will definitely panic if she sees you not making money. Then you can take the opportunity to set conditions. It'll be much more effective." Hearing this, Song Dania's eyes lit up. He patted Song Sanyu on the shoulder and smiled broadly. "Old Three, you're right. Ever since I started running the cart, your sister-in-law has been more active than I am." With a plan in mind, Song Dania chatted a bit more at the new house before heading home. No matter how chaotic things were at the old house, the new house felt warm and cozy. In the following days, heavy snow fell twice, covering the roads with snow. When the weather improved and the sun came out, the snow turned into icy patches. Uncle and second uncle had to pause their ox cart business because the roads were too slippery. They couldn't even deliver duck eggs at the end of the month as planned. They would have to wait a few more days for the ice to melt. However, Song Sanyu had already informed Manager Liu in the county that he might be delayed for a few days due to bad weather, and Manager Liu agreed, without hesitation. After waiting for several days, the icy roads were still a concern. What worried Song Sanyu the most was that his precious son's silver charcoal was about to run out. With the cold winter days ahead, he knew they needed charcoal. So, he decided to call his older brothers to go to the county together the next morning, as they could help him navigate the slippery roads. The next morning, as dawn broke, Song Sanyu visited the old house. Soon, Song Daniu and Song Erniu came to the new house, dressed in thick cotton clothes, following their younger brother. With the recent heavy snowfalls, there was no work for the ox cart, and there wasn't much to do at home. The two brothers had been sleeping late into the day, so when Song Sanyu called them, they hadn't even had breakfast. Knowing that her third son was going to the county early, old Mrs. Zhang prepared thick rice porridge, made coarse flour buns, and stir-fried pickled vegetables with cured meat for breakfast. The porridge was made from fresh rice, and old Mrs. Zhang wanted to keep her three sons warm while they were out in the cold. The porridge was especially thick and fragrant. Song Daniu and Song Erniu were tempted, and their stomachs rumbled. Their new rice had already been sold, and the money was used to buy old rice. They hadn't even tasted the freshly harvested rice, but it seemed that their younger brother's family still had some left. Old Mrs. Zhang filled large bowls for her 3 sons. Since they had things to do, they didn't chat and quickly drank the porridge with the pickled vegetables and cured meat, enjoying every bite. Song Sisi still had a third of his porridge left in his small bowl, while the other 3 had finished their large bowls. After drinking the hot porridge, beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads and noses. After finishing the last spoonful of porridge, Song Sanyu wiped his mouth, bent down to hug Song Sisi, and gently said in a comforting tone, "Son, I'm going to buy charcoal. Stay at home and don't go outside. It's cold and the roads are slippery." Song Sisi nodded obediently and replied, "Got it, Dad. Uncle and second uncle, please be careful on the road." The little child acted like a small adult, making several people laugh heartily. Song Sanyu moved a few jars of duck eggs onto the ox cart, while Wang and old Zhang brought a worn-out cotton quilt to lay on top. Only then did they set off. The road was slippery, and the ox cart moved slowly. When they reached difficult spots, they all jumped down and carefully pulled the cart along. Meanwhile, Song Sai finished his porridge, and Wang and old Zhang cleaned up the bowls. Song Danian took his little grandson back to the main room, which had been warm from the fire all day. Before they could sit down, a familiar voice came from outside the yard. "Little brother, I'm here to help you build a snowman." Song Sanha, dressed warmly, peeked in from the door. Behind him, several cousins followed, looking quite amusing. Indeed, Song Sai really wanted to build a snowman. A couple of days ago, he had been asking to make one, but his parents were strict and his grandparents disagreed. Although he understood they were worried about him getting cold, he still felt a bit disappointed for not being able to build a snowman. In modern times, he was a true southerner and had rarely seen heavy snow until he came to this ancient place. However, his family watched over him closely, making it impossible to build a snowman. But seeing the enthusiasm of his cousins today, he figured his grandparents and parents would not refuse. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Wang came out with some items. When she reached Song Sai, she first put a hat on him, then gloves, and smiled, saying, "Deheo or Heo, your little brother is still young, so let him play just outside the yard, and don't wander too far, okay?" Song Deheo and Song or Heo immediately nodded, patting their little chests to show they understood. Seeing that his aunt agreed, Song Sanha quickly ran over, warmly taking Song Sai's hand and leading him outside. His older cousins were quite experienced at building snowmen and weren't afraid of the cold. They immediately started making snowballs, making Song Sai shiver with excitement. Outside, there was plenty of snow that had been swept from the yard, piled high, making it easy to build a snowman. After watching his cousins for a while, Song Sai decided to join in. He built a large snowman inspired by a famous snow king from his past life, leaving everyone astonished. After a moment of surprise, they also began to create similar snowmen. After admiring their work, the oldest cousin brought a shovel to move the snowmen to the front of the small yard, making them look like a group of snowy guards at first glance. Song Sai looked at the pure white snowman and felt it was missing something. He hurriedly ran with his short legs to the cellar, grabbed a few carrots and some smaller pieces of wood, and placed them as the snowman's eyes, mouth, and nose. It looked much better, but after the fun was over, Song Sai felt a bit cold. Song Danian was worried the children would get cold, so he stood outside the yard watching them play. When he saw his grandson shiver, he quickly said, "Come inside. Your grandmother made sweet pear soup." Hearing about the sweet pear soup, the children rushed into the main room. Cousin San ran the fastest, bursting in like a little firecracker. Old Mrs. Zhang lovingly patted Song Sanha and handed him a bowl of sweet pear soup. Song Sanha took a small sip and found the temperature just right. He tilted his head back and drank it down. Wang Shi filled several bowls, making sure each child had some. The older cousins, feeling a bit shy, accepted their bowls and sipped the sweet soup, thinking how nice it was at Aunt San's house, with delicious food every day. They envied their little brother. With the heavy snow these days, no one had gone to town. The snow on the road was still mostly untouched, making it very difficult to walk, often causing slips. Song Sanyu was afraid of breaking the jars, so he sat on the cart holding a few jars. When the cart slipped, Song Danyu and Song Ernyu took turns getting down to lead the ox. They carefully made their way through the dim morning light and finally reached the county town by noon, where they saw the big gate in the distance. They finally took a breath. It had been a tough journey. Song Sanyu was okay on the cart, but Song Danyu and Song Ernyu had lost count of how many times they had fallen. At the county gate, because they were driving the ox cart, the soldiers charged a 5-won entrance fee. Song Sanyu paid the money, and they entered the county town. Once inside, the roads were much easier to navigate. There were people clearing the streets, so although there was still some ice, the cart moved steadily without needing Danyu and Ernyu to get down often. The three of them rode the cart directly to the front of the Zuefeng building. Just as they were about to stop the cart, they heard a familiar voice behind them. "Hey, little brother, you arrived just in time. The young master just asked me to run an errand, and I was getting ready to go first thing tomorrow morning. I didn't expect you to come today." "That's great," Manager Lu said with a big smile, looking relieved. The road was really hard to travel. My older brother and second brother fell down countless times along the way. We set off before dawn, and it was truly a tough journey. Song Sanyu pretended to look like life was difficult. Manager Lu saw that the three of them had red, frozen faces, and their noses and ears were even a bit swollen. Ice crystals hung in their hair, and he felt relieved. Thankfully, he hadn't gone, otherwise, he would have suffered too. Looking up at the bright midday sun, he cheerfully said, "You've worked hard, little brother. Come on, let me treat you to a meal." Song Sanyu quickly waved his hands. No, you shouldn't spend money on me. It's fine. It's not anything fancy, it's just what our staff eats. Feel free to enjoy it. Noon was the busiest time at the restaurant. The group moved their jars to the establishment, and Manager Lu instructed the staff to take the clay pots upstairs before leading them to the dining area for the staff. It was the first time for Song Danyu and Song Ernyu to visit such a luxurious place, and they were wide-eyed, watching their younger brother chat enthusiastically with the manager of the restaurant. Manager Lu took Song Sanyu and the others to the kitchen. This was the small kitchen of the restaurant. The large kitchen was for preparing meals for guests, while the small kitchen was for the staff and the young master, so it appeared much less busy. In the small kitchen, there were only 2 cooks. One chubby chef saw Manager Lu and smiled. "You're here, manager. I'll get your meal ready. Old Wu, please pack 3 extra portions for these brothers behind me." They traveled from the countryside to deliver duck eggs to our restaurant, which is no easy task. The chef named Old Wu glanced at the group behind Manager Lu. Seeing their simple clothing and red, frozen faces, he felt sympathetic and said, "Sure, I'll pack extra for you." Old Wu was generous. Noticing they were working hard in such cold weather, he filled a large bowl with rice. Knowing that countrymen have big appetites, he pressed it down with a spatula and added more. As for the dishes, although the staff's food wasn't as good as what the guests received, it still included fish and meat. Old Wu packed 4 dishes: braised pork with radish, big vegetable tofu, braised fish, and stir-fried lotus slices, 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, steaming hot right out of the pot. The delicious aroma made everyone's stomachs rumble. While Song Sanyu was used to having meat at home, Song Danyu and Song Ernyu had never eaten such good food. They swallowed hard at the sight of the steaming dishes. Shopkeeper Lu, who had been busy all morning, was also hungry. He smiled and said, "Let's take it next door to eat." Everyone eagerly agreed, each carrying a dish and following him. The next room seemed to be where the staff of Zuefeng Lu ate. It was filled with tables and benches, but at that moment it was empty. It was likely still busy in the front, and the staff hadn't taken their meal break yet. Shopkeeper Lu seated everyone and exchanged pleasantries before they started eating eagerly. After a long and tiring journey, the morning porridge had long been digested, and they felt incredibly satisfied with the delicious food. In no time, they finished everything, and even Shopkeeper Lu couldn't help but laugh at their satisfied expressions. "Wow, you've all finished. It seems my cooking isn't too bad," Chef Wu said, holding a steaming bowl at the door, smiling widely. For chefs, the happiest moment is seeing their food enjoyed completely. Burp. Song Sanyu let out a satisfied burp, wiped his greasy mouth, and grinned. Chef Wu, your food is so delicious. I've never had a meal this good in all my years. You're amazing. He gave Chef Wu a thumbs up. Chef Wu had received compliments before, but this straightforward praise was a first for him, and he beamed with joy, his belly shaking with laughter. Ha ha, as long as it's tasty. I've brought you some soup. Drink it first, and if it's not enough, you can get more. The staff will be coming to eat soon, so I need to prepare more rice. Sounds good. After eating and drinking, feeling full, shopkeeper Lu got to the point, speaking eagerly to Song Sanyu. Brother, our young master wants to add 5 jars of duck eggs. I'm not sure if you. Song Sanyu was pleasantly surprised by this good news and immediately nodded in agreement, saying, Sure, no problem. As long as Zue Feng Lu needs it, I'll make it happen, even if I have to stay up all night. Song Daniu and Song Erniu didn't know how to make duck eggs, but they understood that their younger brother's duck egg business wasn't too hard. Hearing him talk as if he was facing great challenges was hard to watch, but they secretly admired him. No wonder he could make money. They could never match his acting skills. Good, Lu Zhonggue said, satisfied with the response. His younger brother had mentioned recently that he should promote Song Sanyo in front of the young master, hoping to boost the sales of duck eggs. Although he didn't care much about the small profit, saving it as private money was nice. After eating and finalizing the business, Song Sanyo quickly took Song Daniu and Song Ernia home. Winter nights fell quickly, and they needed to buy silver thread charcoal in town, so they were in a hurry. On the way back, the ox cart was empty, and they moved faster than when they came. Upon reaching town, Song Sanyo went to the shop where he had bought the silver thread charcoal last time and purchased 100 pounds. The shop assistant, seeing Song Sanyo's generous purchase, smiled and said, Since you bought so much, I'll give you some extra black charcoal. Song Sanyo accepted the basket, feeling its weight, and smiled more. Thank you, young man. You're welcome. The roads in town were not as clear as those in the county. There was still a lot of frozen snow. He had planned to buy some food for his son, but the slippery path made him abandon that idea. They loaded the charcoal onto the cart and hurried home. On the way back, Song Daniu and Song Erniu were still thinking about how their younger brothers spent a couple of silver coins on charcoal. That was a lot of money. A couple of silver coins worth of charcoal could last a month. Was the duck egg business really that profitable? They felt excited and kept glancing at their younger brother, wanting to ask but hesitating. Song Sanyo noticed but said nothing. The duck egg business was his foundation and his son's future. Even with his brothers, he wouldn't easily share that information. But being brothers, he didn't want his older siblings to struggle. With such well-behaved nephews and nieces, he had already made plans in his heart. By the time they reached the entrance of Songjia village, it was evening. The fields by the road were covered in snow, and smoke rose from the rooftops of the village, intertwining with the snowflakes, creating a warm atmosphere. When they arrived home, Song Daniu and Song Erniu wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing the darkening sky, they decided to head inside. Song Sanyu called out to the two men and quickly walked into the house to take the money pouch that Wang had already prepared. He then turned and went to the small courtyard, handing the pouches to each of them. When they tried to refuse, Song Sanyu frowned and said, If you don't want it, there won't be a next time, and I won't ask for your help again. Only then did they accept the pouches, and as soon as they held them, their faces showed surprise at how much money they received. Seeing the astonished expressions of his older brothers, Song Sanyu felt secretly pleased, though he maintained a calm demeanor. Ahem, hurry back. Come by tomorrow morning. I have something to discuss with you. Sure. With the money in hand, the two left with big smiles. Seeing his brothers happy made Song Sanyu feel good too, and he smiled as he turned around to find his father, Song Dajing, looking at him with pride and joy. Feeling a bit shy for once, Song Sanyu's ears turned slightly red. In the main room, Wang was playfully looking at her husband while holding Song Sai. Once his shyness passed, Song Sanyu, feeling a bit smug, brushed his hair back and said, "I know I'm handsome, but you don't have to look at me so openly. Let's go inside and take our time." Seeing his confidence, they teased him a bit before closing the courtyard door and returning to the main room. The dining table was already filled with food, and although the kitchen still had some warmth from cooking, it was not warm enough for the evening. The main room was cozy, as the stove was always lit except at night, and all the water used for washing and cooking was heated there. In the past, when they hadn't split up, they didn't have such good treatment. Besides Song Sai, everyone else had some frostbite on their hands and ears, especially Wang, who used to be reluctant to use firewood for hot water in winter. She washed clothes with cold water, and by the end of winter, her hands were often frostbitten, sometimes even oozing. Now, no matter what they did, they had hot water, and her hands hadn't had frostbite since. Only the spots where she had frostbite occasionally itched. After moving into the new house with the older couple, household chores were easier with their help. Wang felt that aside from the busy farming days, everything else was quite comfortable, and all of this was thanks to her son and husband. Thinking of this, her gaze toward them softened even more. Song Sai felt warm inside from his mother's gaze. Song Sanyu felt a tickle in his heart from his wife's look. He raised an eyebrow at Wang, who shot him an annoyed glare. Sanyu felt proud and grinned widely. Noticing his mother's increasingly red face, Song Sai curiously looked at the stove and scratched his head, wondering why there was no new firewood added. Song Sanyu took 2 big gulps of rice porridge, feeling warm in his stomach before saying, "Mom and Dad, I went to the county today, and the shopkeeper asked us to send 10 jars of pickled duck eggs next month." The others at the table widened their eyes in shock. Wow, 10 jars of duck eggs? That's 20 taels of silver. Old Mrs. Zhang exclaimed, her eyes and mouth wide open. Joy gradually appeared on her face, and she couldn't help but smile, her eyes slightly moist. She grabbed Song Sanyu's arm, her voice choked with emotion. "My son, I never expected that our family could earn so much silver in this lifetime. Your father and I are so grateful." In the past, when they made money from leeches, the couple thought their son was just lucky. Now, with a simple duck egg business, they were amazed at how much money they could earn. Old Mrs. Zhang felt a mix of emotions, especially when village women used to tease her about having a useless son. Now, she wanted to see which family could match her son's skills. Song Dajing, on the other hand, didn't cry like old Mrs. Zhang, but his gaze towards his third son softened. It was the first time Sanyu felt looked at this way by his father, making him feel a bit strange. Wang and Song Sai accepted the news well. They knew their duck eggs tasted good, and it was normal for sales to rise. However, they were still a bit excited. Wang began to think about how long it would take to save enough to buy a house in town, and she felt it was time to check house prices. This is just the beginning. Mom, you're getting emotional too soon. I plan to earn even more money in the future, Sanyu said. Old Mrs. Zhang wanted to recount the hardships of the past years, finally seeing the fruits of their labor, but her son interrupted her, ruining her mood. She playfully smacked the back of Sanyu's head, saying, "You silly boy, why are you crying? I'm in a good mood." Seeing his mother's slightly red eyes, Sanyu pouted and didn't dare to speak. He always ended up getting hurt in these situations. After leaving the new house, Song Daeniu and Song Eniu eagerly took out their money bags to count the money. After a while, both brothers had shocked expressions on their faces. Finally, Song Daeniu snapped back to reality and said, his voice trembling, "Second brother, the third brother gave us so much money. Should we return some of it?" Song Eniu, who had just received the money bag, felt that the third brother had given them too much. When he counted and found it was exactly 100 coins, he was also astonished. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said, "Brother, we don't need to return it. The third brother is specifically helping us. Don't worry about his duck egg business. He won't treat us unfairly." Right, Song Daeniu agreed, nodding vigorously. He knew the third brother often invited their children over for meals, which showed he was a good person who wouldn't forget his two older brothers. Just like with the cart business, Even though they had to pay 10 coins each time to rent a cart, they still made a good profit. The two of them happily returned to the old house with their money bags. Inside, Jiang and Li were worried because it was getting dark and their men hadn't returned yet. They silently scolded the third brother for not including them in his business ventures. Now that it was dark, they wished he would have sent their men home sooner.
Creak.
At that moment, they heard a noise at the old house's gate. Song Sanha had been listening closely and was the first to run out when he heard the sound. Seeing that it was his uncle and father returning, he smiled widely and said, "Uncle, Dad, you're back." Although Song Iniu had 3 children, he only had one son, so he loved his son just as much as Song Sanha did. When he saw his son rushing toward him like a little whirlwind, he immediately squatted down and affectionately hugged him before standing up and going inside. Song Daeniu and Song Iniu were also happy their father was back, but they only stepped forward to greet him. Song Daeniu patted his 2 sons on the shoulders and led everyone back into the house.
What?
Just going out for a bit, and the third brother gave so much? As soon as they returned to the house, before they could even settle down, they heard a commotion coming from the next room. Song Daeniu's eyes sparkled with amusement as he sighed softly, thinking to himself, "My second brother seems clever, but he can't keep quiet. Can't he wait until after dinner to talk? Now, he can't even enjoy his meal because his wife is watching him closely." Even the children looked at him with curious expressions. Song Daeniu took out the money bag from his arms and threw it onto the table. The 100 coins made a heavy thud as they landed. Jiang Shi's eyes lit up when she saw the money bag. She quickly moved closer, opened it, and began counting the copper coins on the table, exactly 100 coins. After counting, she looked at Song Daeniu in disbelief. The children were also surprised, wondering what their father had done to come back with so much money. Seeing the astonished expressions on his wife and children, Song Daeniu felt a bit proud and said, "This is from third brother. He is helping us out. From now on, when you see him, don't be so critical. In tough times, family is what matters most." Jiang Shi was shocked. Third brother was being very generous, giving them 100 coins. That meant second brother likely received the same, totaling 200 coins. What kind of business was third brother doing to earn so much? She hadn't seen him doing any business lately while they were at the new house. "Mom, Dad is talking to you." Song Dahua noticed Jiang Shi was lost in thought and nudged her to pay attention. Jiang Shi quickly snapped back to reality. Seeing Song Daeniu's displeased expression, she nodded and agreed, "I understand." Jiang Shi felt a bit annoyed. Before they separated their households, Song Daeniu always listened to her. Since then, he seemed to care less about her family and was not as kind to her. Song Daeniu handed the money bag to Jiang Shi, instructing, "Take care of this money and save it for the kids' weddings." He then turned and saw the eager looks on the children's faces, smiling as he said, "Don't worry. Once the snow melts in a couple of days, I'll go to town and buy some meat for you all."
Great. Yay.
The children were thrilled at the thought of eating meat. Although they occasionally ate at their uncle's house, it wasn't the same as having it at home. They felt uneasy eating too much there, especially knowing their parents didn't get any. Now, hearing that their father would buy meat for the whole family made them very happy. However, Jiang Shi was not in favor of Song Daeniu buying meat. A pound of meat costs 18 coins, and saving the money would be better. She had previously given 2 taels of silver to her family as support, but Song Daeniu didn't know this. She felt helpless because they couldn't sell the dried leeches they had caught, and her mother complained to her daily. That was why she had given the 2 taels. Compared to John's displeasure, Li was very happy after hearing her husband's words. Her man drives a cart all day, and after paying for the cart rental, he only makes about 30 coins a day, and that money isn't earned every day. Now, just by going out for one day, he has earned 100 coins. How could she not be happy? Song Erhua, Song Sanhua, and Song Sanha were all smiling widely. As long as the family had money, they were happy. After a while, Li glanced at her husband and saw that Song Erniu was smiling and in a good mood. She quietly asked, "Erniu, What do you think San is doing to make so much money?
Should we?
Be quiet, Song Earnyu said sharply, knowing exactly what his wife was thinking. If San has good things, he will think of our family. If you keep acting like before, being self-righteous and clever, and make San angry, you'll regret it. Lee quickly nodded. Yes, I was just asking. After saying this, Song Earnyu felt he had spoken too harshly. Seeing the children looking a bit scared, he pulled his son close and gently said to Lee, Ju, our family is different from Dasa's. We only have one son, and not much burden. If we find good matches for our 2 daughters and a good wife for our son, our task will be complete. The money we got from splitting the family and our savings over the years is quite a lot. Don't keep watching San's family. I know my own brother. Even though he seems carefree, he is the most filial among us. Right now, he is doing the best among us brothers and even in our village. Although our parents favor San, they are still good to both families. You see, whenever the kids visit, they always come back with candy. And San, even though he was upset with you and Dasa before, whenever our kids go to the new house, they are always invited to stay for dinner. Why do you think it's a given? Just think about it. When San he comes to the old house, what have you and Dasa given him? Just managing a smile is already a lot. San and his wife are not angry. If it were you, could you do that? I know I couldn't. Ju, we don't lack a few coins now. In the future, when San he comes, you should treat him well, just like San treats our kids. San is a precious gem, and if you treat San he well, San will definitely notice. Moreover, the 3rd brother mentioned before that he wants Sai to study. Sai has always been more composed than Sanha, behaves well, and is clever and understanding. Who knows? He might have a bright future ahead. Song Earnyu earnestly spoke for a long time, drank the tea his eldest daughter handed him, and sighed softly at the dazed Lee. Ju, when I married you, I admired your charm and grace. Now look at how you've changed. But as long as we can improve, it's not too late. Our children are still young, do you understand what I mean? Lee's expression shifted from defiance to confusion as she listened to her husband mention the children going to the new house for dinner. Could I really be wrong? This thought briefly crossed her mind, causing her to feel anxious, and her gaze began to wander. The stubbornness on her face was gradually replaced by a mix of emotions. Song Earnyu noticed the change in Lee's expression. Seeing her soften a bit, he felt relieved, thinking she wasn't completely lost and could still be saved. He feared she might end up like his sister-in-law, who was completely oblivious. Meanwhile, in the new house, Song Sanya's family finished dinner and returned to their room with candles lit. Song Sanyu first lit the silver charcoal for his son, then went to the main room to prepare a basin of steaming foot bath water. No one in the family hesitated. Once the water cooled a bit, they all took off their shoes and socks and placed their feet in together. Ah, so comfortable, Song Sanyu sighed contentedly after being cold outside all day. Song Sai, sitting in Wang's lap, placed his little feet on his parents' feet and imitated his father with a sigh. The couple laughed at this, and Song Sanyu, seeing his son's rosy little face in the candlelight, cherished him and held him for a while before letting go. After washing their feet, Song Sanyu filled the hot water bottle and tucked it into his son's blanket. Wang added another piece of charcoal to the stove, and after watching their son fall asleep, they yawned and returned to their room. Once they left, Song Sai opened his eyes and began to appreciate this wonderful and happy life. But before he could fully enjoy the moment, he suddenly heard a faint sound, followed by heavy breathing and the creaking of the bed. In the darkness, Song Sai rolled his eyes. Although he was very young, he felt he had rights too. He decided to resist, firmly resist. The next day, as the sun rose, a thin layer of snow covered the rooftops in the village. Smoke occasionally curled up from chimneys, blending with the morning mist. In the courtyard of the Song family, 3 hens wandered in a corner, scratching the hard ground and making soft clucking sounds. Song Sai noticed that the hens had been searching for food for a long time, without success. He went to the kitchen and scattered some rice bran in the yard, quickly attracting the hens. "Come eat, my dear grandson," old Mrs. Zhang called out from the kitchen, looking at her grandson with affection. Okay, Song Sai replied, walking with his short legs toward the dining room next to the kitchen. Song Sanyuang and his wife were already seated at the table, waiting for him. On the table, there was thick millet porridge steaming and smelling delicious, along with small buns made from coarse flour, filled with pork cracklings and bitter wheat grains. One bite was incredibly tasty, especially paired with pickled radish from autumn, which made Song Sai's appetite grow. At the dining table, they discussed what to prepare for the upcoming new year. Old Mrs. Zhang reminded Wang to get gifts ready, saying they should visit her family once the snow melted. Now that they had an ox cart, it would be easier to travel. Wang agreed, noting that her family lived deep in the mountains, making it difficult to do anything. This time, she planned to buy more supplies in town to avoid the long trip in the cold weather. After eating, they returned to the main room and gathered around the stove. Just then, Song Daeniu and Song Erniu walked in from outside. Parents, good morning. Third brother and sister-in-law, they greeted. Good morning, they replied. After exchanging pleasantries and sharing village stories, the room was filled with laughter. Older brother, second brother, I called you here today to discuss something serious, Song Sanyuang said, his tone suddenly turning serious. The two brothers were startled by his expression, fearing it was bad news, and felt a bit anxious. Seeing their nervousness, Song Sanyuang chuckled. No need to worry. It's good news. You both know I have a business in the county, but I won't be teaching you about it. I trust you completely, but as for my sisters-in-law, well, I won't say more. Upon hearing this, the two brothers looked awkward and remained silent. But as the younger brother, I definitely hope your lives get better and better. You know I'm in the duck egg business, and this time, the Zui Feng Lu needs 10 jars, which requires a lot of duck eggs. I estimate that the demand for duck eggs will increase in the future, so I hope you will buy some ducks to raise after the new year. No matter how many eggs they lay, I will buy them all. However, I must tell you in advance, if my sisters-in-law's families follow suit or try to pass off fake eggs, and I find out, there won't be a next time. Song Daeniu and Song Erniu exchanged glances, both excited and somewhat incredulous as they looked at their younger brother. They knew he was collecting duck eggs, and they heard it was 2 coins each. If they raised 20 ducks at home, that would be quite a lot by the end of the month. Song Daeniu couldn't help but ask, Third brother, is that really true? Then he assured him, Don't worry, I will take care of raising the ducks myself, and my wife won't make any mistakes again. Song Erniu quickly added, Little brother, I promise we will take good care of the ducks. Song Sani nodded with a smile. All right. That's all I need to hear. Great, great. The two were very happy. Their family already had a stable income from their business, and now they had another steady source of income.
Who wouldn't be happy about that?
The elderly couple watched their 2 sons find something to do, and the 3 brothers laughed together joyfully. Song Sai, sitting in Grandma Zhang's lap, could feel the old woman's happiness the most. She was laughing joyfully above him. It was normal for her to react this way. No matter what the aunts did, the uncles were still her own sons, and that bond couldn't be broken. He felt lucky to have such understanding grandparents. His father's duck egg business was doing well, and he had never asked his father to help the uncles. Such wise elders were rare. After receiving the good news, Song Daeniu and Song Ernia chatted for a while before heading home. In the village, everyone was hibernating for the winter, and hardly anyone was visiting. Song Sani's family also planned to stay in, so they decided to clear the thin layer of snow at home. Song Sani took a broom to clear the snow and ice from the roof and yard, while Grandma Zhang and Song Danian used a shovel to clear the snow in the yard. Even Song Sai had a task, to break the ice in front of the main hall to make it easier for Grandpa to clean. Wang was inside sewing winter clothes, preparing to visit her parents, soon to deliver New Year gifts. She was thinking of finishing the clothes quickly so her parents could wear new outfits for the new year. After several sunny days, Song Saniu went to the village entrance to take a look. The snow had mostly melted, and the muddy ground had dried up quite a bit. It was time to prepare gifts for the festival, so he went back and told Wang Shi, who then began to get ready. This time, the weather was cold. Wang Shi planned to stay just one night before returning to prepare for the new year. With the holiday approaching, there were many gatherings in town, and returning early would allow her older brothers to earn more money. They relied on these 2 days for income, and it was also important for them to return to pickled duck eggs, which they needed to deliver before the new year. That evening, Wang Shi and Song Sanyu counted the family's silver. They had about 75 taels left, which was quite a lot compared to other families in town, making Song Sanyu feel proud. After counting the silver, Song Sanyu carefully stored the silver ingots under the cabinet. Every time Song Sai saw this way of storing money, he would remark on how simple and unpretentious it was. I've collected 6 silver ingots and left a little over 10 taels outside. Tomorrow, we'll go to your family's house and prepare a generous gift. How about we take the ox cart and let your parents show off a bit in Wangjiakan? Song Sanyu said with a proud smile, raising his eyebrows at Wang Shi. Wang Shi rolled her eyes and picked up the already sleeping Song Sai to take him to the next room. Wait, Song Sanyu whispered. Don't take him over there. Let him sleep with me. I haven't held our Sai in a long time, and I really miss him. Hearing this, Wang Shi carefully took off their son's coat and shoes, laying him on the side of the bed. Song Sanyu lay beside him, watching his son's rosy little face as he couldn't help but hold him close. Wang Shi blew out the candle on the table and went to bed. Song Sanyu held both his son and his wife, smiling happily. He wanted to say something more but was interrupted by Wang Shi. Go to sleep early, don't wake our son.
Got it.
A sleepless night passed, and Song Sai woke up to a familiar smell. He opened his eyes and saw his father's armpit. He scrunched his little face, wondering how he ended up there. The smell was overwhelming. Feeling movement in his arms, Song Sanyu opened his eyes to see his son pouting with an unhappy expression. He quickly asked, "What's wrong, son? Did you have a bad dream?" Song Sai nodded and replied grumpily, "I had a nightmare about a big stinky bug that almost suffocated me all night." Song Sanyu scratched his head, curious. "Son, you could smell it in your dream? How come I can't smell anything in my dreams?" "Of course, you can't smell anything. You're the bug," Sai huffed. With a creak, the door opened, and Wang entered to see the father and son staring at each other with smiles. She softly said, "Don't sleep anymore, get up and eat. We're in a hurry today." "Okay." Song Sanyu quickly sat up and picked up Song Sai, taking the warm clothes from Wang and helping his son get dressed, one piece at a time. It was fine. Even though his father's armpits smelled a bit, it was still acceptable. After getting up, Song Sanyu went to the old house to bring the ox cart over. Previously, the cart was at their new home, but later, he found raising cattle quite troublesome, so he left it at the old house for his older brothers to take care of. Once the ox was brought over and they had eaten, Song Sai spent a little time with his grandparents before being carried onto the ox cart by his father, and the family headed towards the town. February was still very cold, and although Wang had wrapped him up tightly, he could still feel the chill outside. The cold in ancient times was much harsher than today. Even with thick clothing, it couldn't completely block the cold. He could see white mist rising with each breath. The old trees by the roadside were bare, with a few unmelted snowflakes hanging on the branches, sparkling faintly in the morning light. Song Sanyu was in a good mood, driving the ox cart and humming a countryside tune that Song Sai found quite nice. With laughter and joy, they soon arrived in the town. The atmosphere of the upcoming new year was already in the air, even though there was still more than half a month to go and no market day. The town was much busier than usual, with many stalls lining the streets, filled with shouts and bargaining sounds, and the air was filled with the aroma of various foods. They needed to continue their journey, so the family wanted to quickly buy some holiday gifts to take to Wang's village. Wang and Song Sanyu reassured their son that they would bring him back to play after visiting his grandmother's house. Song Sai had no objections. Seeing that his son was not upset, Song Sanyu stored the ox cart in a designated area and, with a basket on his back, led Song Sai and Wang to the general store. They bought some sugar, salt, soy sauce, fine rice, flour, dried fruit, pastries, and candles. Then they went to the fabric shop where they bought 2 pieces of light gray cotton and 2 pieces of dark blue coarse cloth, along with some cotton. The shopkeeper, noticing they were buying a lot, gave them a bag of scraps, which Wang happily placed in the basket. After paying, they went to the wine shop and bought 2 jars of rough wine. After buying these items, Song Sanyu took his son and led Wang Shi to the jewelry shop, where they bought 2 silver hairpins. They didn't buy anything too expensive. Together, they spent 4 taels of silver. The shop owner even gave them some red ribbons for tying hair, which made Wang Shi very happy. Once they left the jewelry shop, Song Sanyu placed one of the silver hairpins in Wang Shi's hair. Wang Shi glanced at the passing crowd, feeling a bit shy, and gave Song Sanyu a quick look. Song Sanyu chuckled and said, "Wife, you look really beautiful." This made Wang Shi smile widely. Song Sai watched the two of them and muttered quietly, "In my past life, I was single, and now I have to witness this love." "Really?" Song Sanyu smiled and carefully wrapped the other hairpin, placing it in his pocket. He patted his chest and said, "Let's go to Wangjia village. Mom and Dad will be so happy to see me." Wang Shi felt happy too, thinking about how pleased her parents would be to see all these gifts. Song Sanyu asked Wang Shi to take their son to wait at the town gate while he went to get the cart. He brought back an ox cart, and they all got on to head to Wangjia village. In the past, it took 3 full hours to reach Wangjia village, but now with the ox cart, they arrived in less than 2 hours. The ride was not easy for Song Sai. He felt like he was being shaken apart. When they finally reached his grandmother's house, he let out a big sigh of relief. Arriving in the village, Song Sai guessed it was around 2 in the afternoon. The village was very quiet, likely because everyone was taking a winter nap. Wangjia village relied on hunting for a living, but with the cold weather, it was hard to find game, so everyone stayed home to rest. Wang Tieshuan's family was also inside. After lunch, they gathered around the stove in the living room, warming themselves and chatting. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and the Wang family looked curiously toward the entrance. "Mom and Dad, it's me, Sanyu." Song Sanyu shouted from outside while knocking on the door. "Sanyu is here. That means my daughter is here too." "Quick, Xiao Jian, go open the door," said Old Ma, smiling brightly at the sound of her son-in-law's voice, thinking of her daughter outside. Everyone else looked excitedly at the door. Wang Jian dashed to the door, opened it, and saw his little aunt standing there. He grinned widely and called out, "Little aunt, uncle, cousin." Then he turned back to the others and exclaimed, "Grandparents, it's my aunt and them who have returned." Upon hearing this, Old Ma couldn't sit still any longer, and everyone else rushed to the door as well. As Wang led Song Sai into the Wang family's small courtyard, they were surrounded by family members. Old Ma's eyes sparkled with tears as she stepped forward to hug her daughter. Seeing her little grandson looking up at her with big, watery eyes, she bent down and held Song Sai close, affectionately saying, "My little grandson, Grandma missed you so much." With only one child in her daughter's family, Old Ma cherished him dearly. Song Sai buried his head in Grandma's neck and sweetly called out, "Grandma, I missed you too." Seeing her grandson so close made Old Ma smile widely. "Wow, brother-in-law, you actually bought an ox cart," exclaimed her younger brother, Wang Chuan, drawing everyone's attention. Song Sanyu walked into the courtyard leading the ox cart. It was indeed an ox cart, which reportedly cost around 20 taels of silver. Their family could afford it, but since Wangjia village had no farmland, the cart would only be useful for trips to town. No one in the village owned an ox cart, so seeing one sparked curiosity among the crowd. Several men from the Wang family approached to curiously touch the little ox's legs, while the boys mirrored their father's expressions, carefully stroking the little ox. Wang Tieshuan looked at the ox and then at Song Sanyu with satisfaction, feeling reassured that his daughter's life was getting better. It was cold outside, and after chatting for a while, several uncles stepped forward to move the items from the ox cart into the main room. Song Sanyu fed the little ox some hay and then joined them inside. Before he could sit down, his third uncle, Wang Chuan, eagerly pulled him aside and asked, "Brother-in-law, How much did you pay for that ox cart? Almost 18 taels of silver, Song Sanyu replied. Although everyone had an idea of the cost, hearing the figures still shocked them.